at the very heart of the myth, the so-called surgeon's photo.
All of the ones that I've looked at were carved with modern tools.
Scatter a fair amount of fear generated by that doomsday prediction based on the Mayan calendar.
It's a mystery as old as the hill.
This is as real as you're standing right where you are, sir.
And my mom.
Tell me where you are, John!
If I were you, I'd run the rest of
Emily's video on hoaxes.
right now. Sorry, folks. It won't happen again.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies.
Today we're going to be talking about hoaxes, specifically the first layer of the hoax iceberg that was recently posted on Reddit by a user named Silent Chatter. There are 7 layers to this iceberg, and if you've never heard of one of these icebergs before and you're like, what the hell are you talking about? Then let me explain. People basically make these iceberg charts about absolutely anything, and sometimes they're super weird, sometimes they're very disturbing, sometimes they're just mildly entertaining. At the top of the iceberg is the more mainstream stuff, the things that we've probably all heard about, and the further you go down, the stranger it gets. So we're going to go through each layer on the hoax iceberg in detail and discover some of the most infamous, hilarious and disturbing hoaxes of all time. Let's get into it. First up on the hoax iceberg is fake news, which is not only hella broad, but it's also kind of self-explanatory. I think we all know what fake news is. It's the kind of stuff that your family will share on Facebook and they will insist it's real, and then they'll yell at you about it over your family Christmas. So look forward to that this year. Some good examples of this are the viral stories that Obama signed an executive order banning the Pledge of Allegiance in schools, or things like X group is trying to cancel Christmas.
Christmas is cancelled.
It's all this stuff that just gets spread around by bored people with a political agenda, usually on social media. And there's plenty of examples of fake news on all sides of the political persuasion. I don't think I need to tell you more about it. I think we're good. Let's move on. I've just noticed my coffee's in shot. I'm just sipping today. It's a coffee day.
You're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead and out of this.
Every so often you'll jump onto Twitter and you'll see a celebrity name trending and you'll think maybe they've died, but they haven't. It's just somebody making stuff up. And I think my favourite example of this is back in 2009 when a website called fakeawish.com created a hoax story claiming that Jeff Goldblum had fallen off a cliff in New Zealand and died. At the bottom of the original website that it was posted on, it said any reference to specific individuals has been 100% fabricated by website visitors who have created fake stories by entering a name into a blank, non-specific template for the purpose of entertainment. But obviously that didn't stop the mainstream media from actually reporting that Jeff Goldblum had fallen to his death.
He is a bona fide Hollywood superstar who I may have accidentally kind of pronounced dead a few years back. I know.
Even his own mother ended up believing it, and he had to get his publicist to step in and confirm that he was actually alive and well in Los Angeles. I don't really know why people make this kind of stuff up, but I guess it gives you a glimpse into like how the public are going to react at your death if you're a celebrity, even if it does absolutely terrify everybody that loves and cares about you that ends up reading the story. You see it a lot in YouTube chat sections if you're watching a live stream, and there's always about a handful of idiots in there going, R.I.P. Joe Rogan, I can't believe he's gone.
I'm alive, and I see things mighty clear today. I'm alive.
Sticking with the death theme, I would say this next one verges more into conspiracy than hoax. Many people don't want to believe that their favourite celebrities have passed this mortal coil, so a lot of people make up stories about how they're still alive. Two of the most well-known examples have to be Elvis Presley and Tupac, but I think the one that sticks out to me the most is Michael Jackson. Now, obviously all of these celebrities are dead, right? I do hope that everyone watching this believes that, because there is literally no evidence to prove that any of these celebrities are still alive. But obviously common sense doesn't prevail with magical conspiratorial thinking, like thinking your favourite celebrity has actually faked their own death and is alive somewhere. And many people have set up entire YouTube channels to prove that people like Michael Jackson are still alive. Take this YouTube channel, for example, Believe, with the all caps lie in the middle. This channel has amassed millions of views with videos propagating all manner of conspiracy theories about Michael Jackson. He's been in Squid Game, he's a man called Teddy Perkins. They were also spreading the conspiracy that he had assumed the identity of a man named Dave, which is, I can't, but I saw it going around a lot on TikTok. And for the first like 20 seconds of it, or not even 20 seconds, it's like the first 5 seconds, you go, oh my God, and it kind of gets you. Right? It gets you immediately because you think, oh my God, maybe. But then when you actually like your rational brain kicks in, you soon realise that it's absolute bollocks. But, and this is the big but, that video claiming that Michael Jackson is a man named Dave, who is now dead himself, has the best part of 1 million views. I don't know what that tells you about society, but it can't be good. A more recent example of this will probably be the people that believe in the 17th letter of the alphabet cult congregating at Dealey Plaza in Dallas on the 2nd of November this month, believing that JFK Jr. was going to reappear because he had faked his own death in 1999.
It is almost 12:29. Any minute now, the big reveal.
But not only that, no, he's going to be the vice president with Donald Trump, and he's going to assist in, you know, doing all of the arrests, like arresting everybody.
The guy who died in the plane crash in the late 90s? I think he's still alive.
I do.
And he's going to come back and be president with Trump this year?
I hope so.
And what a surprise, he didn't show up. Now from the outside it might look totally unbelievable and shocking, but if you've been following any of this stuff, and if you have any friends or family that have fallen victim to it, then you're not going to be at all surprised. It's super dangerous, it's super depressing. Let's move on.
Everybody plays the fool sometimes.
We all know what April Fool's Day is, right? In the simplest of terms, it's a day where you try and get people to believe bullshit. You make up an almost believable story, tell it to someone else, and then when they believe you, you go, April Fool's Day, you bloody idiot. I mean, in today's world, most days feel like April Fool's. I think I'm still on the JFK thing. I think I'm still there mentally. Let's go on to the next one. Not to be confused with fake news masquerading as fact, hoax news websites are designed for the banter. The Onion is obviously one of the most well-known examples of this. For the discerning among us, we can usually tell when something is from a hoax news website versus like a fake news website versus like actual news. But sometimes people don't. And in one case, a bunch of religious fundamentalists, it's always them, isn't it? Always religious fundamentalists. They actually believed an Onion article claiming that Harry Potter books had sparked a rise in Satanism among children.
Warlocks are enemies of God. And I don't care what kind of hero they are. They're an enemy of God. And had it been in the Old Testament, Harry Potter would have been put to death.
It's also kind of like that vampire hunter that I talked about in my last video, quoting a Weekly World News article about a vampire census in his legitimately published book. You'd think that people would actually be able to do their own research and figure out that the article they're reading is a joke, but not in this hell world, apparently. The Museum of Hoaxes is a website that was created in 1997 by a man named Alex Bose, who is properly into hoaxes. It essentially lists all manner of famous and not so famous hoaxes from over the years, but it hasn't been updated for a while. I think the last update was like 2019. Alex has also written a couple of books on hoaxes, and he also runs the website Weird Universe, which anybody that likes this channel will definitely enjoy. Okay, now we're getting on to the good and controversial stuff, and we're kicking it off with crop circles. Now, I don't know about you, but I want to believe in aliens. I class myself as a kind of skeptical believer. Like, in my head, I know that crop circles are most likely all a hoax, but in my heart, I am desperate to believe that they're the work of little green men from another planet. It just makes life more interesting. These strange patterns have been spotted all over the world, and many researchers point to a pamphlet from 1678 as being the first ever reported crop circle. It was called the Mowing Devil, and the story goes that a farmer wouldn't pay a labourer to mow his crops because he was charging too much. The farmer was a tight capitalist bastard, and he said, "I'd rather have the bloody devil mow it." Well, lo and behold, because that night his crops were aflame, and in the morning they had been cut with a precision that no mere mortal could achieve. The history of the crop circle is decidedly more modern though, and it's also very British. A huge amount of crop circles have popped up in Wiltshire, which isn't incredibly surprising because Wiltshire is the home to numerous Neolithic monuments, including Stonehenge and Avebury. It's also like ley lines, all of that kind of thing. There's a lot of mythology in that area, and Avebury was the setting for the absolutely terrifying 1970s TV show Children of the Stones, which is on YouTube. I'd recommend, if you want to be creeped out in like a really kind of like unassuming way, go and watch that TV show. And it was in Wiltshire that two infamous pranksters got to work.
Today, the world's press gathered in anticipation to hear the answer. Their interest had been aroused by an article in this morning's Today newspaper. At long last, there would be proof of earthly involvement. Two men in their 60s from Southampton had been making circles for years, and they would show how it was done.
Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley came forward and claimed that they were the pair behind numerous crop circles throughout both Wiltshire and Hampshire. They would meet up every Friday at the Percy Hobbs pub in Winchester and have a few pints, as you do, and then they decided to go into the nearby wheat fields and create circles, as you do. It's a standard British Friday night. It's what we all do. They ended up creating over 200 crop circles, which is pretty amazing to think about. And it's almost sad that many of us don't want to believe that it's people like Doug and Dave making these circles, that we'd rather believe it's aliens. Like, the skill and intricacy involved in making these circles is pretty staggering.
I've always been a bit interested in UFOs and sightings and that sort of thing. But when I came home in '66, I met Dave, who was a fellow artist. And we used to go venture out on Friday evenings and have a chat about watercolours and things and have a pint of beer. And one evening, summer evening, we saw a cornfield, and I remarked to him about this. And I said, why don't we put a circular depression in this cornfield, the same as they had out in Australia? I said, the UFO Society here, which was at its height at the time, Warminster especially, I said they will probably think that it is a UFO that had landed.
And there are still many that believe that they're the work of extraterrestrials. And I get it, aliens are definitely more appealing than two blokes who've had a couple of pints and decided to make some circles in a field.
I think it's impossible with the piece of equipment. They had a board and a rope, and like it was a horse they were riding. And I think the giveaway really is that when they put their foot on the board, the other leg, with all their weight on it and the weight of the board, is obviously on the crop that they've just pressed down. So it would be quite easy to trace their footsteps, because he couldn't hop along on one leg. It would have to, unless he can hop along on one leg.
But sometimes the simplest explanation is the one that turns out to be true. And in this instance, it was two lads hyped up on the bitters going around a wheat field with a bit of wood. Brilliant. I love it. Let's move on. The alien autopsy video is one of my favourite hoaxes ever, and it is another one that we want to believe, even though it is so obviously fake. It was released in 1995 by a British man called Ray Santilli, and I don't know what it is about us British people and alien hoaxes. There's a lot of them. Maybe because it's genuinely so boring on this island that we're just reduced to making shit up. The alien autopsy film is black and white and is 17 minutes long. It's also totally silent, so when Fox aired it, that's right, Fox put it on the air, it was hosted by Jonathan Frakes, best known for being in Star Trek. But I know him from that TV show he did called Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction.
Does this story seem to contain the recipe for truth? Or is it simply another half-baked lie?
Most of the time it was fiction, to be fair. I'd say a good 95% of the time that show was totally fiction. Anyway, they aired it on Fox 3 times in the early 90s, which actually, when you think about it, it makes sense for Fox because the X-Files was on during that time and the 90s were mad for conspiracy theories. It was also the era of the internet becoming widely available and information also becoming more widespread. And what's more exciting than an alleged alien autopsy?
If what you are about to see is real, it's the most startling film footage in history. Although we remain skeptical, some experts believe this is authentic footage of an alien life form. Alien autopsy. Fact or fiction?
The video is supposed to be from the Roswell crash in 1947, but it's actually filmed in Camden in London, which is a far cry from the dusty desert world of New Mexico. Ray Santilli and his mate Gary Sheffield finally decided to tell the world that the footage was a reconstruction of the actual alien autopsy, which they had apparently gained access to in the early 90s.
If the footage is authentic, that pretty well proves it. We've learned that aliens are visiting the Earth.
Daddy said they looked like a small 10-year-old child.
You could have the proof that this actually was an extraterrestrial craft.
The footage that was circulated was of an alien dummy that was filled with sheep's brains, chicken entrails, and a bunch of other offcuts of meat. Interestingly, there was a film that came out in 2006 called Alien Autopsy, which starred none other than Anton Deck in the roles of Ray and Gary, and it also starred Bill Pullman and Harry Dean Stanton.
My name's Ray Santilli. This is my friend, Gary Sheffield.
All right.
Absolute mad film. Go watch it. 10 out of 10. This one's a bit of a controversial one, the Loch Ness Monster. Now, people get incredibly heated over cryptid sightings, and they will swear on anything that their favourite cryptid exists with zero verifiable proof. Over the years, there have been so many supposed sightings of Nessie, the monster that allegedly lives in Loch Ness in Scotland. The folklore of Nessie goes way, way back to the 6th century AD, but two notable modern hoaxes stand out. The most famous photograph of Nessie is the 1934 snap by Robert Wilson, a surgeon who had been on a fishing trip with his friend Maurice.
The surgeon's photo was a sensation. Not only did it seem to prove that Nessie existed, it came from an impeccable source.
He took a series of photographs, and when he developed them, two of them revealed the elusive Nessie. So naturally, he sells them to the Daily Mail because they love printing any old shit without fact-checking a damn thing, and he makes a quick £100, which would have been a lot back in 1934. It was only in 1994, when his friend Maurice died, that the hoax was revealed. See, Maurice had actually written down the true story of what happened. Robert didn't actually take the photograph at all. A man named Marmaduke Wetherell did, and Nessie was actually a head and neck made of plastic put on a toy submarine.
Made from a toy submarine with a plastic dinosaur's head and neck. It was the handiwork of his stepson, Christian Sperling.
They chose Robert to be the face of the hoax because him being a surgeon meant that he was less likely to be doubted in his story. He lended a bit of credibility to it.
Wilson, who loved practical jokes, agreed to pretend to the press that he had taken the picture. The hoax was a runaway success, and the surgeon's photo was accepted as proof that Nessie existed.
So that infamous picture of Nessie isn't real. Then there was George Edwards. He was a cruise boat operator on Loch Ness, and he had a boat called the Nessie Hunter. He released this photograph of Nessie, claiming that it was real, but sadly, he had actually used a fiberglass hump to create it. He eventually ended up admitting that the photograph wasn't real, and the Nessie community were pissed at him, with one allegedly saying that, "This has really angered me, and I am uttering a witch's curse at him. I will be sending a psychic torpedo to his boat that will come into effect at Halloween." Don't mess with the Loch Ness community. They are serious about this stuff.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
Now, sticking with cryptids, there isn't one that I love more than Bigfoot, even though, again, I don't really believe in it. Now, in 2008, Rick Dyer, who was a car salesman, and Matt Whitten, who was a police officer, claimed to have found the infamous Bigfoot. They said that they were hiking in Georgia when they came across the body, almost 8 foot tall and weighing a whopping 500 pounds. They'd actually been looking for a while, setting up their own website called BigfootTracker.com and filming themselves looking for the infamous creature.
BigfootTracker.com. We're the best Bigfoot trackers in the world. You know why we're the best Bigfoot trackers? Because we're the only one with the body. We tracked them, we got them.
Hello everyone, and welcome to BigfootTracker.com.
I'd like to thank everyone who in the recent weeks has called and gave us some good tips on Bigfoot in the area, and also called with good questions. I'd also like to address some of the hecklers who have called from so-called competing websites. I'd like to say that we are the best. We stand behind our promise that we're the best. And I would also like to ask that you please don't call and waste our time, because we are busy tracking Bigfoot.
Book your expedition today to hunt for Bigfoot. We got some compelling evidence that we're going to release to the world that's going to change everything you knew about Bigfoot.
They ended up interviewing a man on their YouTube channel who claimed to have shot Bigfoot, which is what got them to search that area in the first place.
Okay, sir, could you explain to me what you saw, buddy?
I was in my deer stand, and I seen the creature about 50 yards away. He had to be over 7 feet tall. You know, I didn't see him for that long, and I shot at him. Thought it was a good shot. It must not hit him. He ran across the little path back down in the ditch into the woods. Seemed like an eternity, but it was only 10, 15 seconds.
I'm fixing to show you something, and you're going to tell me if this is what you saw.
All right. That's it. No doubt in my mind.
And lo and behold, when they went searching, they found the dead body of Bigfoot. They ended up selling the body to a man named Tom Biscardi, who had a history of making up his own hoaxes when it comes to Bigfoot. And he ran a group called Searching for Bigfoot Incorporated, and he bought this body for $50,000. They even did a press conference together, so damn sure that this was the body of Bigfoot.
This is as real as you're standing right where you are, sir.
When we discovered it, I waited with it. Rick went back and got some help and got a truck, and we moved it out of there.
What I felt, what I prodded, was not a mask that was sewn on a bear hide.
The body ended up getting shipped on ice, but when it started to thaw out, it was obvious that it was actually a costume, a rubber Bigfoot. Steve Coles, who was the host of Squatch Radio, said that on August 16th, the freezer containing the alleged corpse arrived with the Searching for Bigfoot team. The ice was being thawed slowly, and the following day, we were up early to discover that some hair was now exposed. I extracted some from the alleged corpse, examined it, and had some concerns. Basically, they took some of Bigfoot's hair and burned it to see what would happen, and instead of singeing like regular hair would, it melted. It was a great big bloody fake. And what's mad to me is that they didn't notice that to begin with. They literally thought that they had a Bigfoot corpse on ice until the hair thing, and then they noticed that it was a rubber foot in there as well. It's so bloody obvious. It's so obvious from the photograph. That's not Bigfoot, and yet everybody wants to believe, and that clouds any sort of rational thought whatsoever. Matt Whitten ended up losing his job as a police officer, and I'm not 100% sure if it ever ended up in court, but these two guys defrauded that Searching for Bigfoot crew of $50,000, so I do wonder whether they actually ended up paying it back. I don't really get Shark Week. I think it's an American thing and not really something that happens over here. But from what I understand, it's basically a week of shark-related TV programming on the Discovery Channel. And it's really quite popular. People look forward to it every year. Now, back in 2013, there was a documentary that aired during Shark Week called Megalodon, the Monster Shark Lives.
We came across some footage that was shot in Hawaii. Now, it wasn't recently, it was about 4 years ago, but it definitely caught our attention. The video was shot by a father and a son who had come across a whale that had suffered a brutal attack.
What is that? Look over there. What is that?
For those of you not hot on sharks or the different species of shark, the megalodon is believed to have existed 23 to 3.6 million years ago. Its name means big tooth, and it's pretty dang big, with estimates suggesting a length between 14 and 18 meters in length, but that's based on the size of its teeth and not any actual complete skeleton that's ever been found. There's a Jason Statham film called The Meg, which is all about the megalodon, but I've never seen it. I couldn't tell you if it's good or not, but it is a Jason Statham film, so that already says a lot about its quality. So what's the controversy? It's just a bloody shark. The documentary was totally fictional, but the Discovery Channel masqueraded it as an actual documentary, which kind of plays into my earlier point that fake news can also be spread by mainstream establishments because embellished and often totally fictional stories are sadly more interesting and entertaining than the truth. It was a super popular documentary, but they got into a lot of hot water about it because they essentially were just saying like, yeah, it's a documentary, instead of saying, no, it's a mockumentary, it's a film masquerading as a documentary.
Mother, tell your children not to walk my way.
I have to speak in a bit of code for this one because of YouTube demonetization stuff. Thanks, Susan. We love you. We stan. We're going to call it Mother Bird because that's what the art piece is actually called. But the challenge is actually called something else, and I'm sure you've all probably heard of it. Mother Bird was made by a Japanese artist, and the image was spread across social media, and it turned into a massive hoax, hysteria, whatever you want to call it. The story goes that children would be contacted on WhatsApp by Mother Bird, and they'd be told to carry out different challenges, and they would escalate to some pretty wild stuff apparently.
Users start communicating with on Facebook or WhatsApp, a free messaging service. They're given a series of tasks to finally meet them. And those tasks start off small, but then escalate quickly to violent acts with photos for proof. The intimidates and threatens those who don't follow its instructions. And the final challenge can be anywhere from harming to killing yourself.
There were also clips uploaded onto YouTube of Mother Bird spliced in with images of child cartoons. So you'd be a little kid casually watching Peppa Pig and then bam! Mother Bird shows up. So obviously hysteria began to grow, as it usually does, and the media began reporting that Mother Bird was connected to a number of unalivings. I'm sorry, I hate having to talk in this stupid code, but I think you know what I'm talking about. Even Kim Kardashian posted about it, urging her followers to get YouTube to take down any Mother Bird video. She was basically going full on Helen Lovejoy.
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children?
But it wasn't just concerned parents though. There were a bunch of YouTubers that added to the noise because it was going viral, and viral means views, and views mean money. There was zero evidence that there was anything actually threatening or any threatening messages or nefarious intent going on besides just kids sending each other creepy images or coming across them on YouTube. In the Vox article I read while researching this, Amanda Sakuma points to the case of the two 12-year-old girls who stabbed their friend to summon Slenderman, and how this case definitely exacerbated the hysteria over Mother Bird. Parents are always going to be concerned about what their children are viewing on the internet. That's totally understandable. Predators are real. But in cases like this, the hysteria takes over and rational thought goes out of the window. Instead of viewing Mother Bird as just a viral creepy image, people were actually taking it seriously, spreading all manner of unverifiable allegations. Now, I'm not saying there's not an issue here, especially when creepy and disturbing stuff is put into YouTube kids videos, and there have been tons of examples of where that's happened. And obviously, if your child is just chilling watching Peppa Pig and then all of a sudden this comes up, then yes, I'd be concerned. But it's not some nefarious plot to make children unalive themselves. It's just people trying to be edgy online. The artist ended up throwing away Mother Bird, and I guess the curse was lifted, never to be spoke of again.
It's the end of the world as we know it.
December 21st, 2012 was the day in which many people believed that the world would end. This was mainly due to a misrepresentation of the Mesoamerican long count calendar, also known as the Mayan calendar.
The Mayans lived about 2,000 years ago, and they were very keen astronomers and mathematicians. At an archaeological site called Tortuguero, a monument was discovered that contained an inscription. This depicted the end of an era in 2012, or, as the Mayans called it, the 13th Baktun.
The long count calendar spanned around 5,125 years and ended on December 21st, 2012. But it didn't mean the end of the world. It basically represented the end of a cycle, moving to a new cycle. It basically resets itself.
So even with months that were 20 days long, they would go up to 19, and then the 20th day was usually 0, which meant the end of one cycle and the beginning of another.
But that didn't stop the doomsdayers, the New Ages, and pretty much anyone on the internet in 2012 from being absolutely terrified or spreading some sort of theory about how the world was going to end.
It's the apocalypse. End of days.
There is so much that I could say about all of the different theories, from alien invasions to Planet X colliding with the Earth to Heidi Montag and Spencer Pratt spending $10 million because they truly believed it was all over. The Blair Witch Project came out when I was 10 years old, and I remember having it on video and being absolutely obsessed with it. But not just the film, the books too, which I was totally hooked on, and I genuinely thought that they were real. The first book I remember having was the Blair Witch A Dossier, which collected all of these fake news articles about the case, and then I had all 8 of the Blair Witch Files, which were a series of young adult books that was supposedly written by Heather Donahue's cousin. I was so convinced that this was real that when my mum kindly pointed out that on the front page of the book it said something along the lines of all characters and events in this book are fictional, I literally cried. I cried. My childhood dreams of tracking down the Blair Witch had been crushed, scuppered, completely destroyed. But I wasn't the only person that believed in the Blair Witch. Back in the 90s, found footage horror films weren't super popular, so when the Blair Witch Project got released, people lost their shit. The story followed 3 documentary filmmakers, Heather Donahue, Michael C. Williams, and Joshua Leonard. They decided to make a documentary about a local urban legend about the Blair Witch, and the entire thing is obviously fake, but the marketing around the movie played into the found footage documentary style. They used missing posters, and they had an amazing website that contained the mythology of the Blair Witch, and it was all designed to make you believe that the story was true. The IMDb page even listed the actors as missing and presumed dead. Now, obviously it was just a horror film, but the marketing was pretty amazing for the time. Like, they built this entire world, and they got gullible children like me to actually believe in it. I just can truly remember the disappointment I felt on finding out that the Blair Witch wasn't real like it was yesterday. It literally, I think I found the root of all of my childhood trauma. For this next one, your mind might go back to 2008 and a particularly bad Indiana Jones film starring Harrison Ford, obviously, and Shia LaBeouf. We're talking about crystal skulls, also known as Aztec skulls. Basically, they're skulls that are usually made of clear quartz, or I think it's also known as like a milky white quartz. And the people that found them tried to pass them off as some kind of amazing archaeological find, usually claiming that they were Mesoamerican Aztec artifacts. One of the most famous examples is the Mitchell Hedges skull, which, oh boy, this is a story. So there was this bloke called Frederick Mitchell Hedges, and he was your typical privileged, affluent white man in the 1900s. He classed himself as an adventurer. There's no coffee left. I'm just kind of like swinging this around willy-nilly. If you're worried, I drank it all. So he classed himself as this adventurer, basically meaning that he has enough money and privilege to just gallivant spreading bullshit everywhere. He became obsessed with Atlantis, which is the first red flag, and then he also used to allegedly tell people that he had discovered tribes and lost cities, which is big colonizer energy. So him and his daughter Anna are on an expedition in the 1920s. I don't know why they call it an expedition, because it's really just like white people being a nuisance in Belize. Anyway, they claim to have found a crystal skull at a Maya ruin, and Frederick called it the Skull of Doom. I really am just throwing this out. I'm going to put this cup down. I'm putting the mug down. Crystal skulls have been on display in several museums, including the British Museum, but they are most likely all fake. In 1992, a crystal skull was sent anonymously to the Smithsonian Institute with a note that read, "This Aztec skull was purchased in Mexico in 1960. This sent Jane McLaren Walsh on a journey to prove the authenticity of the crystal skulls."
Dr. Jane Walsh has studied crystal skulls just like her fictional colleague, Indiana Jones. She writes about them for the cover story in the new issue of Archaeology magazine.
Don't look it in the eye because they're supposed to be cursed.
She found that there were large differences in the crystal skulls and the skulls that were depicted in other Mesoamerican art. She also discovered that the crystal skull on display in the British Museum had been bought from Tiffany & Co. in 1898, and before that, Tiffany & Co. had bought it from a man named Eugene Boban, who was another fraudster basically. They did numerous tests on the skulls and they discovered that the materials used were way more modern than the Mayan or Aztec people had access to.
Dr. Walsh says crystal skulls aren't ancient carvings at all.
All of the ones that I've looked at were carved with modern tools.
Dr. Walsh says the first skull was a hoax created by a French antiquities dealer just over 100 years ago. A dozen are now housed in museums around the world.
Do you think they're all fakes then?
Yes.
She also found a photograph of the Mitchell Hedges skull in a journal called Man in 1936. But in that journal, it was labelled the Burney skull because it was owned by an art dealer called Sidney Burney. He had actually sold it to Frederick Mitchell Hedges in an auction at Sotheby's. So the story that Frederick cooked up with his daughter was a fraud, and the crystal skulls are basically just a bunch of rich people quite literally selling each other bullshit. So we've reached the end of the first level of the iceberg and we are ending on a high. Again, I would say that this is more conspiracy than hoax, but it is truly a wild story. Paul is Dead is a conspiracy theory where people believe that on the 9th of November 1966, Paul McCartney died in a car crash and was replaced by a lookalike. Now I know it sounds wacky, so let's get into the evidence. Back in 1966, Paul McCartney had a car accident. It was very minor injuries, everything's fine. However, people started to spread rumours, and back in the 60s, the Beatles had an official magazine called the Beatles Monthly Book, and in February 1967, somebody wrote that stories about the Beatles are always flying around Fleet Street. The 7th of January was very icy, with dangerous conditions on the M1 motorway, linking London with the Midlands. And towards the end of the day, a rumour swept London that Paul McCartney had been killed in a car crash on the M1. But of course, there was absolutely no truth in it at all. As the Beatles press officer found out when he telephoned Paul's St John's Wood home and was answered by Paul himself, that he had been at home all day with his black Mini Cooper safely locked up in the garage. The rebuttal doesn't stop the rumours spreading though, obviously, and on 17th of September 1969, an editor of a student newspaper in Des Moines wrote an article titled, "Is Beatle Paul McCartney Dead?" Apparently, at campuses all over, the rumours were swirling that Paul was actually dead. Now, in this time, Paul had actually retreated a little bit from public life with his then wife Linda, rest in peace, and the birth of his daughter Mary. He just wanted to get away for a little bit. He's been like super popular in the public eye and he's just taking a little bit of a break from public life, and obviously everybody thinks he's dead. Now in October 1969, the rumours took a stranger turn. A college student called Tom Zarsky called into a show hosted by a man named Russ Gibb, and he told Russ to listen to the White Album backwards.
Who do we have here? What's your name?
Tom in the line.
Yeah, hello Tom, what's going down?
I was going to rant with you about McCartney being dead. What is this all about?
Yeah, well, what school do you go to?
I go to Eastern Michigan.
Eastern Michigan, and you heard that McCartney was dead.
Yeah, that's right.
Number 9. Number 9. Number 9. And when I played it backwards and spun it backwards, it said, "Turn me on, dead man. Turn me on, dead man."
It's again important to look at the era in which this is happening, like 1969, the end of the 60s, the Manson family, the satanic panic kind of stuff is like starting to heat up a little bit, and backmasking becomes this thing that people are concerned about, because people think that there are like hidden messages inside rock music, specifically rock music, that it's all to do with like devil worship and all that kind of stuff. And again, I have a whole video on satanic panic, and there's a big bit in there about backmasking and this idea that people were planting messages in music. Now, according to the guy that called in, at the end of the song, I'm So Tired, John Lennon could be heard saying, "Paul is dead, man. Miss him, miss him, miss him." Also, apparently he heard John Lennon saying, "Turn me on, dead man," on the song Revolution No. 9. So after this phone call, a bunch of other people start to call in, claiming that they know what's going on and they've got their own theories.
That instant, the phone lit up. I mean, it just, boom.
People who were listening all called the local other media. They called the radio stations and the television stations.
Within 7 minutes, the head of our news department was in saying, "What's going on? Our phones are all jammed. I can't get in or out." Everything was going crazy.
And it just went nuts. People just went nuts.
People started to bang on the door. And kids were coming to a window. We had a big window, and I could see through the 2 glasses that we had that there were kids coming around with instants.
Russ starts to go through other clues, and he basically riles up his audience, and he brings all these people on, and they're ringing up and they're being like, "Oh yeah, I know what's going on with him. He's been replaced by somebody." And the audience starting to actually believe it. Now, 2 days after the radio broadcast, Fred Labor, a then student at the University of Michigan, wrote a satirical article which said McCartney dead, new evidence brought to light. And he basically made it all up. It was like an early version of an Onion article, only the mainstream news picked this article up as fact, and all of a sudden the shit was everywhere.
I was scared. When it first came out, it was like it took on this worldwide sort of importance, and I was just, you know, this Weisenheimer kid in Michigan, you know, who had caused this. So it was like, whoa, I was not prepared to deal with it.
The generally accepted Paul is dead theory is that on the 9th of November 1966, Paul got into a car crash after having an argument with the rest of the Beatles, and he ended up being like off with the head and replaced with the winner of a Paul McCartney lookalike contest so that their beloved fans wouldn't lose their shit over his death. The lookalike was alleged to be a man named William Campbell, or William Shears Campbell, or sometimes known as Billy Shears.
So I just imagined this whole scenario and wrote it as sort of a quasi-news story with a lot of facts and enough facts that were true to sort of keep pulling you along, and enough facts that weren't true that hopefully would let you know that this was a joke. This was a satire.
There's people that say that the cover of Abbey Road is actually a funeral procession, with John Lennon being the heavenly figure. I think TikTok will have something to say about that. George Harrison being the gravedigger, and Ringo Starr representing the Undertaker. Peace and love indeed.
Peace and love, peace and love.
It's obviously all nonsense, but it's one of those conspiracies that kind of took off, and I don't really know how many people actually believe it, but some people did. Life magazine actually printed this cover to finally put the rumours to bed, but obviously some people still clung on for dear life. There's been more modern versions of this kind of theory, with people claiming that Avril Lavigne died and was replaced. And I can remember all the rumours that went around about Andrew WK as well, like back in the early 2000s. And again, the timing of the Paul is dead theory is important to remember as well, because it gained prevalence in the years after JFK's assassination. And Beatles fans were bloody mad, as we all know. But people nowadays seem just as capable of falling for mad conspiracies as they were back then. So in a way, it's nice to know that nothing has changed. And just in case you were wondering, George Harrison is the best Beatle.
She found a finger in her bowl of chili at a Wendy's in San Jose, California.
He appears to be human, but he's not like any other human being I've ever seen.
First they think you're crazy, then they fight you, and then all of a sudden you change the world.
Is there any truth to all these stories that it's haunted?
Nothing at all. It's all a bunch of lies.
Are you Hitler? You didn't put the television out! We did this for the show.
War of the Worlds is a novel written by H.G. Wells between 1895 and 1897, and it was first published in 1888 as a full novel. But we're not talking about the book, we're going to be talking about the infamous episode of the Mercury Theatre on the Air, which was an anthology of live radio dramas created by Orson Welles, no relation to H.G. Wells. It was broadcast on October 30th, 1938, and it gained infamy because the listeners thought it was real. Or did they? Kind of like how we were talking about with the Blair Witch in the last video, the radio adaptation was designed to be believable and real. It was structured like a regular radio program that was occasionally interrupted with like news bulletins that detailed a UFO that had hit the ground in Grover's Mill, New Jersey. The play then progresses to news reporters on the scene finding aliens and the aliens eventually taking over.
Martian cylinders are falling all over the country.
Then there's a break and the second part of the show begins, which is structured more like a traditional radio play. But a lot of people had only heard the first bit and they jumped to all manner of conclusions. It's important to note that over the years, the scale of just how many people thought the broadcast was real might have been exaggerated slightly. In fact, you could say the supposed panic over the War of the Worlds is a hoax in itself. There's a great article on slate.com that goes into a ton of detail on it, but essentially newspapers were getting overlooked in favour of radio for advertising, and so they leaped on any opportunity to sell the public on a story about how bloody terrible radio is.
Radio is new and we are learning about the effect it has on people. Learned a terrible lesson.
Do you think that this will cause the curbing of radio bulletins on the air today?
I simply can't imagine. It seems to me that the effects of this may cause much legislation. I simply don't know. The wisdom of radio executives and of an organized public will decide these things for us.
They totally exaggerated the number of people that had actually heard the broadcast. But because they kept reporting on it, people began to say that they'd actually heard it when they hadn't. And we know that because the C.E. Hooper ratings service telephoned 5,000 houses to ask them what they were listening to that night, and only 2% answered a radio play. So you've basically got a handful of people that were listening to a play on the radio that evening. There were so many rumours about people unaliving themselves, mass cardiac arrest, the phone lines all lighting up, people running through the streets, absolute pandemonium. But that's not really what happened. One thing that did happen is the FCC got radio stations to agree not to use fictional news flashes in their broadcasts, but that's really about it. I swear, this series is going to be me completely destroying all of these stories that we've come to think are real. Like, I genuinely thought that there was like mad hysteria over War of the Worlds, but yet again, it's just bloody media making stuff up, spreading their own brand of fake news. October 15th, 2009 was a relatively normal day. The band a-ha split up, Finland became the first country in the world to declare internet access a human right, and 6-year-old Falcon Heaney gained the nickname Balloon Boy.
What you all see right there is an experimental aircraft that inside of which is a 6-year-old boy who got into that aircraft not that long ago and accidentally launched it.
Richard and Mayumi Heaney were your typical couple, married with 3 children, and fan favourites on the TV show Wife Swap.
I'm making a spaceship eggs.
I'm very particular about how my eggs, I get the little ship attacking the mothership, and then I just go in and boom, crash.
By all accounts, Richard Heaney is a colourful character. He's tried his hand at acting, stand-up, storm chasing, writing and UFO hunting. But it was his entrepreneurship that catapulted him and his family into the spotlight. He has invented tons of products, from the Bear Scratch, which is a wall-mounted back scratcher.
Hi, I'm inventor Richard Heaney. If you itch like a son of a twitch, then you need my latest invention, the patent-pending Bear Scratch.
To the Hing Duty truck transformer.
Hi, I'm inventor Richard Heaney, and boy, do I love my truck! That's why I would never permanently mount toolboxes or a lumber rack on the back. No! I'm going to use my pickup to pick up hot chicks!
But his most famous invention was a balloon with the ability to hover above traffic, and his general goal was to get investors involved so that they could race them out in the desert. On October 15th, they did a test launch of the balloon, filling it up with helium in the backyard. And lucky for us, they filmed it.
Oh. Okay, hold on, Brad. Cut. Record.
Yeah.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Whoa!
Oh my God. Okay. Are you in? Taylor! You didn't put the tether down! Spider-Man!
So let's just analyse what we've watched. The idea was that they would fill up this balloon, but it would still be tethered. But bloody Mayumi didn't put the tethers on. And I love that little kick he does at the end. It's kind of like the outdoors version of a fist through drywall. He is raging, and obviously it's all the woman's fault. To me, this is the fakest video in existence, and it is mad to me that people actually fell for it. But I will point out that both Richard and Mayumi proclaim their innocence to this day, but we will get onto that. So the balloon goes up, they look around, and Falcon is nowhere to be seen. They scramble around looking for him, and Falcon's brother Bradford tells his parents that Falcon is in the bloody balloon. Richard calls the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, hoping that someone would be able to track the balloon as it just sailed across the skies of Colorado. They tell him to call the police, which Mayumi does, and then Richard calls Channel 9 in Denver to see if their helicopter can track down the elusive balloon. The cops show up at the family house to search it, and the news begins to follow the oversized Jiffy Pop as it floats on the wind.
We believe if you look right now, you can get a perspective on the side of the balloon. It looks as if it is losing some of its ballast there, losing some helium. It may be seeping out, and that will, of course, cause that experimental aircraft to come down to Earth. The gravest concern is how to land this safely with a 6-year-old little boy inside.
Obviously frothing at the mouth at the opportunity of getting the horrific death of a 6-year-old captured on live television.
All right, it's going down now. I want to cut you off because it's actually going down. It's down to 300 and now 100 according to the helicopter. What we're going to do is, for our viewers, we're going to put this on a delay, and we're not going to show the moment of impact here.
Only when it landed, Falcon wasn't in it.
Tamara, I want to interrupt just because I just heard from Megan. Apparently KUSA, their photojournalist, is on the scene, is saying that there was nobody in this compartment, that the compartment is empty, which would explain then, I suppose, the way that they're handling this and trying to officially sort of verify that. And then that gets obviously to the a couple of questions. Did the boy fall out along the way, or is this part of some sort of hoax or some sort of effort at attention by the family that a lot of people are already suggesting is kind of a strange family to begin with? Let's listen to KUSA's coverage.
So people start worrying that he's fallen out, but in reality, he was found hiding in a cardboard box in the rafters of the garage. CNN got the family to appear on their show that night, and the story begins to fall apart.
He's asking Falcon, did you hear us calling your name at any time?
Hmm?
You did?
You did?
Why didn't you come out?
You guys said that we did this for the show.
Man.
No.
You didn't come out?
No.
They were accused of making it all up, a charge that Richard wholeheartedly denies, but he did eventually plead guilty. When Mayumi was going through a polygraph test, she basically gave up the ghost and admitted that the balloon hoax was designed to get the attention of reality TV producers. Also important to note here is the reason why he pleads guilty. He said that Mayumi, his wife, was threatened with deportation, which sadly isn't surprising for the US justice system, happens all the time. Richard was sentenced to 90 days in jail and Mayumi was sentenced to 20 days. So what really happened? Well, in an article published in October 2019 titled "The Balloon Boy Hoax Solved," Robert Sanchez got to the bottom of the story. He managed to get access to the case file, and inside he found handwritten notes from Mayumi, which basically break down the timeline of what happened. In April 2009, they're struggling to pitch this reality TV show, and they keep getting rejected. Mayumi wrote, "What could we do to help them? They wouldn't put up the money, but we can do our own project. Then they could maybe make a one-off out of it." Then in October, things begin to heat up. They shoot some video footage of the kids, they build the flying saucer, and on October 6th, they get a video of Falcon saying, "I want to get inside it." On October 14th, Mayumi wrote that Falcon can hide in the closet with a safe in the basement. Then on October 15th, she wrote, "To my understanding, we're never going to launch the flying saucer because the strong wind changed our mind. Because of the wind, it might crash on somebody, cars or anything. Richard said we would do the third test and quit. That's why I thought he was acting so strange." After the flying saucer went off, he went so hysterical. Because he started so hysterical, I started taking it seriously. After it was launched, we did not know whether Falcon was in the flying saucer or in the house or anywhere. And finally, on October 18th, she wrote, "I found out when we visited our attorneys that Richard revealed he came down to the basement to look for Falcon, but he wasn't there. Richard thought really Falcon would be in the flying saucer." So basically, Falcon was supposed to be hiding in the basement where he and his dad would reunite after he'd alerted the news media. But Falcon decided to hide in the bloody garage instead, and his parents were genuinely like, "Where the hell is he?" So I think they probably would have had a moment of thinking like, "Oh my god, maybe he's in the balloon." Either way, the whole thing was just a desperate attempt to get a reality TV show. Totally normal world that we live in.
Balloon boy, anybody ever throw that at you these days?
Yeah, a lot.
But you're laughing about it.
Yeah. It's just
wait, it happens a lot?
Yeah.
What's your reaction to it?
I'm just like, ah.
Do you ever go to sleep and picture a strange man with a receding hairline, a unibrow and a strange expression? Me neither. Nobody does, I hope. Maybe you do, but the creators of thisman.org managed to go viral back in 2009 by claiming that thousands of people had seen this man in their dreams. The story goes that a psychiatrist in New York in 2006 had drawn the face of a man that had been appearing in his patient's dreams. He left the drawing on his desk and it was recognized by another one of his patients who says that they see this man in their dreams as well. So obviously he's a bit intrigued and he goes and talks to some of his other psychiatrist mates and they're like, "Bloody hell, I've got a patient who's seen him too. Who the bloody hell is this man?" But this man didn't exist. It was a website created by an Italian viral marketing specialist named Andrea Natella. See, Andrea ran an advertising agency called Guerrilla Marketing, and he was the mastermind behind other hoaxes, such as a fake UFO landing in a small town in Italy that was designed to promote tourism. He eventually admitted that this man was a marketing campaign, but they've never really announced what it was for. However, Brian Bettino, the writer and director of literally the most horrifying film ever, The Strangers, was rumoured to be making a film named This Man, and Ghost House Pictures eventually ended up buying the website thisman.org in 2010. But Hollywood is a fickle industry, and for every film that makes it to the screen, hundreds end up never going anywhere, and sadly, this man appears to be one of them. I am so happy that I have an excuse to talk about this next one because it is truly one of my favourites. We're talking about Bat Boy and the Weekly World News.
Weekly World News is one extraordinary story after another. Wow! Weekly World News this week. Mom and daughter died together.
3 hours later, they came back to life.
For those of you that aren't familiar, let's do a bit of history first. The Weekly World News is a tabloid that was launched in 1979 by Generoso Pope Jr., who prior to the Weekly World News had worked for the CIA and had gone on to create the National Enquirer. At the CIA, he worked in psychological operations, which is interesting because the National Enquirer have been responsible for pushing all manner of stories about little green men from out of space and UFOs abducting people, which almost provides a convenient cover for intelligence agencies and the military-industrial complex that can hide behind these wild and oftentimes unbelievable stories. But maybe that's for another video. When the Weekly World News first started, they were essentially finding weird stories in other newspapers, clipping them and republishing them. But as time went on, they started to get more creative with their storytelling. And essentially everything that they've printed is, in the words of my mother, a load of old cobblers. Load of old cobblers is a little bit of like Cockney rhyming slang. The Americans might not get it. Bat Boy appeared on June 23rd, 1992 and was the creation of Dick Culper, who drew Bat Boy, and the folk musician Bob Lind, who wrote up the story. It is wild to me that Bob Lind, the man who sang Elusive Butterfly, is responsible for the partial creation of Bat Boy.
Don't be concerned, it will not harm you.
According to Culper, he was asked to create a space alien baby, and that's how Bat Boy was born. I think the editor at the time was a man named Eddie Klontz, and it was his brother Derek that had come up with the story, that Bat Boy had been found in a cave in West Virginia. But that was just the beginning.
In a startling follow-up to an earlier Weekly World News cover story, Bat Boy has escaped from this research and observation center near the campus of a West Virginia college.
People were so fascinated with the story of Bat Boy that it became a kind of saga. Every once in a while he would pop up and he'd have like police chases, altercations with the FBI, that kind of thing.
Do you have any late information on the whereabouts of Bat Boy?
Yes, sir. There have been many calls to the Highway Patrol and other local authorities regarding the whereabouts of Bat Boy, but none of these leads have led to Bat Boy's capture.
Bat Boy was so popular with audiences that he even had his own off-Broadway musical. He obviously never existed, but the Weekly World News didn't run a fictional stories disclaimer until 2004, so maybe a few people ended up believing it, but I kind of doubt it. Although, as we know, if you've been following some of the last few videos that I've done, there are those that quote Weekly World News articles as facts, so you never know.
Hey Mom, I find it interesting that you refer to the Weekly World News as the paper. The paper contains facts.
Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more.
The city of Douglas in Wyoming is home to the mythical jackalope, a creation of a man named Douglas Herrick. Douglas, he lives in Douglas. I don't know about you, but I would have moved if I was him.
Now, Wyoming is where a jackalope you can see, and to hunt them, Douglas is the place to be.
It's called the jackalope capital of the world because many years ago, the Indians and the trappers that were around this country were the first ones to spot them.
Local literature claims sightings of jackalopes were frequent among intoxicated cowboys and UFO groupies, which may explain the frequent sightings in this part of Wyoming.
The jackalope is a jackrabbit with antlers. That's the simplest way I can explain it, and it doesn't exist. According to Douglas's brother Ralph, he and his brother came back from hunting, threw a dead jackrabbit on the floor, and it slid towards some deer horns. Both of them looked at it and thought, bloody hell, that's a rabbit with antlers. Let's put it on a mount. And then after that, they probably thought, let's make some mad money. So they made a bunch of them and they sold them. I'm not surprised that people bought them because they do look kind of cool, like they look a little bit interesting. They're a staple at dive bars across the USA, probably because they do look cool. And on a book note, they're referenced heavily in one of my favourite books of all time, which is Sarah by J.T. Leroy. Highly recommend. Most people know P.T. Barnum from The Greatest Showman film, which completely brushed over the fact that he built his fortune and fame off of the back of an enslaved black woman named Joyce Heth. And I think that's important to mention when talking about people like P.T. Barnum, a man who bought Joyce and exhibited her in her old age, claiming that she was 161 years old and that she was the nurse of George Washington. Even in death, Joyce Heth wasn't allowed any dignity because P.T. Barnum made her autopsy public and people paid to watch. There is so much that I could say about this absolutely vile man, but let's talk about the Fiji Mermaid, which is one of his most infamous hoaxes. People first heard of the Fiji Mermaid via a man called Dr. J. Griffin, who claimed to be part of the British Lyceum of Natural History. He'd been sending the press letters throughout 1842, letting them know that he'd be arriving in New York with a mermaid that he had found in the Fiji Islands. Thing is though, Dr. Griffin didn't actually exist, and he was actually actually a man named Levi Lyman who'd been working in cahoots with P.T. Barnum. The letters were a marketing tactic, basically. They were designed to build hype over this so-called mermaid, which was later housed at P.T. Barnum's museum. P.T. Barnum actually got involved in the promotion of the mermaid, sending out pamphlets with images of beautiful looking mermaids on it, but the reality of the Fiji mermaid was a terrifyingly shriveled creature, proper grim. P.T. Barnum had actually acquired the mermaid from a man named Moses Kimball, who was another hoaxer. Just fucking hoaxers everywhere. And he had gotten it from a Japanese fisherman. It's a chimp sewn onto a fish. It's kind of gruesome, but in a way it's kind of endearing. And a similar type creature can be found at Marsh's Free Museum in Long Beach, Washington. He's called Jake the Alligator Man, and apparently he's half man, half alligator. And I visited him myself back in 2015, and I must say it was a truly spiritual experience.
There's a ghost in my house.
Here's where it's going to get controversial, because we are diving into the world of ghost stories. And I just want to be clear at the front, I don't believe in ghosts. We've established that I am very much a skeptic, but I do also find these stories absolutely fascinating. I'd say I'm like an agnostic when it comes to this kind of thing. Like, there are plenty of things that I can't explain, but I gravitate towards the more rational answer. And I love listening to Art Bell's Ghost to Ghost as much as the next person. But there are also a ton of people that will swear blindly that stories like the Enfield poltergeist aren't hoaxes and are very much real. But I think looking at the evidence is important, so let's get into it. The story begins in 1977 in Enfield, which is a borough in North London. Peggy Hodgson is a single mother with 4 children living at 284 Green Street. She has 2 sons, Johnny and Billy, and 2 daughters, Margaret and Janet. Peggy had put her kids to sleep when she heard screaming coming from their bedroom. And obviously thinking it was just like kids messing around, she decided to go and tell them to be quiet. But when she got into the room, she found both Margaret and her brother terrified. And they told her that a chest of drawers was moving towards their bedroom door.
Me and my brother, we were sitting down to bed one evening and we could hear this shuffling noise. And Mum coming because she could hear us shouting and screaming, and we said that the chest of drawers was moving.
Peggy obviously thought that it was kids being kids and didn't really believe them at first, but then she saw it with her own 2 eyes and was obviously terrified.
But she see it move for herself, and then at one point she couldn't push it back, and then she got quite upset.
So Peggy goes and gets her neighbour Vic, and he came in, heard the noises coming from the bedroom, and was terrified himself, runs out the house. They end up calling the police, and PC Caroline Heaps claims that she saw a large armchair move across the floor.
She said at the time a large armchair moved unassisted 4 feet across the floor. This is the police. Eventually the officers left, telling you that the incidents were not a police matter and you couldn't find anyone breaking the law.
The Hodgsons stay in the house, and I know some people will be like, well, why didn't they move? But Peggy's a single mum with 4 children in the late 1970s. I'm going to assume that moving house wouldn't have been an easy or affordable task for them. According to the family, the haunting went on for 18 months, with all kinds of strange events happening, from levitation to furniture turning over to fires igniting, and Janet claims that a curtain wrapped itself around her neck. Peggy calls the Daily Mirror, who sent a photographer called Graham Morris to the house, and that photographer claimed that a piece of Lego hit him in the face. Graham's camera was also responsible for getting the infamous pictures of Janet levitating out of bed, and both of them claim that the camera was set up in the room to take continuous photographs. Now, I'm not sure whether that's 100% true. I wasn't there, so I'm comfortable in saying I don't know, but if you look at the photographs, they could easily be Janet jumping out of bed, which I will note she does categorically deny.
Well, I was in bed and it's like I felt cold hands, and there was like a force that sort of pulled me out of bed, and sometimes I'd be pulled to my bedroom door, sometimes I'd be pulled up into the air.
How come the newspaper journalist was taking a picture of you whilst you were in your bed? Did you just fly? He happened to be there at the time.
No, he didn't. He wasn't there at the time. No, it was the camera was on continuous drive.
I see. So it was recording all the time.
Yes.
That was. I see.
So the Daily Mirror are like, right, we're onto something here, and they end up calling in the Society of Cyclical Research, which is a society set up to study paranormal events. Maurice Grosse was part of this society, and he was sent out to the house to investigate. Maurice had actually gotten involved in paranormal research after the death of his daughter, and he claimed to have experienced a lot of unexplainable events after her death. Now, it's not abnormal for people to have these kind of experiences when someone incredibly close to them dies. I know a lot of people who claim to have been visited by their dead relatives, and I'm not really in the business of debunking deeply personal experiences. All I will say is that the human brain is incredibly powerful. Maurice spends a while at the house with another member of the society, Guy Lyon Playfair, and both of them claim to experience the poltergeist. Janet is the one who experiences the most activity with the poltergeist, which begins to talk through her.
Well, perhaps Guy, perhaps you've got something to say to them.
Yeah. I'd like to know how you make this noise without bashing Janet's vocal cords to pieces. If I do it for half a minute, I get a sore throat.
Goose chases here.
The voice is allegedly a man named Bill Wilkins, who had actually died in the house years before. Now, I have to admit, the voice that came out of Janet is scary. Like, it's deep, haunting, and if I was in the room, I'd absolutely shit myself. Now, Janet herself admits to faking certain incidents around the house to see if Maurice and Guy would find out. And she says that all of the times that they faked something, they'd immediately be caught. However, many skeptics have claimed that the audio recordings are the girls faking voices. And some of the subject matter in the recordings is quite juvenile in nature. But again, Janet says she wasn't faking any of this. This is obviously the late 1970s, and the story is happening in the wake of movies like The Exorcist, and the voice that Janet gives is kind of similar. Now, I'm not saying that she's lying, but there's a lot in this story that points to it being a hoax. You've already got children admitting to fabricating certain events, albeit also claiming that they only fabricated around 2% of them. You've also got these two blokes investigating who already want to believe, like, they're in this house investigating impressionable children, and I think that should give us some pause. Like, you've essentially got an entire house full of people that want to believe in something, which is definitely going to cloud their ability to think rationally about what's happening. But again, I wasn't there.
It upsets me deep down to think that they can't give us an open mind, the ones that just put it down completely. But all I can say to them is I wish they can experience the same thing as what we went through. They certainly wouldn't say it was false or a fake or it was child playing or anything of that kind.
You wasn't there, love. You don't know.
Do you know who was there? Ed and Lorraine Warren, who were obviously convinced that it was a spirit, demon, whatever. And that leads us nicely to their most famous case, the Amityville Horror. I am no fan of Ed and Lorraine Warren, but I know that they have legions of fans, a lot of them stemming from the Conjuring movie franchise. And I think there's a huge difference between the Ed and Lorraine that are depicted on screen and the Ed and Lorraine that actually existed in real life. They catapulted onto the paranormal investigation scene after two friends claimed that their doll was possessed by the spirit of a girl named Annabelle. Before that, they had founded the New England Society of Psychic Research. They were Roman Catholics, and Lorraine's view was that those not religious were more susceptible to attacks from demons. I think before we dive into the Amityville Horror, the history of Ed and Lorraine Warren is important to highlight. These two essentially had an entire career built off of religious fundamentalism and satanic panic, but somehow their legacy hasn't been tainted by this. They were heavily involved in the case of Arne Johnson, which was the premise for the last Conjuring movie that came out called The Devil Made Me Do It, where they essentially claimed that a demon was possessing an 11-year-old boy named David Glatzel.
David was in the very beginning stages of demonic possession.
And that when an exorcism took place, the demon then went on to possess Arne.
Arne Johnson, who was a young man that was engaged to his sister, Debbie, would help every night to control the boy. But he made a fatal mistake. One night he said, and he screamed at these devils, "Take me on. Leave my little buddy alone."
Who then went on to murder his landlord, Alan Bono. At the trial, they basically asserted that the demon had done it and not On.
But I could understand the judge's feelings too. He didn't want to be known as the judge who allowed the devil made me do it case into his courtroom.
David's brother Carl claims that the entire possession story was a hoax created by Ed and Lorraine Warren, saying that they had told the family that the story would make them millionaires and help get On out of jail. There are also allegations that Ed Warren was in a relationship with a 15-year-old who lived in the house with him and Lorraine. I use quotation marks because a 15-year-old cannot be like in a relationship with an old-ass man. But if you want to hear more about that, then Grayson's project has a great video on it. But basically, the allegations towards these two supposedly devout Catholics are pretty horrifying. And it's not like the Roman Catholic Church needs more people giving it a bad name.
Child abuse, yeah!
The Amityville story is arguably the one that secured Ed and Lorraine the bag. Back in 1974, a man named Ronald DeFeo Jr. murdered 6 members of his family at 112 Ocean Avenue in Amityville, which is in Long Island, New York. Much like Arn Johnson would later go on to do, Ronald claimed that he had been possessed by a spirit. It was a horrifying case, and Ronald DeFeo ended up dying in prison. Just over a year after the murders, the Lutz family moved into the house where they stayed for 28 days before leaving, saying that the house was haunted and that it was so bad that they had just abandoned the house and all of their earthly possessions inside. But what exactly happened? Well, it's your typical haunting mixed with some darker stuff. The Lutzes said that their personalities began to change and that they would get incredibly angry with their children, eventually beating them. There were also foul smells, swarms of flies, levitation, and an apparent pig-like creature that would appear to the children, who named her Jody.
You say a friend of yours lives here and you've been in the house. Is there any truth to all these stories that it's haunted and there are weird smells and slime and all those other things?
Nothing at all. It's all a bunch of lies.
Well, how do you feel about all these tourists coming by and the movie opening and all of this? What do you think of that?
Well, I live right down the road and it's a pain in the neck because you can't even get down the block.
Obviously, after fleeing the house, they went to the press, who lapped the story up. Again, this is the 1970s, and a story with eerily similar details to the film The Exorcist, so it's no wonder that the press were all over it. Ed and Lorraine showed up, and Lorraine said that she could feel a demonic presence. I'm thinking that she was maybe just picking up on Ed's vibe. And Ed said that he was attacked by a sinister force. Now, all of the usual suspects converge on the house, wanting to get a piece of the demonic pie.
That's why the investigation was held, and people from different psychic research groups that at least we could check their credentials were called in and asked to come in.
But journalists that were there claimed that nothing really out of the ordinary happened. And news anchor Marvin Scott said, "The only voices I heard were of my crew wanting to know when we were going to eat the sandwiches that we brought along." That feels very relatable. That feels like what I would do if I was in a haunted house. I'd be like, I don't care about these ghosts. Where's the sandwiches? The Lutzes passed a polygraph test, which many point to as definitive proof that they were telling the truth. But lie detectors are inadmissible in court, and they're often wrong, despite the outstanding track record of Maury Povich.
The lie detector test determined that was a lie.
The story gained even more attention when it was turned into the book The Amityville Horror by Jay Anson, which is fictional but based on a true story. But it's not a true story. It's most definitely a hoax, and it has been debunked over and over again. The Lutz family were alleged to have been in debt, and many claim that this story was a way to try and get out of their mortgage, or to get money from a book deal, which eventually they did get. The defense lawyer for Ronald DeFeo, William Weber, claims that he cooked up the story with the Lutzes over a few bottles of wine.
I had photographs of the crime scene, and based upon the photographs and other facts that I had related, we developed what ultimately turned out to be part of the Lutz's version of the possession aspect of the case.
Convenient for him, I guess, because he can use the demonic defense for his client and get some money out of the back end. The Lutzes ended up suing him for invasion of privacy, but then he countersued for fraud and breach of contract, and they both settled out of court. Later down the line, Ronald DeFeo said that William Weber had insisted that he claimed insanity because it would make for a more lucrative book and film deal. Now, in 2013, Daniel Lutz, who was just a child when his family moved into the house, claimed that his dad had been dabbling with the occult and had essentially summoned the demon. Look, it doesn't matter what I say about this or what other skeptics say about it. People are always going to believe if it fits in with their ideology. Like with all of this stuff, debunking makes no difference to the mind of a true believer who's just looking for someone to reinforce what they already feel is true. And believing in ghosts opens up the possibility of life after death. And who doesn't want to live forever? As for Ed and Lorraine, they claim that the demons they encountered at Amityville followed them home. Again, I think they just might be referring to Ed. Back in 2015, Elizabeth Holmes was on top of the world. She had been named by Forbes magazine as the youngest and wealthiest self-made female billionaire because of the blood testing company that she had created, Theranos. Elizabeth had always wanted to make it rich, and her family have spoken about a child that was extremely competitive, especially when it came to Monopoly. Now, that's the kind of game that's going to give you a bit of insight into the psyche of the people playing. And personally, when I'm playing Monopoly, I can't wait for it to be over. But Elizabeth wanted to play until the very end, and allegedly, if she didn't win, then she'd storm off. First red flag. Elizabeth started her own business when she was in high school. She sold computer programs to Chinese universities. She studied chemical engineering at Stanford University, but she ended up dropping out to create what was then called real-time cures. The idea was to be able to run numerous blood tests with only a small sample. Think like if you've ever done a blood sugar test, like you just get a small prick on the finger and then it's over with. She was motivated by a fear of needles herself, but numerous professors told her that it was basically impossible to do this. But she ended up raising a ton of money from venture capitalists, and she began to style herself after Steve Jobs with the turtleneck jumper and all. She was one of those people that like never took holidays and made sure that everybody else knew about it. She wanted to work constantly, and because of that, like she wanted her staff to work constantly too. She'd get dinner catered to the office, she'd track when her employees arrived and left, that kind of stuff. Now, I used to work in marketing many years ago, and that's not uncommon behaviour. Like, I always say that if an office is catering dinner or all of these other like so-called incentives, it's usually because they want you to spend the best part of your life there and like never detach from your work. It's this really shitty hustle culture. It's like work like 23 hours a day, grind, anyone can make it, privilege doesn't matter, self-made billionaire. It's like Gary Vaynerchuk being like, do you know what is a privilege? Not having money.
You know what I think is a better advantage than fucking being born into something? Being born into nothing.
Like the most tone-deaf bullshit. But Elizabeth was incredibly privileged, and her father was the vice president of Enron. Second red flags. There's so many red flags in this girl's childhood. So Elizabeth is building this company, and they're getting a lot of acclaim because they are bringing in a ton of investors and loads of money. She ends up speaking on panels with people like Bill Clinton, another red flag, and various tech bros that I don't really care about. Theranos also had a partnership with Walgreens to launch in-store blood sample collection centres, and she also partnered up with a bunch of private healthcare providers. But things started to go sour, as they often do, and in August 2015 the FDA started to investigate Theranos, basically saying that the tests they were launching had major inaccuracies. There was an investigation that came out in the Wall Street Journal in October 2015 that blew the lid off the entire thing.
This is what happens when you work to change things, and first they think you're crazy, then they fight you, and then all of a sudden you change the world. And I have to say, I personally was shocked to see that the journal would publish something like this.
Theranos were claiming that their finger prick test would be able to analyse everything from cholesterol to cancer, and they had created a blood testing machine that they named Edison to do it. But Edison was more useless than a glass hammer, so they actually ended up running the blood test through traditional blood testing labs, and essentially it didn't work. In 2018, Elizabeth Holmes was charged with 9 counts of wire fraud, fraud and 2 counts of conspiracy to commit wire fraud. But she went on to live her best life and get married to another child of privilege that she had met at Burning Man. I wouldn't go to Burning Man if you paid me, because it is full of people like this. It's like rich people larping it up in the desert, and I am not about that life. It's the most insufferable people in the world go to Burning Man. I'm sorry, I apologise if you go to Burning Man, but most of them are insufferable. Anyway, her trial is currently ongoing and she is facing up to 20 years in prison. And people who worked closely with her say that she feels wronged, like Salem witch trial levels of wrong. And I don't really have the words for that, so let's just end it by saying gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. Back in 2014, Alistair Moffat, the managing director of a company called Scotland's DNA, claimed that because of climate change, ginger or red hair was going to become extinct. He said, "We think red hair in Scotland, Ireland and the north of England is an adaptation to the climate. We do not get enough sun and have to get all the vitamin D we can." But he was making the whole thing up. His company deals in genetic ancestry packages, where for a mere £25 extra, you can find out whether you have the redhead gene. He had a bit of a long and sordid history of deceiving the media when it comes to stories about genetics, because obviously if he can get a little bit of airtime and his name in the paper, then his company Scotland's DNA gets a mention too, and that could potentially lead to new business. So no, gingers are not going extinct, and Alistair Moffat wasn't a doctor, but The Guardian did refer to him as such, later printing a retraction in which they said they were a little hasty in awarding him a doctorate. This one is such a stupid story, and it stems from a YouTube video that claims that a white onion soaked in Gatorade can produce enough electric to charge an iPod. The people that made the video claim that the electrolytes in Gatorade get stored in the cells of an onion, but I feel like the cost of buying an onion and then like a bottle of Gatorade would be more expensive than just like using a plug. But I guess it's a fun science experiment that's total bollocks. It doesn't work. Let's move on. This next one has to be one of the most American stories to exist. On March 22nd, 2005, a woman named Anna Ayala went to Wendy's in search of a good meal. That was her first mistake. She ordered the chili, and when she went to eat it, she found a severed human finger floating around alongside the chunks of meat. Obviously, she's traumatized and she decides to sue and alert the media. Who wouldn't?
She found a finger in her bowl of chili at a Wendy's in San Jose, California. We turn now to Anna Ayala and her attorney, Jeffrey Janoff.
Well, as I was eating my chili, and I usually crack all my crackers and just put them in there, mix it all around, and started eating the way usually people eat. And suddenly I chew something that's kind of hard, crunchy.
The Santa Clara Medical Examiner's Office investigated the finger, and they said that it didn't come from any employee at Wendy's. Because you'd think that if somebody literally lost a finger, that there would be a record of it, or at least somebody working there would be like, oh my god, yeah, it was Dave, like his bloody finger got chopped off the other day, like he lost his whole ass finger. It was widely reported in the media, and Wendy's lost an estimated $21 million of business. Because who wants to eat somewhere where there's the possibility of body parts floating around in your food? I feel like I'm going to get the vegans coming for me for that comment. But here's the thing. Anna planted the finger there herself. Her husband Jamie had gotten it from a co-worker who had lost it at work, which really tells you something about the state of America and healthcare in general. Like, instead of keeping this poor guy's finger, taking him to a doctor and like reattaching it, they're like, give me that finger, I'm gonna scam Wendy's. And look, I'm not defending them, but I do respect this hustle more than Elizabeth Holmes. This is my kind of rise and grind culture. Anna ended up getting sentenced to 9 years in prison, which is a lot, and it does show up the way different classes are treated. You've got Anna, who put a finger in a bowl of chili, getting sentenced to 9 years, and then you've got Elizabeth Holmes, who created billions of wealth out of a scam and ripped off multiple people. She goes to Burning Man, gets married as a kid. Just like madness. Wendy's Chili wasn't Anna's only lawsuit. She's got a long history of scams, and she recently got 2 years in jail for trying to cover for her son who shot himself in the leg. I'm not trying to defend her, like obviously what she did was wrong. I'm just saying, like, comparatively, Elizabeth Holmes is up for 20 years max. This woman, Anna, puts her finger in a bowl of chili. She got sentenced to 9 years. I don't think she served the whole 9 years, but she still got sent. Like, so it's like, how does Elizabeth Holmes, who does all that, like literally defrauding billions, get only double the sentence? Make that make sense to me. Anyway, let's move on. This is a hoax that began on 4chan, where people had photoshopped a tweet from Entertainment Tonight saying that Justin Bieber had been sadly diagnosed with cancer and that his fans were shaving their heads in solidarity. Hashtag bald for Bieber. They also photoshopped tweets from Justin himself saying, "I love my awesome fans for shaving their heads and helping me get through this." Then a user named Bald for Bieber uploaded an out of context clip of people getting their heads shaved live on a radio station, saying that these people were going bald for Bieber, but they weren't. It was for a 2010 concert ticket giveaway. In reality, nobody fell for this hoax. It just started trending on Twitter and people were talking about it, but no fans actually shaved their heads. Every now and again on Facebook, you might see a viral post from somebody claiming that a billionaire is going to be giving away a large part of their fortune if you just do this one thing. There's a hilarious post of Bill Gates holding up a bit of paper saying, "Hey Facebook, if you smash that mother effing share button, I'll give you $5,000. I always deliver. I mean, I bought you Windows XP, right?" Almost 400,000 people shared that. Like, they looked at it and they went, why not? Got nothing to lose. But I do have to say, this is probably the most harmless thing that has been shared about Bill Gates on Facebook. Let's move on. Despite having wings, penguins can't actually fly. Their wings are for swimming and they can go pretty damn fast underwater. But on April Fool's Day 2008, the BBC released a trailer for a film called Miracles of Evolution. In the trailer, it claims that certain penguins have developed the ability to fly, travelling thousands of miles to the rainforests of South America. The trailer was narrated by Terry Jones from Monty Python, directed by Professor Aled Loyas, and the Daily Mirror published the news about flying penguins on their front page. But they were basically all working in cahoots with each other. It was an elaborate April Fool's Day hoax, and Professor Aled Loyas was an anagram of April Fools. And last but certainly not least, on the second tier of the hoax iceberg is Birdman, also known as Jarno Smeets, who was a mechanical engineer from the Netherlands who was obsessed with the idea of human flight. Jarno wanted to learn how to fly and created a website called humanbirdwings.net. On YouTube, he can be seen flapping these massive wings and achieving what we all dream of, human flight. He detailed his life on YouTube and on his blog, talking about his dreams of flight and how he was inspired by his grandpa and this entire life story, basically. The only thing is, Jarno Smeets doesn't actually exist, and he was actually a man named Floris Cake, who was a digital artist who created Jarno as an art project, which was basically about the media and online storytelling. So sadly, penguins can't fly, and neither can we.
We've been told that this is quite a dangerous bear that's been known to attack people.
Hi guys, so this is my first video vlog.
The Taco Liberty Bell?
Yeah.
Good evening. Approximately 7 minutes ago at 6:53 p.m., the Space Needle collapsed.
Bummer about the needle.
But wait until you hear what's happened to one of the most cherished symbols of American freedom.
Back on April 1st, 1983, a newspaper called the Durand Express in Michigan reported that a strangely named chemical called dihydrogen monoxide had been found in Michigan's water pipes. They reported that inhaling this strange substance would nearly always result in death and that it could also cause severe blistering of the skin. But dihydrogen monoxide is actually the technical name for water. Now, there have been multiple iterations of this like water is poison hoax from over the years, from a parody organisation called the Coalition to Ban Dihydrogen Monoxide, which was created by a bunch of students in the early 90s, to a website created by a man named Craig Jackson in 1994, which claimed that the American government had refused to ban this toxic chemical. But it was a 14-year-old science project that really got people talking about dihydrogen monoxide. So Nathan Zona actually got people to sign petitions to ban this substance for his project titled How Gullible Are We? And the answer, it seems, is very bloody gullible.
Ban it from school?
Yeah, ban it from school.
We have it at school?
We do have it at school.
Oh yeah, then we should definitely ban it. I don't want to die.
Do you know what dihydrogen monoxide is?
Yeah, you said it burns people.
It's water. In its gas state, water can burn people. It's an acid rain because it's water.
Why are you trying to trick me now?
Although, in the case of towns like Flint, Michigan, the water is literally poison. I have no doubt that most of you watching this video have seen this photograph of a tourist standing on the top of the World Trade Center with a plane in the background. Now, it's obviously a fake, but many people spread it around the internet claiming that it was real. And it was a photograph of Peter Guzli, who was a Hungarian tourist, and the photograph was actually taken in 1997. Now, after the events of 9/11, Peter edited the plane into the background and sent it round to his mates. Now, it's a bit of banter, it's what it's supposed to be, but obviously the people that he sent it to must have sent it on to somebody else, and then it takes on a life of its own and suddenly it's everywhere all over the internet. He became a very early meme, with websites set up in late 2001, photoshopping him into all manner of other catastrophic events, including JFK's assassination, Oklahoma City, Godzilla, and my personal favourite, speed. Interestingly, a man named Jose Roberto Pentedo, who was a Brazilian businessman, claimed to be the tourist guy, obviously seeing his opportunity to score some clout. And he got interviewed a bunch of times, and he was even offered to be in a Volkswagen TV advert, which is mental that Volkswagen, just a few months after 9/11, thought, you know what, like, let's get that tourist guy in an advert. Time and time again in this series, I'm absolutely baffled by humanity. The story of the Cardiff Giant begins with a man named George Hull, who was a tobacconist who made cigars, and he got into a bit of a debate with a revivalist minister about Genesis 6:4, which says there were giants in the earth in those days. Now, George Hull had a good eye for a money-making idea, and the biblical passage inspired him to create the Cardiff Giant. In 1868, in Fort Dodge, Iowa, George Hull hired a stonecutter to carve a 5-ton block of gypsum into the statue of a giant. He made the stonecutter swear not to tell anyone that he had carved the giant, and he also used various different chemicals to make the giant statue look like really old, like a relic that he'd dug up. Overall, the hoax cost him $2,600 to create, which is around $51,000 in today's money, which is a lot of money for a very risky investment. He then shipped the giant to a farm in Cardiff in New York, where it was buried in a pit, and then in 1869, the farmer hired workmen to dig up the spot where the giant had been buried the year prior, and thus it was found. Now, in true entrepreneurial spirit, they put a tent over the giant and charged people to come and look at it. And it was bloody popular. They ended up jacking up the prices almost immediately. Obviously, the discovery of a petrified giant got the attention of geologists, and it was first examined by a geologist called John F. Boynton, who came up with a theory that the giant had been carved by a French Jesuit in the 16th or 17th century to impress Native Americans. Then, a paleontologist from Yale examined it, and he called it a most decided humbug. It's basically the 1800s way of saying a load of old tosh. George Hull ended up making $23,000 from the hoax when he agreed to sell it. And our favourite racist hoaxer, P.T. Barnum, wanted a slice of the action, and he offered to buy it for $50,000. But the blokes that bought it off of George were like, nah mate, this is our cash cow. But in classic Barnum fashion, he decided to make his own. In 1869, George Hull came forward and declared that the whole thing was a fake. He spilled the beans on everything, and the Cardiff giant is still on display today at the Farmers Museum in Cooperstown, New York. Back on April Fool's Day in 2010, an online shop named ThinkGeek put out a strange advertisement for a new tasty treat, canned unicorn meat. It was just a novelty item. It was something that you'd find in a joke shop. But ThinkGeek went a step further and used the tagline, "The new white meat," which was remarkably similar to the trademarked tagline used by the National Pork Board, which is the other white meat. Honestly, the things I have to say on this channel. Now, because it was similar, the National Pork Board sent ThinkGeek a cease and desist, because of course they did. And Ceci Snyder of the National Pork Board, I'm sorry, those are some of the funniest words that I've spoken on this channel. Ceci Snyder said, "We certainly understand that unicorns don't exist. Yes, it's funny, but if you don't respond, you are opening up your trademark to challenges." In all seriousness, these animal agriculture boards are packed full of capitalist swine who are more concerned about fake unicorn meat and selling as much pork as possible than they are about people like Renee Miller, who have to live near the waste lagoons of the pork industry, subjecting them to all manner of health conditions. Sorry, we're getting political, but fuck the pork board. Koala bears, the sweet-looking marsupial that lives in Australia. Big fluffy ears, strange but cute nose. They're adorable, right? Wrong. See, according to legend, there is a particularly carnivorous species of koala bears that attack those without Australian accents. Say hello to the drop bear.
So drop bears are a close cousin of the koala, but they're actually really vicious. So it's sort of like a dingo and a normal domestic dog. They're bigger, they've got longer claws. They've actually got really small fangs, and the interesting thing about the fangs is they have a really mild venom. It's not like a snake venom that can make you really sick, but it just causes a lot of really local irritation.
Alright, I'm just gonna flat hand. Okay. Oh, he's fucking yours now.
Okay.
Yeah, just
okay.
No fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice and steady with the bear.
Yeah.
Keep him calm.
Yep.
Everybody looks very worried about this. I'm trying not to be worried because I'm being told that he can sense if I'm worried.
Now, drop bears don't exist. It's a particularly hilarious pastime of Australians to trick non-Australian tourists into thinking that there's like these rabid bears that are going to drop from the trees and like absolutely wreck you. One of the earliest written accounts of drop bears was in the Canberra Times in 1982, but it's been around earlier than that. I remember my grandma spent a lot of time in Australia, and she would talk about like spiders that would bite you when you go to the toilet, and she basically painted Australia as like this land full of dangerous wildlife, which isn't not true, but it's also a bit of an exaggeration. There's this ad for Bundaberg rum that shows a group of tourists being targeted with a hoax by a bunch of Australians as a ploy to get them to join their camp.
Jeez, I wouldn't camp there for you.
There's drop bears.
Drop bears?
Like a bigger, meaner koala bear.
Then they drop from the tree.
I guess drop bears are in the same category as like jackalopes and other more humorous forms of cryptid. They don't really have the same level of believers as like a Bigfoot or a Loch Ness monster. But either way, be careful when you're in Australia. Here's where things get a little bit dark, and here's where some of the code wording begins that I'm sure you will love. Now, red rooms are a myth, but many will swear blindly that they're real with very little evidence. But obviously that doesn't stop people when it comes to building up salacious conspiracies or hoaxes, as we've seen. Now, am I saying that this kind of content doesn't exist? Like, absolutely not. We know, unfortunately, that it does. But that doesn't make red rooms real. So what are they? Type the words into YouTube and you're going to get a bunch of varying content from people that start their videos like, "What's up guys? Welcome back to my channel. Here's some torture videos." Red rooms claim to be a live streamed paid for service on the dark web where viewers can interact with what's going on, and what's going on is murder. There have been so many moral panics about the dark web and all of the things that go on there, but arguably the regular internet has just as much dark and horrific content. Like, I literally remember watching beheading videos when I was like 13 in IT class. The thing about Red Rooms is there's no first-hand evidence, and a lot of the stills and stories that people put forward are often like creepy pasta type content or people just making like weird art projects. But YouTubers will continue to mine this hoax for content, putting dark and scary music over the top of videos that show absolutely nothing to elicit fear and intrigue out of the person watching.
He's doing obviously something in the bowl, and he's holding something, he's mixing it, and it looks like he's doing some sort of ritual, it seems like, and that's definitely creepy. And you can see that the only lighting in this room is just from the candles, and I don't know. And then, oh my god, look at, and he just zoomed up on this. That's so creepy. It almost looks like there's two heads coming out the sides of this cross, and then the video just cuts.
The myth has definitely been helped along by Hollywood, with one of the earliest iterations of a Red Room type story coming from the 1983 film Videodrome.
Television is reality, and reality is less than television.
And later peaking with films like Chat Room in the 2000s. But like I said before, sadly, if you want to find disturbing content on the internet, you don't have to go to the dark web. In the 1950s, the Cooper family moved into a new home in Texas. They took a photograph of the mother and the grandmother posing with two children at their dining room table. Smiley, happy, totally normal, until they developed the photograph and saw what looked like a hanging body next to them. How could this be? This is such a stupid one. Essentially, the photograph was uploaded onto this website on the 14th of November 2009, and the story about the family, also not true, at least not verifiably. It appears to be like a creepypasta type story, and the figure next to the family was most likely added when it was uploaded to the internet. But some people on Reddit like to claim that the photograph isn't photoshopped and that it's a hoax from the 1950s. But again, there's little verifiable proof of that. But I will say that the family all appear to be squished to the right of the photograph, which does leave space for the fallen body to appear on the left side. So it's definitely possible that this was an inventive 1950s hoax. Who bloody knows?
There's a pineapple under the sea. Absorbent and yellow and porous is he.
One thing that I never knew was just how many people are fascinated by lost media. There's tons of YouTube videos dedicated to the topic. There's subreddits, iceberg charts, the whole shebang. And I do kind of understand it, because there is nothing more exciting than the idea of finding something that you thought was lost forever. But sadly, in most of these cases of lost media, either the media doesn't actually exist or it really is gone forever. A Day with SpongeBob was a mockumentary of SpongeBob distributed by Regal Films. And the premise of the film is that SpongeBob lives above ground like all Hollywood superstars. Afraid that SpongeBob is becoming old news, his boss runs a contest called Spend a Day with SpongeBob. The contest makes SpongeBob the talk of the town as thousands of kids enter to win. The lucky winner is Seth, and he is ecstatic about his day with SpongeBob. However, the day becomes a roller coaster ride as things do not go quite the way they planned. Sounds great. It sounds like a delightful, unauthorized kids movie. And as far as I can ascertain, A Day with SpongeBob first appeared on Amazon, and it had a release date, but the release date was missed, and it started people going down the rabbit hole to find out what happened to it. Now, some people claimed that the film was available for a day, which led people to assume that it was still available to find somewhere. It was YouTubers that really made this popular, with Blame It on George making a video and another YouTuber called Rebel Taxi making one as well. People were spreading all sorts of rumours about what this film was about. Some people making up fake reviews saying that it includes violent content and hoping that it stays lost forever. Another YouTuber called Bedhead Bernie managed to track down the supposed creator of the film, who was a guy that went by the name Mr. Orange, obviously borrowed from Reservoir Dogs. And apparently he wanted to make like this John Hughes-esque movie about SpongeBob, and he was like pitching the film to see if there was any interest in it. And he also ended up releasing 5 pages of the script, thus basically confirming that the film's script did exist, but it had never actually been made. This is such a strange one that people got like really obsessed with, but whatever floats your boat, I guess. I don't judge. Seattle is the home of everyone's favourite radio psychiatrist Frasier, the birthplace of grunge, and home to the Space Needle. There's obviously a lot more in Seattle, those are just the things that come to my mind first. The Space Needle is a big tourist attraction. It's one of those things that you go and you see it once and you're like, oh, there it is, and then you're done. You never need to see it again. But on April Fool's Day 1989, King TV, which was the local station for Seattle, broadcasted a terrifying announcement that the Space Needle had collapsed.
We interrupt our regularly scheduled programming for the following special report.
Good evening. Approximately 7 minutes ago at 6:53 p.m., the Space Needle collapsed. Information at this point is incomplete. We do know that injuries are minimal. Fortunately, the needle was nearly empty when the accident occurred. A maintenance man who was working on the lower level has apparently been taken to Harborview's emergency room for minor injuries.
It was part of a sketch comedy show that was called Almost Live, which interestingly launched the careers of Bill Nye the Science Guy and Joel McHale. I actually saw Joel McHale jogging on the path leading up to the Hollywood sign in LA back in like 2018, and that man has like really rich looking skin. Like his skin was just like screaming, I've got money. And I don't know whether that's a weird comment, mate, but I'm going to leave it in. Anyway, the Space Needle hadn't collapsed. It was very obviously an April Fool's Day joke, and the footage literally said April Fool's Day. But apparently the police got a whole bunch of phone calls from locals, and obviously it's important to remember this was 1989. Information obviously wasn't as widespread as it is now, so you couldn't just text your mate and be like, have you seen the Space Needle still up?
I was walking along Mercer here, and I heard this sound. It was like thunder, and I looked up and it was swaying. It went over. It was like somebody just kicked the bottom out from under it. You wouldn't believe it.
Apparently, over 700 people called the Space Needle itself to find out. I can't even imagine how annoying it must have been to work the phones on that day. Almost Live were forced to issue an apology, and the whole thing blew over eventually. But I did find this great clip from a trashy movie called 10.5 where the Space Needle collapses due to an earthquake, and I'm just going to show it to you anyway.
Is there life on Mars?
Personally, I miss the days of chain emails. You remember when it was all like, forward this on to 10 friends or else something terrible is going to happen to you? You know, like the kinder, gentler days of the internet. Nowadays, all I get are fake sponsorship opportunities and princesses whose dads have died and now they need my help to access their fortune. But back in 2003, a very interesting email hoax began to be circulated. It claimed that Earth is catching up with Mars in an encounter that will culminate in the closest approach between the two planets in recorded history. Mars was going to look as large as the moon, and you were to share this with your children and grandchildren, because no one alive today will ever see this again. Now, part of this email was true in that Mars was as close to Earth in 2003 as it will be until August 28th, 2287. But the confusion actually arose from the sentence, at a modest 75 power magnification, Mars will look as large as the full moon to the naked eye. Now, when we look at the email, we see the 75 power magnification part is in very small writing, and in the big writing is Mars will look as large as the full moon to the naked eye. Humans are stupid. We hear what we want to hear. So instead of hearing that Mars enlarged 75 times will look as big as the moon, we focus on the end of the sentence and then look like absolute idiots when we're staring up to the sky trying to find fucking Mars. YouTubers are the worst. As a YouTuber myself, I feel like I can say that. There's a section of people on this site who will do just about anything for clicks, clout and AdSense money, from poisoning themselves to making people fight for cash to planting fake bombs to terrify people. Meet Troll Station.
What's going on, Troll Station? We got a bang house today. We got him. We got him. Let's go. Hey, you man. Hey, you man. Hey, no, come.
The content on this channel is lowest common denominator. The so-called humour is usually derived from either terrifying people or mocking marginalised groups like trans women. So obviously it's got a huge amount of subscribers and millions of views across their videos. But the clout chasing backfired when their cameraman, Dan Van Lee, also known as Digi Dan, was arrested on suspicion of placing a bomb hoax 8 times. He was put in prison for 9 months, and he said a big production for the Jackie Chan movie blew up a bus in London in February and didn't warn anybody apart from some local people. In a way, that impacted more people and scared a lot more people, but a small production does this low budget thing, and this is how it is dealt with. Somehow, I don't really think they're the same. I mean, I'm not a big advocate for just throwing people in jail, and I think there probably could have been a better way to handle it than like locking him up for 9 months. But it's really arrogant of a channel like Troll Station to call themselves like a low budget production when they're just a trash YouTube channel.
And the co-founder of Troll Station, Dan Van Lee, may now be facing a prison sentence over this prank, where a suitcase was left on the pavement in Lambeth and Southwark last September.
He placed an article, namely a briefcase, at various locations. I'm very worried for him. We all know there's a serious chance he could go to prison for it.
The channel Troll Station isn't that popular anymore, and I'm kind of glad about that. Although this kind of content still thrives on platforms like TikTok, with those absolute arseholes that fight workers in supermarkets for some unknown reason.
Currently in the stock room.
Actually, I don't know why I'm saying that. We all know the reason. This kind of content gets millions of views, and it requires the least amount of effort and work to produce. You don't need to make anything informative or worthwhile. You could just go and start swinging at people that make minimum wage in the middle of a pandemic at Tesco. 2 cheers for the creator economy. What would you do if you were just chilling, watching TV, living your life, and all of a sudden an emergency alert came on declaring a zombie outbreak? Now, I don't know about you, but I would probably pass out and shit myself. And back in 2013 in Great Falls, Montana, that actually happened with a threatening message about zombies hijacking the audio of an otherwise harmless teleshopping ad for a pancake maker. I mean, like an emergency alert. I'm not sure if they like shat themselves and passed out. I'm finished with my drink now. I'm just going to put it down.
Civil authorities in your area have reported that the bodies of the dead are rising from their graves and attacking the living. Follow the messages on screen that will be updated as information becomes available. Do not attempt to approach or apprehend these bodies as they are considered extremely dangerous. I repeat, civil authorities in your area have reported that the bodies of the dead are rising from their graves and attacking the living. Follow the messages on screen that will be updated as information becomes available.
It was a hijacking of the emergency alert system, which is a national warning system that basically allows the US president to address the public in case of a national emergency. Obviously, there weren't any zombies, but there were other hijackings across TV stations as far as Michigan. And to this day, I don't think they've figured out exactly who it was. But investigators believe the origin was somewhere other than the United States. Luckily, the police said that they didn't get any phone calls about it, so this attempt at creating a panic fell completely flat.
I'm so lonely, Mr. Lonely.
Back in the day, YouTube was a bit of a different place. It wasn't all makeup tutorials and true crime or people giving away large amounts of money in a garish spectacle. There are a ton of people that use the platform for making a video diary. And some people do still do that. There's a lot of great people that just vlog about their daily lives. Now, Lonely Girl 15 appeared to be one of them. She popped up on May 24th, 2006 with a strange video about dinosaurs, followed by her first ever video blog.
Hi guys, so this is my first video blog. I've been watching for a while and I really like a lot of you guys on here. My name is Bree, I'm 16. I don't really want to tell you where I live because you could like stalk me.
But here's the thing. Bree wasn't actually real. She was a creation of a company called Equal, who were creating a fictional web drama. And at first, everything seemed believable. She's filming these video diaries and we get a glimpse into her life and her friends. And then things take a sharp turn when we find out that Bree is actually part of a secret cult called the Hymn of One, which is the religious arm of an organisation called the Order. The story behind the Order is that Aleister Crowley once visited the Temple of Hathor, where he discovered that there was once a woman considered to be the living fountain of youth. This woman went on to have children, and apparently it's like a sacred bloodline, so Aleister Crowley decided to track them all down, and he created the Order. Obviously this is all fictional. The web series shifts from a vlog style to something more reminiscent of a drama when Bree is selected to be part of a ceremony for the Hymn of One, but she finds out that it's basically a front for the Order that are looking for what they call trait positive humans, basically humans from that sacred bloodline. So yes, it's a hoax in that the original web series was designed to be real. And this web series was hella popular back in the day, which is surprising now because you go on like the YouTube and it doesn't have that many views. But it did have a cult following, and people would analyze every single detail trying to find out if it was real or fictional. People were tracking the story and each new development. They were talking amongst themselves, trying to figure out what was going on. This kind of storytelling is still hugely popular on YouTube, and everybody loves an ARG. I think my favourite example of this kind of storytelling is probably Marble Hornets. Oh my god, I was obsessed back in the day. Also, an incredibly popular one at the moment is the Monument Mythos series, which I would recommend checking out if you haven't seen it and if you are a horror fan. The Liberty Bell is probably one of the most iconic tourist landmarks in the United States. Now, it's not my personal favourite. That one is Hole in the Rock in Utah. But people love the Liberty Bell. Back in 1996, Taco Bell decided to take out a full-page ad in 7 of the biggest US newspapers, including the New York Times. And the advertisement read that in an effort to help the national debt, Taco Bell had decided to buy the Liberty Bell and rename it the Taco Liberty Bell. They also hoped that it would prompt other corporations to take similar actions to reduce the country's debt. You know, instead of paying a decent share of corporate income tax.
Corporations already own the names to many of our national traditions. Tonight's NCAA men's basketball finals is at the Continental Airlines Arena.
I think corporate sponsorships are the wave of the future in many things.
Philadelphia Mayor Ed Rendell seemed pleased with the deal.
I am a Taco Bell consumer.
Until the company said the Bell would be moved to its corporate headquarters in California.
But first, the Taco Liberty Bell will go on tour, starting here in Atlanta for the Olympics, sometime after April 1st.
Obviously, it wasn't true, but this was printed in the New York Times, and this was back when people still had a bit of faith in the media, so a lot of people believed in it. Apparently, thousands of people called the Taco Bell headquarters and the National Park Service in Philadelphia to find out if this advertisement was real or not.
How much did they get for it?
The company would not say.
Well, that's a slap in the face, isn't it?
And you know what they say? No such thing as bad publicity, because Taco Bell's sales allegedly increased by $600,000 the next day, and the entire stunt apparently banked them $25 million. $25? That's nothing. $25 million of free publicity. If you're around the same age as me, then this one is going to be a bit of a throwback. I remember hearing that Marilyn Manson got his lower ribs removed back in school so he could, like, you know where this is going. Interestingly, rumours around rib removal have quite a long history, and a lot of it has to do with the pursuit of an hourglass figure. And a lot of rumours circulated back in the Victorian times that women were getting their lowest ribs removed to create like a smaller waist. In the modern day, Amanda Lepore is alleged to have had her bottom ribs broken and pushed away to generate that hourglass figure. But Marilyn Manson didn't do this for aesthetics. I mean, he didn't do it at all. It's totally fake. But the idea of a celebrity doing this for non-aesthetic reasons was actually first attributed to Prince. The idea of doing certain acts to yourself actually seems to stretch all the way back to ancient Egypt. A very long and interesting history indeed. Now, Marilyn Manson went as far as to address the rumours by saying, "What people fail to understand is that the strange character I play on stage is exactly that. a character. In real life, I'm just a regular guy, not the kind of depraved weirdo who would permanently alter his own body to suck his own. Now, I would argue that recent developments prove that Marilyn Manson is indeed a depraved weirdo, and that removing his rib might have been the least harmful thing he ever did. And let us not forget everyone's favourite expert on just about everything, Joe Rogan, said recently that he was able to do this act on himself. And I'm wondering if that's one of the side effects of being hopped up on Alex Jones's super male vitality pills. If so, get it on the label.
Dr. Group's help, we have developed the ultimate male vitality supplement. This is the answer to the globalist war on male vitality with the estrogen mimickers they've added to the food and the water supply.
Oh my God!
It feels like so many entries on the hoax iceberg are just people having like a bit of a laugh, and then it's like people with no rational thinking skills and no sense of humour that start panicking and huffing about everything. And that exact thing happened back on April Fool's Day in 1980 when the BBC Overseas Service decided to report that Big Ben was swapping its famous clock face and going digital. The radio broadcast went as far as to say that the clock hands would be given away to the first 4 listeners to call in, and people didn't find this very funny. Apparently there were some angry responses, and I can imagine it now, because there is nothing that British people seem to enjoy more than getting outraged over absolute bollocks. And if you want some good modern evidence of that, just go and watch GB News.
Ooh, that smell. Can't you smell that smell?
Wouldn't it be amazing if we were sitting in front of the television watching some cooking show and the sweet aromas from the food came wafting in through the TV set?
Now let's say you're a passionate gourmet addicted to those cooking shows. You may cheer on the Iron Chefs or shout "Bam" with Emerald, but you know you're missing something, the glorious smell of great food. But what if smells could be digitized? Researchers say it is theoretically possible. Scented TV, a weird thought, no?
For years, people have been talking about smell-o-vision, being able to smell what you're seeing either in a cinema or on your TV, or in today's world on your phone. It sounds like a nice idea, but like, what if you're watching Kitchen Nightmares?
Smell that then. Smell sour.
Smell-o-vision was a creation of a man named Hans Lorb, and it made its first appearance in 1939 at the New York World's Fair. And the first film to use it was called Mein Traum. So that is to say that smell-o-vision is actually a thing, but it was just smells being pumped into a cinema, and even that was flawed, so people weren't even that smitten with it. And in terms of hoaxes, it was the bloody BBC again that was behind an April Fool's Day hoax where they claimed that you were going to be able to smell things through your TV set. It was an interview with a professor that started slicing onions and brewing some coffee, claiming that you should be able to smell it at home. And apparently some people called in saying that they could smell it, obviously a placebo effect. Smell-o-vision has had a long history in the media, and in 1982 John Waters brought out the absolute banger of a film, Polyester, and his own version of smell-o-vision, which he called Odorama.
I'll be quite blunt with you, Cuddles. I think my marriage is on the rocks.
You'll never get a penny out of me, you fat hunk of cellulite.
And they were basically these little scratch and sniff cards, and you can actually buy them on eBay, but I'm not sure how good they're going to smell now. The whole idea of smell-o-vision is kind of off-putting, but it's also kind of kitschy, and if it was real, I probably would get it just for a laugh.
You know, I've fished all my life. I've been fishing since I was old enough to hold a rod and never seen nothing like it.
Geoscientist George Church and his company Colossal trying to revive the extinct creature.
Skulls in the world is declared to be in part a hoax.
See it swaying back and forth?
To start things off, we're going all the way back to the early 1900s in a hamlet in East Sussex called Piltdown. It was in gravel beds in this relatively unassuming place that Charles Dawson, widely described as an amateur archaeologist, claimed to have discovered fragments of a human skull.
The skull was enormously thick, at least twice as thick as a modern human skull, a clear sign of its primitive origins.
He took these fragments to Arthur Smith Woodward, who is the keeper of geology at the National History Museum, and eventually Woodward visited the site in Piltdown too. There, they both found more fragments, including teeth, a jawbone, and primitive tools.
The Piltdown jaw was more than Professor Woodward could ever have hoped for. Its ape-like structure seemed to confirm the theory that this creature was half ape and half man.
During a Geological Society meeting in 1912, both Woodward and Dawson announced that upon reconstructing the skull, they had discovered an evolutionary missing link between apes and humans.
The Piltdown remains were hailed as very important for a number of reasons. First of all, in terms of the cranial material, it was actually fairly complete. Here we had pieces of skull and pieces of jawbone which apparently belonged together. Because the geological dating that was put on the site was very ancient, this site might have been 1 million years old or older.
There was pushback against these claims, with the Royal College of Surgeons creating their own reconstruction and determining it to be completely human. Just a few years later, in 1915, Charles Dawson struck bone again, this time claiming to have found 3 fragments of a different skull 2 miles away from the original Piltdown man. But he wouldn't say exactly where. It's a bit suspicious.
Britain's august Natural History Museum is all a-dither over a scandal concerning the Piltdown Man. One of the most famous fossil skulls in the world is declared to be in part a hoax.
The entire thing was unveiled as being a hoax in 1953 when Time magazine published evidence that proved that what was found belonged to 3 different species. There was a medieval skull, the 500-year-old jaw of an orangutan, and chimpanzee teeth. All of the bones had been aged deliberately, so clearly Dawson, or somebody that he was in cahoots with, had planned this whole thing. And according to some, he himself had a long history of bullshit. And in his own antiquarian collection, there were at least 38 fake specimens. Interestingly, in L. Ron Hubbard's 1952 book, Scientology, A History of Man, he writes about how the Piltdown Man was a phase of biological history capable of leaving a person with subconscious memories of traumatic incidents that can only be resolved by use of Scientology technology. Because it's not enough to have your own grift, you've got to cash in on all the others too. Of all the things I thought I'd ever talk about on this channel, I was not anticipating this one. Remember in one of the last hoaxes videos where I spoke about how you can find all manner of horrifying stuff on the regular internet and how in IT class people used to watch beheading videos? Well, this next one isn't as horrifying as that, but it is gross. I can't believe that this one only came about in 2008. I thought it was way older than that, but apparently not. We're talking about Blue Waffle, which was a viral website that displayed a picture of a woman's that was allegedly diseased. They claimed that Blue Waffle was the name of an STI. The caption that ran with the website was so incredibly misogynistic and just mid-2000s classist bullshit about chavs and promiscuous women. The whole thing turned into what is called a bait and switch prank, where people would be Googling Blue Waffle, hoping to get a horrifying image, only to be served with literal blue waffles. By 2011, though, the entire thing was debunked by Dr. Amy Whitaker, who was an assistant professor of gynecology at the University of Chicago Hospital. She said that the actual photograph of Blue Waffle, was either the result of mutilation or photoshopping and not an STI. I truly hope it's the latter. Let's move on. You gotta love cryptids, but some of them are just downright ridiculous, and such is the case for fur-bearing trout. It has its origins in 17th century folklore, and some claim that it has been found in the Arkansas River, as well as in Iceland, where it's called the shaggy trout. It's just a regular trout that people claim lives in very cold water and therefore has gained the ability to grow itself a winter coat.
The extreme cold could have been the reason a new species of trout moved into our lakes, while a group of fishermen in the Upper Peninsula think it was, after they made a startling catch on a recent ice fishing trip. Lucky for us, they captured the moment on video.
Here he comes. Holy! My golly, what is it? What the heck is it? You ever see anything like that, Brian?
No.
Oh, it looks like a trout. It's got trout fins on it.
That's strange. It's got fur.
supposed to be so cold down there that he's growing fur.
It caught people's attention in 1929 when a man named J.H. Hicken wrote into the Montana Wildlife magazine with an interesting story. He said that he had found the fish in Glacier National Park and said nature has taken care of her own by providing the fish with a thick coat of fur. But people watching this channel might be more familiar with Jenny Nicholson's ASMR video where they make a fur-bearing trout. I think it turned out lovely. Let's move on. Back in October 1999, National Geographic made a stunning announcement. They claimed to have discovered a fossil that was the missing link between birds and dinosaurs. This new fossil was called the Archaeoraptor, and it was described as having a unique range of dinosaur and bird features. A piece from BBC Horizon in 2001 said that it had the skull and upper body of a bird, but the teeth and hands of a dinosaur. It also had the legs of a bird, but the tail of a dinosaur. And National Geographic published a piece on the fossil under the title Feathers for T-Rex. But as you're probably guessing, the entire thing was an elaborate hoax, and the next year National Geographic issued a press release stating that they'd begun an investigation, and this is what they found. In 1997, a farmer in China found the fossil of a toothed bird, and he also found other pieces, including a feathered tail and legs. He cemented the pieces together to make it look more appealing, so that people would buy it. The practice was completely illegal, but you gotta make money somehow. It was smuggled into the US, where it made an appearance at a gem show in Tucson, Arizona. I can just imagine all of the crystal hippies gathered around this fake fossil frothing at the mouth. It was then bought by the Dinosaur Museum in Blanding, Utah, and they contacted paleontologist Phil Curry, who subsequently contacted the National Geographic Society. To cut a fairly long story short, Phil Curry wrote a paper on the fossil indicating in two parts that one of the legs and the tail were counterparts. But before the paper could be peer-reviewed, National Geographic went ahead with publishing the story, because nothing stands in the way of a good scoop. The fossil had been obviously illegally smuggled out of China, and it had been doctored to enhance its value. Basically, just a big bloody fake and people just trying to get money. The Pacific Northwest, home to Twin Peaks, grunge, and the tree octopus. In 1998, an interesting website appeared dedicated to this strange endangered species, complete with information on how you can save the Pacific Northwest tree octopus. There's also a sightings section, which is actually updated to this day with the most recent sightings of this elusive creature. It's obviously just a funny hoax website, but it's actually been used in several studies on media literacy and children's ability to think critically about the media they're consuming. A 2007 study found that more than half of children involved found the site as being very reliable. And in a 2017 study in the Netherlands, only 2 out of 27 children believed the website to be a fake. Personally, I'd like to see these studies done on adults. I think the results could be downright terrifying.
Alexandria, Alexandria.
You gotta love fan fiction, right? Lots of people like to shit on it, but I would just like to say that some of the greatest works I have ever read have been fan fiction, and without it, we wouldn't be talking about this next hoax. Now, back in the 90s, Daria was an incredibly popular MTV animated series, and people wrote fan fiction about it. Bit of a strange one to write fan fiction about, but you know, whatever floats your boat. One such person was a teenager called Cameron Michelon, who wrote under the pseudonym Alexander Lamar Eldritch. A lot of the stories were published on a website called Outpost Daria, which is beautifully early 2000s. Don't you miss this kind of website? So they wrote a story, it was kind of more like a script, and it's called What's With Their Eyes. And in it, a character called Raven says that by their first birthday, their eyes started to change to purple. The writer even created an essay titled Purple Eyes and Other Interesting Anomalies to explain the somewhat strange characteristics described in their stories. They would later say that they created this condition called Alexandria's Genesis to make their Mary Sue characters a little bit less perfect. Now, somehow this totally made up condition made it onto the notorious conspiracy message board above Top Secret, with a user called Seeker of Truth linking directly to Daria fanfiction. They claimed that they had been speaking to a girl with purple eyes, and the only thing they could find online was this one website about Alexandria's genesis. And predictably, the users at Above Top Secret turned the entire thing into New Age woo-woo, talking about bloody indigo children, and that's definitely a topic for another video. It then gained popularity on Yahoo Answers in March 2011 when somebody asked, how do you get purple eyes? And one of the answers was obviously Alexandria's genesis. A bunch of people with limited critical thinking skills, probably the same people that believe in a bloody tree octopus, set up blogs about the totally fake phenomena, and it devolved into memes being shared on Facebook. But it really did just spawn out of Daria fanfiction. The wonders that fanfiction has given us over the years.
I can't stay on your life support. There's a shortage in the switch.
On the 19th of January 2010, Mahmoud al-Mabhouh was assassinated in Dubai. He procured weapons for Hamas, and his assassination is widely believed to have been carried out by Israeli intelligence operatives that used fake passports to enter the UAE.
The fact that it was all caught on surveillance tapes led one leading Israeli columnist this morning to call it a tactical success, but a strategic failure.
The hit played out over just 19 hours in this five-star resort hotel, the Al Bustan Rotana in Dubai. The hotel's security cameras show a bald-headed man police called the team leader arriving, traveling on a fake Irish passport under the name of Kevin Deveron. When the one woman on the hit squad checks in, she has dark hair, but she had arrived at the airport with blonde hair, also traveling on a fake Irish passport under the name Gail Folliard. Cameras at shopping malls and other hotels in Dubai caught the remaining members of the team, arriving in small groups on the first day, 11 in all.
You won't be at all surprised to hear that the US refused to cooperate with the investigation into who the assassins were, and to this day, nobody has officially been held responsible for Mahmoud's assassination. And somehow, that brings us to a subreddit called Jailbait. Back in the day, Reddit was very much the Wild West, and it really has changed over the years, with subreddits like Jailbait, which I'm not even going to go into, getting banned. It's still not great in certain places, but it is better. Anyway, the moderator of that subreddit was a guy named Religion of Peace, and he claimed to have experience in military operations, and he also claimed to have served in World War II. He was said to be 79 years old, and he had some interesting comments on the best way to dispose of a body and how to end someone with piano wire. He also links to a website called Lake City Quiet Pills, which on the surface appeared to be a run-of-the-mill adult image site. He went inactive in 2009, and then on July 17th that year, another Reddit user called 2-6 made a post announcing his death, claiming that they were the one that provided Religion of Peace the space for his website. Now 2-6 named Religion of Peace as Milo and claimed that he died at his desk looking at Reddit. What a way to go. They also say that he hooked me up with my first gig when I got out of the army, and that he was planning on dumping Milo's ashes in the woods near Pennsylvania where he was born, that he can't put them right there because there's a mall there now. The post hit the front page of Reddit and it captured people's attention, and he also posted the coordinates of where he scattered Milo's ashes, close to a Holiday Inn in Gettysburg. People started to dig a little bit deeper into these two Reddit accounts, and they found a similar username, Angel26, on a website named Fark. At the end of their comments on Fark, they would leave a motto, dispensing Lake City Quiet Pills to lousy bastards in need of permanent rest since 1968. And the email address they used to create this account was angel.2.6@lakecityquietpills.com. And this account also claimed to have military experience too. So people start looking into this Lake City Quiet Pills website. On the surface, it's just adult stuff. But when they looked at the source code of the website, they started to find some interesting things. Not only the same motto used by Angel26, but strange messages, ones that almost sounded like job listings. Immediate need, 8 to 10 Chinese or Korean. Fluent Korean, dialect, accent. Details after contact. 12-week half-pay sequester on refusal. 2 ground types. Fluent Farsi, Arabic, French. No papers, no problems. Need formed group, 8 to 10. Single op. The live bonus. Gentleman's agreement, insurance. Immediate need. On July 17, 2009, the same day Milo's death was announced, another message appeared. I'm sorry to tell you that old Milo died yesterday. He went quiet and calm, not like we all figured. I gave that fat mangy cat of his to the little girl next. No services or nothing. You know, Milo. I'm taking his ashes back to where his farm was. Close to it anyway. There's a mall where his place was. So hoist a few for the old man. Remember what he said. Keep with the man who's got your back. Then, on September 30th, 2009, another message appeared. For those who have asked, I bricked Milo's iron key the same day. All is well. An iron key is like a storage device, so this message is essentially saying that the storage device has been destroyed. Don't worry about it, I got it. And it lends itself to the idea that there was something incriminating and dangerous on this device, further adding to the mystery. And then, on November 14th, 2009, another message appears. Milo's will cleared probate. Surprise! Milo was loaded. Email Shade if we sent you out in 2005 to 2009. Shade will have checks cut for you. Amount is by how many times, not by paid total. Small share is 3 to 4K. The spelling mistakes and language lent itself to the theory that Angel26 was the person behind these posts on the Lake City Quiet Pills website. And all of these posts allude to a secretive network of people that were doing something. We don't really know what it was, but it kind of sounds like Hitman shit, right? Finally, January 2010 rolls around and a new message appears on the site that read, Happy New Year, everyone. We're having a birthday party for the old man on the 19th. Party starts at 3 at the usual. Send your RSVP to Shade. FYI, we're booking a room for 3 days for anyone coming from out of the area, and overnight for locals. Come hoist one for Dutch Milo. And it's this post that brings us back to the assassination of Mahmoud al-Mabhouh on the 19th of January 2010. This post seems to allude to a party on the same day in a hotel, and we know this website has some shady stuff on it, so it's strange. Was the party in question actually this assassination? Now, my honest feeling on this is that it is most likely an ARG, and all evidence seems to point that way. One of the most popular YouTube videos on this mystery is by Barely Sociable, and they posted on Twitter a few years back that Lake City Quiet Pills was actually the creation of a role player on Second Life called Trent Katsu, who went by multiple names including Flink, Trent the Thief and Angel26. The reality is nobody really knows. It is most likely a hoax, but it is a bloody fascinating rabbit hole to fall down. Back in February 1866, a group of miners claimed to have found a human skull that was buried beneath lava near Angels Camp in Calaveras County. It became the property of Hosea Whitney, who was a state geologist of California, and he had previously published his theory that humans, mastodons and mammoths had all been around at the same time. So when he got hold of this skull, he claimed that it was evidence of his theory, and he proclaimed it to be the oldest known record of human in North America. But things fell apart in 1869 when the San Francisco Evening Bulletin published a report that claimed that the Calaveras skull had been planted by the miners as a joke. But Whitney was so convinced that it was real, and he stuck to his guns even when Harvard University analysed the skull and declared that it was of recent origin in 1879. The poet Bret Harte, one of the OG members of the Bohemian Club, even wrote a poem titled To the Pliocene Skull. The origins of the skull were investigated by F.W. Putnam, commonly known as the father of American archaeology, in 1901, and he didn't debunk it, saying that it may be impossible ever to determine to the satisfaction of the archaeologist the place where the skull was actually found. However, William Henry Holmes also investigated in the early 1900s, and he believed that the skull had been placed in the mine. Through his investigation, he heard the same stories about how the miners had planted the skull, And then, in 1901, a missionary from Angels Camp said that the skull had been planted by a local shopkeeper called John C. Scribner. Holmes's assertion that the skull was modern and planted was vindicated in 1992, when radiocarbon dating suggested that the skull was around 1,000 years old, and most definitely not from the Pliocene epoch. However, that didn't stop people from believing in it, including our friends the Theosophists. According to archaeology.org, in 1937, Theosophy magazine noted the supposed discovery of a giant skeleton in Nicaragua, predicting that the scientific world would ignore it. The Calaveras skull was just such a find, and how was this disposed of? Well, it was of modern type, therefore a fake. The skull has also been used as proof by creationists who believe that paleontologists and archaeologists ignore evidence that doesn't fit the theory of evolution. But all of the available evidence points to this being an elaborate hoax, cooked up by miners and a shopkeeper in the Sierra Nevada who were, according to the Evening Star in 1898, delighted to have the joke on Whitney, who, being an Easterner of very reserved demeanour, was unpopular with the miners.
You ought to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. You'll find he is a wizard of Oz.
This next one is one of the most prevailing myths in old cinema. The scene from the 1939 classic The Wizard of Oz, where they're off to see the wizard, actually shows a hanging munchkin in the back.
See it swaying back and forth? That's crazy, and then they zoom out so you can't really see it too well.
Conspiracies have spread about this specific scene, claiming that the actor in question wanted to get more screen time and therefore decided to hang himself. It's complete nonsense, but for some reason, people still believe in it. While filming The Wizard of Oz, the production brought in a bunch of birds to make their indoor set feel more realistic. What has been spread about the internet as a hanging munchkin is actually just a very big bird, most likely a crane. And you can clearly see that it's a bird in the remastered version of the film, although people will claim that this is the production company trying to cover it all up. You'd think that if somebody had actually died on the set of that film, it would have made the news. Everybody would know about it. It definitely wouldn't be in an actual film. But why did these theories become so popular? Well, Judy Garland herself spread some pretty vicious rumours about the actors who played the Munchkins.
Well, what about the Munchkins?
Yeah, how about the what?
the Munchkins. Yeah. Well, what the Munchkins do?
Well, they're
little dwarfs.
Tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were they little kids or were they little men?
They were drunks.
They were little drunks?
They were.
What they? You got me stuttering. What did they do? What did they do?
What did they do?
What the dwarfs do?
But one of them, who was about 40, a gentleman asked me for dinner, and I couldn't say, I don't want to go out. I can't because you're midges. I just said, no, my mother wouldn't like it. Come on, bring your ma too, you know.
How big was he?
About 2 inches high.
What could you do with it?
I don't know.
What could he do? I mean...
Oh, I don't know. They evidently did a lot because...
there was a lot of them.
Oh, hundreds of thousands. And they put them all in one hotel room. Not one room, one hotel in Culver City.
Yeah.
And they got smashed every night. And they'd pick them up in butterfly nets.
Is incredibly ableist and ignorant, but through portraying the actors as unstable drunks, she definitely laid the groundwork for a theory like this to flourish. There were other theories that floated around, including one that claimed that the actor had hung himself due to unrequited love. Either way, it's complete nonsense, and it's literally a bird. Now this one brings me back to the good old days of Mel's Hole. This hoax claimed to have taken place in Russia, but it gained traction in Finland and the good old USA. It claimed that Soviet engineers in Siberia had drilled a borehole that was so deep that it had broken into hell itself. I don't know what it is about these like bottomless hole stories, but they are fascinating. So the story goes that they had drilled down around 14.5 kilometers into a cavity that was scorching hot, like 2000 degrees Fahrenheit. They also claim to have put a heat-resistant microphone down into the cavity that is 2000 degrees, and they captured 17 seconds of audio. I'm not going to play it because it's literally just screaming, but if you are that way inclined, there's a link in the description. And these hellish sounds weren't all. Apparently, some of the scientists that had drilled into the hole were so freaked out about it that they quit their jobs. They were like, this shit is way above our pay grade, we're done. And that night, a winged demon appeared from the hole in front of the scientists that had stayed. So the ones that left really did miss out. And to top it all off, the scientists were also given a sedative to erase their short-term memory. Very Men in Black. Now, all of this is completely unbelievable, but for some, it was definitive proof that hell is indeed real. In 1989, the Trinity Broadcasting Network, which is now the world's largest religious TV network, ran this as a legitimate news story. It was then picked up by your usual mix of religious extremists and bandied around as fact. And it's interesting because in 1998, the story hit one of my favourite radio shows, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
My uncle collected videos and audio tapes. Could be done.
Okay, but now I'm thinking there's going to be...
And maybe, and one other thing, sir. Who says they lowered the microphone to the final depth? They may have just lowered it. In other words, they were hearing sounds, right?
Yes.
And so they may have lowered it just low enough to get the sounds.
Okay, granted. I mean,
I don't know.
I have an open mind.
Now, looking back and re-listening to radio shows from the 90s, my opinion on Art Bell has slightly changed over the years, but that man could pull you into a weird nonsense story like nobody else. He actually played The Sound of Hell over the airwaves, and that was the first time that these sounds of hell were actually played. It's interesting too because a year prior, Art Bell had obviously covered the clearly false but endlessly fascinating story of Mel Waters and his bottomless hole. But where did all this bollocks come from? Well, it actually all started in Finland and a newspaper called Armen Newsastia, which was an evangelical Lutheran magazine, and they were the first to publish a story about it. Apparently, the journalist from that evangelical newspaper had copied the story from a letter that had appeared in another Finnish newspaper, and the person that had written that letter had seen it in another Finnish newsletter that was dedicated to the paranormal. So it really is just a bunch of people making up nonsense, and it'd be fun if people didn't actually believe in it. In all honesty, I have never watched a James Bond film. However, I am a very big fan of Tina Turner's Goldeneye. And Gladys Knight's License to Kill. So leave me alone. That means I have never seen the film Goldfinger, but some of those that have like to claim that Shirley Eaton died after being painted gold. In the film, she played Jill Masterson, and she was the assistant to Goldfinger, but she ended up getting with James Bond. I swear the plot of all these films are like exactly the same, and now I've probably angered the James Bond community. Anyway, Goldfinger's pissed about it. He paints her gold and she dies in the film of skin suffocation, which isn't a thing. It was such an iconic image that she appeared on the cover of Life magazine on the 6th of November 1964 in her glittering getup. It's the pre-internet days, so a strange urban legend gets started that Shirley Eaton did actually die after filming. I've got really cockney for some reason. Shirley Eaton. I'm a cockney geezer, watch me bleed you. This just reminds me of the one comment I got on a video that said, "Oh my god, I'd love to watch your videos, but I absolutely hate your voice." And all I'm going to say is me too. It gained more traction because Shirley Eaton retired soon after her role in Goldfinger. So people just assumed that the reason she wasn't in any more films was because she was dead, but she wasn't dead, and she still isn't dead. She's very much alive. I can't imagine how annoying it must have been to be covered head to toe in gold glitter. It's like those makeup artists that have like elaborately costumed makeup on their faces, and I'm like, you've got to take that all off. Dedication. Couldn't be me. When I was a kid, I was convinced that fairies were real, as I'm sure a lot of us were. I remember going to magical forests as a child where people would make like little fairy villages where they would live. Wish I lived there, honestly. So I'm not sure how I would have reacted to this one, because although it is about a fairy, the fairy in question is dead. It's a little bit macabre. The Derbyshire mummified fairy was the creation of an artist and sculptor called Dan Baines, who claimed that he found the mummified remains of a fairy at Firestone Hill in Derbyshire. He posted the photographs of the supposed fairy that he'd found on a website under the title, "Do Fairies Live at the Bottom of Your Garden?" Despite it clearly being fake, I think we need to give him a bit of appreciation for making a seriously cool sculpture. The website claimed that the remains were found by an anonymous local man who was walking his dog in the village of Duffield, which apparently has a long paranormal history. Guess what date this website popped up? April Fool's Day, but it took the internet by storm, and lots of people actually reached out and were like, oh my god, it's the fairy. Dan ended up selling the dead fairy for 265 quid on eBay, and honestly, I think that's a bargain. That's the kind of thing I would buy on eBay. Genuinely, I cannot be trusted with a debit card and like access to weird shit. And to prove it, here's one of my more recent purchases. I genuinely think it's like the greatest piece of art in the world. 12 quid that cost, 12 quid. What a bloody bargain.
It's centrifugal motion. It's perpetual bliss.
This one is a bit more of a conspiracy rather than an actual hoax. A perpetual motion machine is a hypothetical creation that essentially works without an external energy source. Now, I have to preface that I am not an expert in thermodynamics, but according to those that are, a perpetual motion machine isn't actually possible because it violates both the first and second law of thermodynamics. However, people love a bloody conspiracy, and there are some that claim that the government is hiding the existence of perpetual motion machines because they would lose economic control if we actually had access to free energy. And this goes into people like Nikola Tesla, who was trying for years to try and create free electricity, and he claimed that he was undone by ignorant, unimaginative people consumed by self-interest. I'm very comfortable in saying that I do not know enough about the science, and I'm also comfortable in saying that I wouldn't be at all surprised if things were being withheld for the sake of corporate profits. Let's move on. It's my Marxist mind slave dogma, guys. I'm sorry. It comes to, I can't help it. It's like a demon that takes over me. It's like, say something anti-capitalist. Make it about capitalism. This next one is a bit strange because I couldn't figure out exactly what the real 7 trumpets of Revelation is, so I'm just assuming that it was going to refer to the many incidents of people claiming to hear the 7 trumpets of Revelation. Now, this is a strange phenomena where people will basically film the sky and strange noises and be like, oh my god, it's the end of the bloody road.
Just have a listen to this. So what are you hearing? Well, we don't really know. The strange sounds were heard across Terrace, BC early yesterday morning and lasted for about 10 minutes. Speculation about what caused it ranges from the aurora borealis to aliens, or it could just be a prank. But similar sounds have been recorded in other parts of BC and reported in other locations around the world.
These claims are then picked up by the media because they're interesting. We're all inexplicably drawn to the unexplained. In all of these cases, there is usually a source of the sound, although the source might not be completely obvious. Large bangs could be tidal waves or human-made noises, depending on where you live. And then booming sounds can be earthquakes or sonic booms. And some of them can just be hoaxes themselves, like YouTube user Dangle Snipe Selly 08, what a name, who uploaded this clip of her filming outside of her apartment block. She later admitted that she was playing another viral video in the background, which was of strange sounds in Alberta, Canada. This kind of stuff can be so easily faked, but people end up spreading these videos across social media, and they inevitably find their way to someone who will declare that the sounds we're hearing are the 7 trumpets of Revelation, which according to the book of Revelation is to cue the end of the world. Considering we're all still here, I think it's safe to say that we're yet to hear the trumpets. What are your opinions on supergroups? They're not really much of a thing anymore, but back in the day, supergroups were all the rage. It'd be like 4 people from the biggest music groups of the time all coming together to make one supergroup. It's a supergroup. The only supergroup that I can really get behind is the Travelling Wilburys, because they had Roy Orbison, George Harrison, best Beatle, Bob Dylan, Jeff Lynne and Tom Petty. And the songs are bangers.
I'm so tired of being lonely.
Now, back in 1969, Rolling Stone magazine ran a review of an album that was a super session of musicians, including Bob Dylan, Mick Jagger, John Lennon, George Harrison and Paul McCartney. But the album didn't exist. It was the creation of Greil Marcus, who was the editor of Rolling Stone at the time. He used the pseudonym T.M. Christian to write a spoof review, and the review was littered with little musical jokes. It claimed that the album opened with an 18-minute version of Season of the Witch by Donovan, and that Bob Dylan did a particularly impressive version of The Duke of Earl, and that it can truly be said that this album is more than a way of life. It is life. But people read the review and thought, oh my God, I need to get this album. Somehow there was an audience for an 18-minute version of Season of the Witch. So people started calling up Rolling Stone and asking where they could buy it. And Rolling Stone were like, we need to cash in on this. Let's get it made. So they got a band called the Cleanliness and Godliness Skiffle Band to record 3 songs, which were then played on radio stations in California to gauge interest. People were interested, and Warner Brothers ended up securing the production rights to a full album, which was released in November 1969. It's actually quite a funny parody album to listen to, but it only reached 114 in the Billboard album chart. It was very niche. People did actually think it was real. When I was listening to the songs on YouTube and scrolling through the comments, there were people that were like, I always thought this was real when I was a kid, and now I'm finding out it's a great big hoax. It actually got a remaster in 2001 by Rhino Records, and I had genuinely never heard of it until making this video. But the parody version of Bob Dylan singing Duke of Earl is actually a banger. We love a good April Fool's Day hoax around these parts, and this one dates all the way back to 1878, when the New York Graphic published an article claiming that Thomas Edison had created a machine in his basement that could turn dirt into food. The headline claimed that the machine would feed the human race, and inside the article, Thomas Edison reportedly said that the food of the future would be oranges and cabbages that have never felt the wind and rain, and pork and partridges that have never been alive. Now, I know this is obviously a hoax, but they were kind of onto something back in 1878, considering like all of the advancements made in meat-free food. In the last sentence of the article, the hoax became clear. The writer woke from a nap and realised that the entire thing was a dream. But short attention spans were obviously a thing back in 1878, and not just now, because most people didn't read the last line. They just read a bit of the article and assumed the whole thing was true. And apparently newspapers around the world had decided it was a fact as well, and they were all talking about it. But Thomas Edison reportedly enjoyed the hoax, saying it was the most ingenious hoax I have ever seen.
Home entertainment was my baby's wish, so I hopped into town for a satellite dish.
Back when I was a kid, we had a black and white TV. Now, I know colour TV became widely available in the 80s, but we were poor, okay? We were poor. We even had a TV that you used to have to put coins in the back of to make it work. I think it was a rental. Anyway, at some point in the 90s, we upgraded to the world of colour television, but back in those early days, we might have fallen for this next hoax. On April 1st, 1962, yes, our favourite day of the year, a TV station in Sweden announced that there was a way for viewers at home to see colour television through their black and white sets. It was a highly technical process of putting putting a nylon stocking over your TV set to achieve colour dispersion. It was also total nonsense, but it's 1962, man's on TV sounding like he knows what he's talking about, so obviously people try it. Thousands of them, in fact. Obviously it didn't work, but it's quite funny to think about thousands of people cutting open pairs of nylon stockings, putting them on their TVs, and thinking that they're suddenly going to be entering a new colourful world. It's fucking April Fool's Day again. This time, we're going back to April 1955's edition of the Popular Electronics magazine, who released an article claiming that contrapolar energy existed. What is contrapolar energy? Thank you for asking. They claimed that it was negative energy that had been developed during World War II, but had been kept classified until now. Negative energy would essentially generate the opposite effect. So a lamp would be dark instead of light, and like a radiator would be cold instead of hot. In the article, they showed a hot plate that now created ice cubes. And I'm not sure if anyone actually believed it, but given what we know about people, I'm sure some did. I'm just going to stop saying this happened on April Fool's Day now, because the words have begun to lose all meaning. It's 1974, and a man named Oliver Porky Bicker, what a name, decided to tie 70 tyres onto a 150-foot long rope sling and set fire to them at Mount Edgecombe in Alaska, which is a dormant volcano. He'd actually been planning it for some time, and according to those that knew him, he was a bit of a showman, a prankster. He literally got a plane and flew it to the volcano, set fire to the tyres, all to try and make people think that the volcano was popping off. But he had actually told the FAA, the fire department and the police that he was going to do it, but he didn't tell the Coast Guard, so they freaked out about it. But when they got up to the volcano, they saw that Porky had written April Fool's Day in massive letters. Apparently, everybody thought it was hilarious, and he was quite a local legend. You really do have to commend the commitment to this kind of hoax. And obviously, he's called Porky because those were what he told. Porky pies. I don't really get the appeal of baseball. I saw the Dodgers once and it was fun. It was fun, like being in the stadium, doing the wave, drinking beer, eating hot dogs. But apart from that, I think it was all just lost on me. The only baseball player I could tell you about is Wade Boggs, and that's because of Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Wade Boggs' drinking record, okay? The man's a legend. He drank 50 beers on a cross-country flight and then absolutely destroyed the Seattle Mariners the next day, okay? That's why we're doing this, to honor his memory, okay? May he rest in peace.
So if you told me that Sid Finch was a real baseball player, I would have believed you. But he's not. He was the creation of the writer George Plimpton, who wrote an article for Sports Illustrated called The Curious Case of Sid Finch on, you guessed it, fucking April Fool's Day. The article detailed the life of Sid Finch, who was a rookie baseball pitcher who was currently in training with the Mets. He was so bloody good that he pitched a fastball, whatever that means, at 168 miles per hour. And to give you some context, the record was 104 miles per hour. He had a very interesting life as well, from growing up in an orphanage to having his adopted parent die in a plane crash. I say interesting, that's more sad. More sad than interesting. After all that, he went to Harvard and then he nipped over to Tibet for a little bit to learn yogic mastery of mind-body. He'd never really played baseball before, and he was actually trying to decide whether he should pursue the sport as a career or play the French horn. Finch was portrayed in real life by an art teacher called Joe Burton, and the Mets were in on the joke, providing Joe with his own uniform and number. Interestingly, the article had a subheading that read, "He's a pitcher, part yogi and part recluse. Impressively liberated from our opulent lifestyle, Sid's deciding about yoga." I'm absolutely sick of April Fool's Day. I'm done with it. Met fans that were eager to hear about this amazing new pitcher fell for the hoax, and reporters were even sent out to try and find Sid Finch. On April 15th, they announced that the entire thing was indeed a hoax, but the popularity of Sid Finch carried on, and George Plimpton ended up expanding his article into a novel titled The Curious Case of Sid Finch in 1987. This next one is a lot more modern and bizarre, and it isn't really a hoax. There are groups of scientists that are genuinely trying to bring back the woolly mammoth. And before we get into it, I always thought that woolly mammoths were absolutely gargantuan, but their maximum height is only around 11 foot, and that's like 2 Joe Rogans. It ain't that big. So humans are in possession of frozen soft tissue and DNA of woolly mammoths, and this has caused some debate as to whether or not it is possible to bring them back to life. There are multiple groups that have been hypothesizing about this, with some wanting to create a hybrid elephant in an artificial womb, and others advocating for cloning and artificial insemination. But we're going to focus on one company that wants to bring back the woolly mammoth, and they're called Colossal.
Church says it'll take about 6 years to grow the mammoths in artificial wombs like this one. Then they'll be dropped into a park in Siberia to eat grass and tamp down snow.
What we're doing is we're actually reviving woolly mammoth genes. And so as you know, the woolly mammoth is extinct, but there's about 60 genes that make the woolly mammoth cold tolerant. And we're actually leveraging, taking those genes in cutting edge genetic engineering technologies like CRISPR and others to then insert them into an Asian elephant cell line. So we're actually we like to call them Arctic elephants because they, even though they express the phenotype, the physical attributes of a mammoth, they are part Asian elephant and part woolly mammoth. And so we're leveraging these genetic engineering technologies to essentially combine the two species to create our functional woolly mammoths.
They're the creation of Harvard geneticist George M. Church, and this is where it all gets sus. Bear with me. See, George Church has a lot of connections to Silicon Valley. He's been funded by the Long Now Foundation, of which buddy of Jeffrey Epstein, Esther Dyson, is a board member. Why am I bringing this up? Well, a lot of these Silicon Valley guys have a weird obsession with eugenics.
What he's talking about is basically genetics, manipulating genetics, about meeting people or people meeting on this app that have the right genomes to meet together and to have children that won't have issues. Now, he says, and this is according to him, he told 60 Minutes that the genetic-based dating app would pair people based on their genes when combined to make a child, and he wants to make sure that there's no chance for hereditary diseases. So it would eliminate any type of these type of diseases from being able to pop up because of the match that these two people have.
He even discussed recreating Neanderthals with an adventurous human female. And here's an article from the New York Times that shows that Epstein hoped to seed the human race with his DNA. And guess who George M. Church used to be buddies with? He has since apologized for his contact with Epstein, but I would like to hammer home that the contact happened post Epstein being convicted, and George Church said that it was the result of nerd tunnel vision.
It's unfortunate you don't always know your donors as well as you would like, even if other people do. He liked attending meetings with scientists, cutting edge scientists were talking. So I would go to meetings mostly because the scientists were there, and he, you know, is. I didn't feel like I was being particularly bold by listing all of my donors on my website. I still do that. But you never know who's going to end up being have an undesirable aspect of their life.
You regret taking that money now?
I regret not knowing more about the donor. I think in general, when people so-called tainted money can be used for good, you know, like a lot of tobacco money was used for good things. I think the issue is more a matter of not validating them, not calling it out as soon as you see it. But it was one of these things where you first learn about it, and it's just like when you first hear about it, it doesn't sound like it's something serious.
We know that Epstein gave money to a lot of people, but I think it's important to bring this up because we're talking about incredibly important life-changing science. Bringing extinct animals back to life through cloning or any other form of revival throws up a myriad of different ethical questions. Once you've brought back the woolly mammoth, what's next? Because you ain't going to stop there. Once you've got the woolly mammoth back to life, you're going to move on to something else. And for that reason, I think that the connections that these people have are worthy of scrutiny, especially when those connections lead directly to a man who believed that he could improve humanity through his own DNA and expressed an interest in eugenics. hoax. Colossal call themselves the De-Extinction Company, and they've got a very Silicon Valley style website. They've hit the news recently by claiming that the woolly mammoth will be back within 6 years to help with climate change.
Sergey is hoping that you're going to deliver a mammoth to him. Can you do that?
I think he's hoping that we will deliver an animal that is very similar to the ones that used to roam there. We need cold-resistant elephants. That's what he would like.
And I can't be the only one that thinks maybe that's not a good idea. I feel like Dr. Malcolm in Jurassic Park. I am absolutely not anti-science or progress, and I understand that by bringing back the woolly mammoth, they hope to restore the ecosystem. It just feels unsettling, especially when many of the people involved in the project have expressed an open interest in eugenics themselves, such as being able to select children free of disease and those with desirable traits. Also, if you look into the investors, you're going to find a ton of venture capitalists that aren't exactly eco-friendly themselves, as well as top Amazon execs and crypto bros. You've also got Brandon Fugel, who owns the Skinwalker Ranch in Utah and who used to work with Hal Puthoff, who worked for the CIA and now runs To the Stars Academy with Tom DeLonge. Maybe all of that is best left for an upcoming video, because these connections, man, I'm to get a fucking tinfoil hat. You're all going to think that I've gone crazy. You're all going to be like, oh my God, Emily, I thought you were so rational. And I am rational. And on the woolly mammoth, I'll let you make up your own mind, but I will leave you with some words of wisdom.
Before. Yeah, but your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could that they didn't stop to think if they should.
After that strange and somewhat sinister note, let's end on a high, literally. It's April Fool's Day again. Back on April Fool's Day 2014, King's College Choir put out a video where their chaplain, Richard Lloyd Morgan, announced that it was no longer practical to have young boys singing in the choir, and that all they needed now was a large tank of helium.
Thank you so much. This is such a great honor.
Perhaps the most famous are these of fairies in a Yorkshire glen.
I'm very, very pleased to announce that the first baby clone is born.
The company is called Hunting for Bambi.
Hi, Walter. I was at the mall today, and guess what happened?
Edgar Allan Poe is mostly known for being a gothic horror writer, spinning mysterious tales of the macabre and supernatural. But he was also one of the fathers of modern science fiction, thanks to his short story, The Unparalleled Adventure of One Hans Pfaall. It was written as if it was real, and it told the story of how Hans had managed to travel to the moon in a balloon. We're already rhyming, we're off to a brilliant start. In the story, Hans said that it took him a remarkably speedy 19 days to get there, and he writes that he has much to say of the people themselves, of their manners, customs, and political institutions, of their peculiar physical construction, of their ugliness, of their want of ears. But he also won't tell anyone about these strange-looking people on the moon until he's pardoned for murdering people here on Earth. Now that's one way to get away with murder. Also, he writes about these people on the moon in such a mean way. I'm sure they don't look as bad as he says. The story was published by the Southern Literary Messenger in June 1835, just over 50 years after the first ever balloon flight that took place in France, which contained a sheep, a duck, and a rooster. The marvels of balloon flight were obviously a strong influence on Poe and his story. In Geoffrey Meyer's book, Edgar Allan Poe, His Life and Legacy, John Latrobe, one of the judges in a competition that launched Poe's career, is quoted as saying the following about Poe's work on the story. I asked him whether he was then occupied with any literary labour. He replied that he was engaged on a voyage to the moon, and at once went into a somewhat learned disquisition upon the laws of gravity, the height of the Earth's atmosphere, and the capacities of balloons, warming in his speech as he proceeded. Edgar Allan Poe had planned a sequel to the story, even going so far as to mention it in the original text, but unfortunately it never appeared. Although the story was published as if it was a real account, I'm not sure that anyone actually took it seriously. But the story of Hans Pfaall made its mark on science fiction writers like Jules Verne, who was the first to claim that Poe was the forerunner of science fiction. And it also made its mark on the next entry on this chart, which came along just 2 months after the publication of Poe's story of a remarkable voyage to the moon. What would you do if you're living your life in 1835, you're just chilling, you pick up the newspaper and you read a strange story about how famed astronomer Sir John Herschel has discovered 4-foot bat-winged humanoids and temples on the moon? No, but seriously, what would you do? It's 1835. You can't call up your mate. You can't get on Twitter and start pumping out hot takes about whether the bat-winged humanoids are hostile or not. You'd literally just have to sit there and be like, all right, guess this is my life now. The Great Moon Hoax was a series of 6 articles that were released in August 1835 in the Sun newspaper. The story was wild, but it was given multiple touches of believability. First of all, the findings were attributed to Sir John Herschel, and the Sun also claimed that the series was taken from the supplement to the Edinburgh Journal of Science. To readers, that would have sounded kind of believable, despite being complete fiction. The articles got more and more weird as they went on. At first, the astronomers claimed to see pyramids, a beach, and certain animals, and then they started to see 4-foot-tall man-bats flying around, described as innocent and happy creatures. Juxtaposed to this were another race of beings that lived in an area called the Vale of the Triads, which were described as being in larger stature than the former specimens, less dark in colour, and in every respect an improved variety of the race. Honestly, every time you think, this can't have any racism in it, and boom, there it is. In his article, Moonshot, Race, a Hoax and the Birth of Fake News, Kevin Young writes, most subsequent accounts of the hoax failed to mention the Vale dwellers, that superior lighter race, perhaps because those beings make clear that race and racialism have plenty to do with the hoax and its success. When I tell you that this series was popular, I mean it was popular. The papers kept selling out and people wanted to know everything there was to know about what the hell was going on the moon. The moon hoax's popularity certainly owed much to its recreating on the moon what many white readers believed could be found at home. There, on the other end of a telescope, wasn't just life but order, not just extinct craters but vibrant temples, not just sustenance but subordination, not just humanoids but hierarchies. To meet the rising demand, the stories were published in a pamphlet which also sold like hotcakes. And that wasn't all. We also got some solid artwork produced to really drive home the existence of a human bat colony up there among the stars. But here's an important question. Who the bloody hell came up with this story in the first place? The series was written by Richard Adams Locke, who before turning his pen to literary hoaxes, wrote crime stories for The Sun, which were described as a little too gorgeous and florid in their descriptions of police scenes. He was incredibly successful and eventually became the paper's editor. When writing what would later become known as the Great Moon Hoax, he claimed to have been influenced by 2 articles, one published in 1826 in the Edinburgh New Philosophical Journal, titled The Moon and Its Inhabitants, and the other published in 1824 by a German astronomer named Franz von Paula Gruthausen. Both of these articles speculated about creatures living on the moon and the existence of large structures that would denote some kind of civilization. Move aside Richard C. Hoagland, we are dealing with the OGs. To Edgar Allan Poe, however, Locke's influences appeared closer to home. He was pretty much convinced that the story was a rip-off of Hans Pfaall. He's quoted as saying, "Have you seen the discoveries in the moon? Do you not think it altogether suggested by Hans Pfaall? before. It is very singular, but when I first purposed writing a tale concerning the moon, the idea of telescopic discoveries suggested itself to me. I afterwards abandoned it. I had, however, spoken of it freely, and from many little incidents and apparently trivial remarks in those discoveries, I am convinced that the idea was stolen from myself. However, Poe would also take inspiration from the moon hoax less than 10 years later, publishing his balloon hoax in the very same newspaper. Anyway, there's a lot more to this story, and writer Matthew Goodman goes into all the details in his book, The Sun and the Moon. So if you want to know more, then give that one a read. And I'm sorry to say that as far as we know, the moon doesn't have a colony of bat boys on it. It's just kind of filled up with human-made space junk. Well, if you think we've been there, that is. I'm really going to have to hold myself back from doing a deep dive on this one because there is so much that connects this story to theosophy. And if you've been on this channel before, then you'll know that I talk about theosophy and Elena Blavatsky in almost every video, except for maybe the UFO series. But trust me, she will appear there too eventually. At some point, I might decide to do something larger on this story, but for now, here are the basic details. When they were questioned, Frances was steadfast in her answer. They'd been playing with the fairies. Obviously, their parents were like, whatever, of course she were, and they were getting annoyed with all the bloody dirt being traipsed around the house. Eventually, when they wouldn't shut up about these bloody fairies, Elsie's father Arthur gave her a camera and was like, go on then, take a picture of them if they exist. See, Arthur was a photographer himself. He had a darkroom in their house. So when the girls came back from the streaking, and Arthur wasn't convinced at first, he thought that they were cardboard cutouts, that the girls just had overactive imaginations. However, a couple of months later, the girls borrowed the camera again and took another photograph, this time showing Elsie interacting with a fairy while sitting down. In 1918, Frances sent a postcard to her friend Joanna Parvin in South Africa, which read, Elsie and I are very friendly with the Beck fairies. It's funny, I never used to see them in Africa. It must be too hot for them there. Again, you could argue that this postcard, combined with the photographs, was the product of an overactive imagination, or a pre-planned hoax. Or you could become a Cottingley Fairies truther and insist that Frances wouldn't lie to her dear friend. While Arthur may have dismissed the photographs out of hand, Elsie's mother Polly fell hook, line and sinker, and this is where our good friends the Theosophists join the story. In 1919, just a few years after the initial photographs were taken, Polly attended a local meeting of the Theosophical Society in Bradford. Now, if you've never been on my channel before and you're like, what the hell is Theosophy all about, then I'd recommend watching my video on Elena Blavatsky when you've got a chance. But here's an extremely crude and extremely brief explainer. Theosophy was officially born in 1875 and blends the words theos, meaning God, and Sophia, meaning wisdom. The stated aim of Theosophy was to blend science with spirituality and the occult, and they're known by their motto, there is no religion higher than the truth. Within Theosophy, there are adepts, also known as masters. These are individuals that have reached a much higher level of knowledge than the rest of us. They want to help humanity and guide us in our spiritual evolution. This idea of spiritual evolution is what brings Theosophy into the Cottingley story. Blavatsky referred to beings like fairies as elementals or nature spirits, and she wrote, they are the soul of the elements, the capricious forces in nature, acting under one immutable law, inherent in these centers of force, with undeveloped consciousness and bodies of plastic mold, which can be shaped according to the conscious or unconscious will of the human being who puts himself en rapport with them. These beings have never been, but will in myriads of ages hence, be evolved into men. They belong to the 3 lower kingdoms. The meeting that Polly attended just so happened to be on the topic of these elemental beings, and she came armed with the photographs. You can imagine that they caused quite a stir, and they were shown later that year at a Theosophical conference, which was attended by Edward Gardiner. At the time, he was the General Secretary for the English section of the Theosophical Society, and was referred to as the English Sage. The fairy photographs photographs caught his attention. He took one look at them and was like, oh my god, Blavatsky was right. Here's the proof of humanity's evolution into a higher dimension. The fact that two young girls had not only been able to see fairies, which others had done, but had actually for the first time ever been able to materialise them at a density sufficient for their images to be recorded on a photographic plate, meant that it was possible that the next cycle of evolution was underway. Edward then sent the prints to a so-called photography expert called Harold Snelling, and he was like, yeah, I kind of think they might be legit. In the meantime, Arthur Conan Doyle, who was famously into spiritualism, had found out about the photographs from the editor of the spiritualist publication called Light. He was so interested in the story that he began to write an article on the existence of fairies, and he contacted Edward in 1920 to get his expert opinion too. The family eventually gave him permission to use the photographs in his article, allegedly refusing any sort of payment for them. Arthur Conan Doyle and Edward Gardiner knew that they needed to get some expert opinions for people to actually start believing in the existence of fairies. So they began approaching other photographers and photography experts, and they ended up approaching Kodak. And they were like, these photographs haven't necessarily been doctored, but we also can't prove that the fairies are real. Now please leave us alone. They also approached Ilford for an opinion, and they said that there was some evidence of faking. Doyle also approached Sir Oliver Lodge, who also believed that the photographs may have been faked. Edward Gardiner went to stay with the family at the end of July 1920. I went off to Cottingley again, taking the two cameras and plates from London, and met the family and explained to the two girls the simple working of the cameras, giving one each to keep. The cameras were loaded, and my final advice was that they need to go up to the glen only on fine days, as they had been accustomed to do before, and tice the fairies, as they called their way of attracting them, and to see what they could get. I suggested only the most obvious and easy precautions about lighting and distance, for I knew it was essential that they should feel free and unhampered and have no burden of responsibility. If nothing came of it at all, I told them, they were not to mind a bit. Francis and Elsie kept saying, oh, the fairies won't show up with so many people around. So everyone leaves and the girls start to take their photographs, and lo and behold, the fairies show up in two of them. They send the negative plates back to Edward, who's like, oh my god, there they are, I knew they were real. And he sends a letter off to Arthur Conan Doyle, who was in Australia at the time.
My heart was gladdened when out here in far Australia I had your note and the 3 wonderful pictures which are confirmatory of our published results. When our fairies are admitted, other psychic phenomena will find a more ready acceptance. We have had continued messages at seances for some time that a visible sign was coming through.
Now this guy was a Cottingley truther. Fast forward to December 1920 and Arthur Conan Doyle releases his article on the Cottingley fairies in a magazine called The Strand. I just love how much these people want to believe, because I'm looking at these photographs and thinking, they look like cutouts. But I guess back in the 20s they could have fooled people, and they obviously did. Doyle's article was so popular that the magazine sold out. People were loving it. They were like, oh my god, fairies exist. And honestly, I don't blame them. There's that little part of me that wants to believe too. The photographs are so enchanting and magical. They encapsulate a sense of childlike wonder and adventure that makes them incredibly appealing, but not to some hard-nosed skeptics who, some would say, have zero sense of childlike wonder. I've got a love-hate relationship with skeptics, alright, despite the fact that I technically am one. Sometimes it's okay to let people believe in magical creatures. Although I guess in this case we're dealing with the Theosophical Society, so they're trying to debunk the existence of the fairies left, right and centre. But Doyle and Gardiner stand by their claims that the fairies are real. And Doyle publishes another article in The Strand in 1921 with the latest photographs that the girls had taken. And he also published a book in 1922 titled The Coming of the Fairies. In August 1921, Edward Gardiner visited Cottingley again, this time bringing the theosophist and occultist Geoffrey Hodson with him. And this guy was a true believer. Despite the fact that Francis and Elsie said that the fairies weren't there and no photographs were taken, Hodson claimed to see fairies everywhere, and he ended up writing a couple of books on them. I am personally convinced of the bona fides of the two girls who took these photographs. I spent some weeks with them and their family and became assured of the genuineness of their clairvoyance of the presence of fairies, exactly like those photographed in the Glen at Cottingley, and of the complete honesty of all parties concerned. In 1983, Francis and Elsie, both in the last years of their life, decided to confess all to a journalist named Joe Cooper, who was writing a piece on the story for a magazine named The Unexplained. Francis said about the first photograph, "My heart always sinks when I look at it, when I think of how it's gone all around the world. I don't see how people could believe they're real fairies. I could see the backs of them and the hat pins when the photo was being taken." However, the photographs may have been faked, but these elemental beings by the stream were, according to Frances, very much real. Even in the last years of her life, she claimed that she had been drawn to the stream because of all of the fairy life that she had seen there. When Frances had blurted out that they'd been playing with the fairies and had been somewhat mocked by the adults, Elsie was like, "You know what? I'm going to bloody show you."
I never even thought of it being a fraud. It was just Elsie and I having a bit of fun.
Just imagine, you're trying to get a bit of revenge on your fairy debunking parents. Trying to be like, you keep telling me these fairies aren't real, I'm going to bloody show you. And then all of a sudden you've got Arthur Conan Doyle and half of the English Theosophical Society digging around your back garden. Back in the early days of the internet, long before gamers live streamed their rooms being cleaned to thousands, and genocide became something that you could use to battle other TikTokers over for clout, two alleged 18-year-olds that looked remarkably like much older professional models went viral for planning to stream their first sexual encounter live on the internet. Their names were Mike and Diane, and they were going to allow the public to watch them do the business live on the internet at 9 p.m. on August 4th, 1998. The website OurFirstTime.com appeared in mid-1998. It had been set up by a man named Oscar Wells, who appeared to be working with the couple. But according to a piece by journalist Judith Lewis, most people had heard about the website via a chain email that was supposedly trying to drum up support to shut the website down. The site itself had been sponsored by the infamous Internet Entertainment Group, well known for distributing the Pamela Anderson and Tommy Lee video, and they'd sponsored it in exchange for links to their content. They soon pulled out of the deal, claiming that they had been taken in by a hoax created by a man named Ken Tipton, who it turned out was the real creator of the website, not Oscar Wells, which was a fake name that he'd used in reference to Orson Welles. The plan had been to dupe the public into paying $5 for access to the stream. However, the stream was going to show zero sex whatsoever. It was then also revealed that Mike and Diane were actors Michelle Palmer and Ty Taylor, and Tipton had apparently masterminded the entire operation to get back at the religious right, as well as trying to get a little rich in the process. It's April 1st, 1957, and people across the UK are tuned into the BBC's current affairs programme Panorama. Considering the fact that it was April Fool's Day, they should have been on the lookout for hoaxes, but I'm not sure if anyone watching was expecting a hoax like the next entry on this iceberg, opening like a seemingly normal report on an early spring.
It isn't only in Britain that spring this year has taken everyone by surprise.
The segment quickly spiralled into absolute nonsense.
Most important of all, it's resulted in an exceptionally heavy spaghetti crop. The last 2 weeks of March are an anxious time for the spaghetti farmer. There's always the chance of a late frost, which, while not entirely ruining the crop, generally impairs the flavour and makes it difficult for him to obtain top prices in world markets.
The concept of this spaghetti hoax was dreamed up by one of the cameramen for Panorama named Charles Yeager.
Charles Yeager, who was a freelance cameraman, came into the office and they pitched the idea of the spaghetti harvest being an April Fool's joke. I gave Charles a budget of £100 and sent him off.
The idea of anyone being fooled by crude shots of spaghetti literally growing on trees seems pretty bonkers now. But apparently the BBC received tons of telephone calls. Many people point to the fact that spaghetti was a relatively new food in the UK at the time. We were scoffing down Yorkshire puddings, jam, roly-poly and roast meat. And I'm not knocking any of those. I'm just saying that spaghetti was very fancy at the time. My mum talks to me about when she discovered pesto in the 90s, like it was this huge thing. Food in the UK was barren, desolate land, and in many ways it still is. Anyway, because the British people weren't that used to spaghetti, people took to the phones and demanded an explanation. The BBC put out somewhat of a retraction, and most people found the hoax to be incredibly amusing. It had quite a long-lasting legacy too. It was shown in the US by Johnny Carson, and the spaghetti company San Giorgio did their own versions in 1978.
It's harvest time at the San Giorgio Spaghetti Farm, where San Giorgio grows the world's tastiest spaghetti.
What if I told you that scientists at the European Organization for Nuclear Research were actually involved in horrifying satanic rituals involving human sacrifice, as well as using the Large Hadron Collider to open up a portal directly to hell? Let's have a little look at the evidence, shall we? To me, this video has all the hallmarks of a low-budget found footage horror movie, but it won't take you long to find someone online that actually believes that this video is showing an occult ritual at CERN. I mean, I guarantee, give it enough time, there'll be someone in the comments eventually yelling at me about it. So let's take a closer look at the footage. We've got 7 cloaked figures, and one of them, I assume, is the ringleader. Now, this lad must be pretty tall, because unfortunately, he couldn't find a cloak long enough to reach the floor. I mean, seriously, we have got an ankle swinger situation going on here. Incredibly embarrassing, but anyway, I digress. We've also got what appears to be a woman, and at first she appears cloaked and then is revealed to be wearing what I assume is a white dress. Presumably, she is to be the sacrifice. At this point, the ankle-swinging robe lad mutters something to the rest of them, and suddenly they're all kneeling. And the woman lays down. And it almost looks like she's lying in some kind of incredibly shallow grave, but that could be a trick of the light or the shadows. It's very hard to tell. Now, ankle swinger, sorry, I keep calling him that, but I'm just trying to differentiate, has something in his hand, presumably a knife. He moves towards her and appears to, well, stab her, basically. But it looks so bloody fake that stabbing feels like a bit of a stretch. He basically just jabs her with something. Whoever is filming the video takes that moment to literally shit themselves. The video goes all wobbly for a minute and then we're done. Now, this whole video takes place in front of a 2-meter high statue of the Hindu deity Lord Shiva, which was given to CERN by India. And on their website, they say that the belief is that Lord Shiva danced the universe into existence, motivates it, and will eventually extinguish it. Although I believe that the video doesn't show an actual human sacrifice, it definitely takes place on the CERN campus, and they were forced to comment on it, saying that CERN does not condone this type of spoof, which can give rise to misunderstandings about the scientific nature of our work. So the official explanation is that this was filmed as a hoax by people that possibly worked at CERN, as a response to some of the outlandish conspiracy theories floating around about the Large Hadron Collider. One of the wildest of these, as I mentioned previously, is this idea that CERN wants to create a portal to hell, potentially summoning demons here to further understand the God particle, aka the Higgs boson. And I mean, look at this stuff. It kind of does look terrifying, so I don't necessarily blame people for getting freaked out by it. It also makes you wonder why scientists and staff at CERN, already the subject of multiple conspiracies, would want to throw fuel on the fire by filming something like this and putting it out into a world that already thinks that they're hella sus. I understand that they're like just having a laugh and they're trying to parody it, but at some point you're just making everything worse. And if you want my opinion, my personal opinion, I feel like if you're going to such lengths to do a human sacrifice on the grounds at CERN, you would at least get yourself a robe that went down to your bloody ankles. Come on, it's like unbelievable. If I was him, I'd be embarrassed. That's all I'm saying.
Say goodbye to Hollywood.
Finally, time for something a little more light-hearted, but not for the star at the centre of this bizarre rumour. And to be clear, that's exactly what this one is. It's not really a hoax. She may be an incredibly familiar face now, but back in the early 90s, Marissa Tomei was at the beginning of a long and illustrious career in the movie business. And in 1993, she surprised everyone by winning an Oscar for her critically acclaimed performance in the film My Cousin Vinny.
Thank you so much. This is such a great honor to receive this in this year when we recognize and celebrate and honor women.
Visibly excited and seemingly on top of the world, Tomei had no idea that her surprising win would come to be overshadowed by a vicious and orchestrated rumour. Whispers of a huge mistake began to take hold in Hollywood circles. People claimed that the real winner was actually Vanessa Redgrave, and that the only reason Tomei's name had been called was because Jack Palance got all muddled up. Various versions of the rumour began to circulate. Some say that Jack was pissed up.
I'm here to present the first award of the evening. The category is Best Actress in a Supporting Role.
Others say that he read off a teleprompter and not the envelope. But in each of these versions, Tomei's win was made out to be illegitimate. For anyone who had actually watched the ceremony, these rumours were obviously fake. Palance clearly looked down at the envelope and announced Marissa's name. And for anyone familiar with the Academy's protocol when it comes to the possibility of an incorrect name being read out, the rumours would have sounded downright ludicrous. There's actually 2 officials on standby at every Oscars ceremony just in case the wrong person gets announced. If it happens, they then strut onto the stage and put the whole thing right, something they had apparently failed to do in this case. So that brings us to the most pressing question. Who on earth made up this nasty rumour? According to early reports, it was spread by the former son-in-law of an Academy Award winner, but by the late 90s it was being spread around by the particularly nasty film critic and all-round bad vibes giver Rex Reed. The Academy ended up putting out a statement calling the whole thing nonsense, and many people told Rex Reed to apologise, although I'm not sure that he ever did. He definitely didn't make the rumour up, or at least I don't think he did, and the originator of the rumour has never been revealed. And I think there's an important lesson to be learned in this story. Don't trust anyone in Hollywood. They'll stab you in the back as soon as look at you. I really don't want to dwell on this one, so forgive me for being brief. Obviously, iceberg charts are huge online, and some of the most popular charts are ones around disturbing media. This entry refers to the Disturbing Movies iceberg. To give you a glimpse of how popular this is, one of the biggest creators on YouTube has a video on it that has 11 million views. Now, some people claim that some of the videos included on this Disturbing Movies iceberg are actually illegal and contain horrific things that I don't even want to think about. Other people claim that all of the footage on this iceberg is somehow legal and that these are just rumours designed to make things more sensational. Anyway, I'm so sorry. I won't be looking into it more because I value my mental health and I've got no interest in watching or researching anything on the bottom of that iceberg chart. Let's move on. This next one is named after Mariana's Trench, which is the deepest oceanic trench on Earth. According to some, Mariana's Web is the deepest, darkest part of the internet that you access via solving an advanced programming language. This theory of a secret hidden part of the dark web originated in an iceberg chart which claims all sorts of nonsense and contains multiple spelling errors, and some people claim that it originated on 4chan. Another delightful entry on this iceberg is the video "Hi Walter, I got a new girlfriend today." And why don't we just watch it?
Hi Walter, I was at the mall today and guess what happened? I met the most wonderful girl. I know she hates cameras, Walter, but I'm gonna show you her anyways. You ready?
Lovely. The things I have to watch to put these videos together, I swear to God. Fret not, it is entirely fake. In my opinion, quite obviously so, but here's where things take a more macabre turn. Back in 2009, a young girl named Kayla Berg went missing, and she still hasn't been found to this day. Some people claimed that the woman in the video looked like her. They began to try and investigate who exactly was behind the video, and eventually her mother was made aware of these rumours.
I looked at it and I about fell over. I was sick to my stomach. I watched it. I would stop it. I would pause it. I would break it down. And man, it sure did look like her. It looked like her face. It looked like her frame. The voice sounded like hers.
You thought this was your daughter?
I sincerely, honestly thought that was my daughter in that video.
And I can't even imagine what that must have been like for her mother to have to deal with. What was clearly supposed to be a short horror skit uploaded to YouTube was suddenly at the centre of a missing persons investigation. The police got involved and soon determined that the entire thing was a hoax. It's important to note here that the film creators had zero intention of trying to fool anyone into thinking that the woman in the video was Kayla, and it appears that the whole thing was just a tragic misunderstanding. The creator actually said that this was to be the first video in a series, and at the time YouTube was filled with found footage style horror videos and ARGs, and he blamed the media and internet sleuths for blowing the entire thing out of proportion. On December 13th, 1973, Claude Vorelhon, a man who had previously owned a car magazine called Autopop, as well as being a musician as a young man, claimed to have a strange experience with so-called extraterrestrial entities.
The ship was manned by the Elohim, a race from a distant planet who, as part of an exotic experiment, had created mankind in its own image millions of years ago. The creature went on to say that he was Vorelon's true father and gave him a new name, Ra'el, the messenger. Did they give you a mission to accomplish in the world?
Yes, the mission is the one that I'm doing now. That is to bring revelation, to bring light to all men who used to believe either that they were created by a material god or else that life was born by chance from a drop of water. But in fact, we were created by people like us. We were created in the laboratory by genetic manipulation, just as we're able to do now. My mission in life is to build an embassy where we'll be able to welcome them, where there will be diplomatic immunity, where we'll be able to greet them on Earth.
Before I get into the story, I just want to shout out one of my favourite channels on YouTube, which is Anomaly Documentaries. And they have an entire documentary about this human cloning story where they go into a lot more detail than I'm going to here, because as I said at the beginning, this is just a kind of brief look. In 1997, the Raelians began pursuing human cloning, claiming that such efforts could unlock the secret of immortality, and this was in line with their beliefs that aliens had created all life on Earth.
They came on the Earth, built big laboratories, and inside these laboratories, through DNA and cloning, they did create all life on Earth.
They founded a company called Clonaid with Brigitte Bosselier serving as their chief executive. She had studied chemistry and received 2 PhDs before finding Rael and his strange religion in the early 90s.
Was there ever a time when you thought, I'm not sure if this is the right thing to do?
The only concern I have regarding this is, am I doing it right? In terms of science.
They hit the news in the early 2000s when they claimed that they were being financed by an American couple whose 10-month-old child had died. They were going to clone her for the sum of $1.5 million. This claim got their laboratory in West Virginia raided by the FDA, and it was revealed that a man named Mark Hunt, an unfortunate name, had bought the equipment because he wanted Clonaid to clone his deceased son. By April 2001, they were claiming that a woman was to be impregnated with a cloned fetus, and it was on December 27th, 2002 that Brigitte Bosselier finally announced the birth of the first human clone.
I'm very, very pleased to announce that the first baby clone is born. She was born yesterday at 11:55 a.m. in the country where she was born. So this will not give you more details about the location. She she's fine. We call her Eve between us. You knew that, of course. Some suggested it, and I thought it was a good idea, actually. You won't have the right name. And, you know, for a long time, I thought that this press conference will be with the baby, the parents, the scientists, everybody surrounding me, and having pleasure announcing it. I'm alone. And there is a reason to that, is that it hasn't been easy to face the world with this announcement. And we have been discussing with the parents the last 3 months how we would handle today. And they decided not to show up yet.
Obviously, people were like, what the bloody hell is going on? A cloned baby named Eve? You've got to be joking. They didn't actually present any evidence of the existence of such a child, but obviously there were huge safeguarding concerns. There were petitions to appoint Eve a temporary guardian, and a court case ensued where it was revealed that the baby was supposedly born outside of the US and was currently living in Israel. No proof of baby Eve existing was ever provided, although that didn't stop Brigitte and other Raelian spokespeople from claiming that multiple clones had been born. Throughout the early 2000s, these babies were being cloned left, right and centre. But again, no proof of them existing has ever been shown to the world. At some point I'd like to explore the Raelians in a lot more detail, but for now, again, I'd point in the direction of anomaly documentaries if you want a deeper dive on this incredibly bizarre story. Hercules the horse-sized dog refers to this image of a bloody massive English Mastiff being walked in the park alongside a horse. Apparently Hercules had been named the world's biggest dog by Guinness World Records, and he weighed 282 pounds at just 3 years old. Apparently his owner was shocked by his speed of growth, claiming that he fed him normal food and he continued to grow and grow and grow. There was also another photograph of this couple walking their horse and dog from behind. Can you imagine snuggling up with that? It'd break your fucking legs if it got on your lap. A lot of people claim that the image has been doctored, and I would have to agree. I mean, look at it. The name most likely comes from 2 places. There was a bloody massive dog named Hercules, who looks remarkably like his owner, that was apparently the world's heaviest dog. And there was a fictional dog called Hercules Morse, also an English Mastiff, who was a character in the Harry McClary books, where they would say, Hercules Morse, as big as a horse. Let's move on. On the 27th of November 1810, a woman named Mrs. Tottenham had an incredibly bizarre and somewhat frustrating day at her home at 54 Berners Street. It all began when a chimney sweep knocked on her door and claimed to have been hired to clear out the chimneys. Throughout the course of the day, Mrs. Tottenham was visited by doctors, cake makers armed with wedding cakes, men carrying an organ, the Governor of the Bank of England, the Lord Mayor of London, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and many, many more. It was properly kicking off at Mrs. Tottenham's gaff. Apparently they had to call the police out to stop people from approaching her door. So what the hell was bringing everyone there in the first place? Well, it was all thanks to a man named Theodore Hook, who is described as being a man of letters. He was an affluent academic who had enough time on his hands to write several letters to all manner of people across London, urging them to show up at Mrs. Tottenham's address. She was supposedly a well-known woman of fortune, and her house was centrally located in what is now known as the Soho area of London. I don't want to be too much of a killjoy, but I do wonder whether any of the workers that were also hoaxed by this Theodore Hook lad were actually paid for their time. The majority of people arriving at Berners Street were working class people trying to make a living, but Theodore Hook seemed to be more concerned with creating a spectacle. He'd boasted to his friend that he could make any house in London famous. And considering the fact that we're talking about it over 200 years later, I would say that unfortunately, he was right. Bear in mind that entire books have been published on this next hoax, so if you're looking for a deeper dive, then you should probably seek them out. The short story of the automaton chess player is as follows. Inspired by illusionists, Wolfgang von Kempelen created a machine that could supposedly play chess like an absolute pro, going on to defeat notable figures such as Benjamin Franklin. An exhibition in Canada that focused on visual culture in the age of artificial intelligence wrote,
dressed in Ottoman robes and a turban, von Kempelen's automaton was dubbed the casually racist moniker, the Mechanical Turk, undoubtedly with the intent to acknowledge the early adoption of chess in Persia and the Middle East.
The figure sat on top of a wooden cabinet, the doors of which would open to reveal a seemingly intricate mechanism which was bloody great at playing chess. Only it didn't exist. It wasn't machine operated at all. Instead, a highly skilled and concealed chess player would operate it manually from the inside. Plenty of people fell for it, and some made up quite bizarre theories about how the machine operated.
One of the biggest fictions that has arisen around it was actually perpetrated by no less than Robert Houdin. In his memoirs, he claimed that this automaton was made in order to conceal a legless Polish warrior. This unfortunate man called Waruski had had his legs shattered with a cannon, and that was the modus operandi.
Pass the dutchie on the left hand side. Pass the dutchie on the left.
If you were a left-handed burger lover on April 1st, 1998, then Burger King had you covered. They took out an entire page in USA Today to advertise their new left-handed Whopper. It had been rotated a full 180 degrees to ensure better grip on the bun, maximising your taste enjoyment. They also claimed to have rearranged the orientation of the condiments, and the lower bun had been realigned to compensate for a shift in weight. Burger King spokeswoman Kim Miller said that customers had been coming into restaurants and asking for the left-handed burger, although it wasn't clear whether they were just playing along with the hoax themselves. That's it. That's all I've got on the left-handed Whopper. On to the next one. Way back in 1990, Microsoft developed a font called Wingdings, and I'm sure most of you watching this are familiar with it. It contains lots of different symbols, including books, smiley faces, religious symbols, numbers, arrows, etc. But of interest to us is the insane theory that Wingdings predicted 9/11. This theory got started via email, and if you're old enough, you probably remember the days of chain emails containing all kinds of bizarre stories, as well as threats like, if you don't forward this to 10 people, something terrible will happen to you. And I don't know about you, but I always forwarded. It's not worth the risk not to do it. Anyway, post 9/11, strange emails began to circulate. They claimed that if you typed Q33NY in Wingdings, then you'd be confronted with a plane going into two towers, a skull and crossbones, and the Star of David. But why Q33NY? According to the hoax creators, whoever they were, Q33NY was the flight number of one of the planes that hit the World Trade Center. Only it wasn't. Those flight numbers were AA11 and UA175. There is, however, a bus called the Q33 in New York, which runs between Jackson Heights and East Elmhurst. But I don't think it has any relation to the World Trade Center, considering the fact that both of those places are in Queens. Q33NY appears to have no relation to 9/11 whatsoever. So it's basically someone who wanted to put those symbols together and found a way to do it by lying about the flight number. That's literally it. And we all know that the only credible 9/11 prediction, apart from, all of the official ones that were ignored, comes from the TV show The Lone Gunman.
Your flight's gonna make an unscheduled stop in exactly 22 minutes.
Corner of Liberty and Washington. Lower Manhattan.
World Trade Center. I'm gonna crash the plane into the World Trade Center.
I don't know about you, but I'm convinced.
Having my baby.
The website malepregnancy.com first surfaced in 1999. It supposedly documented a man named Lee Ming-wei who wanted to become pregnant and who declared himself the first biological male pregnancy. Alongside the website was this short documentary.
There's a lot of
questions in my mind. Because I'm going to be the first male to carry a baby to term if I survived. I can feel the baby actually. Yeah, it's 4 months old and I can feel he or she kicking.
In reality, the website and the documentary was a hoax created by two artists, one being the real Ling Min Wei, who wasn't pregnant, and the other being Virgil Wong. He described it as an art installation, and today describes himself as an artist and digital technologist transforming human health. One person threatened to bomb Lee's house in response to the project, and he claimed that the website had been found by a religious group that had riled up their followers, leading to several other threats. Eventually, Lee had to leave his home because of it. He would later say that he was happy with the discussion that his work had sparked, despite having to fear for his life because of it. In the summer of 2003, a website called Hunting for Bambi appeared online. And before we get into it, I'm just giving you a warning for misogyny, simulated violence against women. You get my drift. Just be aware before you go any further. This website advertised a video that claimed to be more shocking than anything you've ever seen before. A cross between Fear Factor and Jackass that adds a new meaning to the phrase girls gone wild and makes bum fights look like kids play. I mean, we're dealing with some really nice stuff here. The video itself was essentially simulated violence against women. It claimed to show willing women being hunted and shot with paintball guns. But that wasn't all they offered.
A local Las Vegas business is creating quite a stir. The company is called Hunting for Bambi, and it promotes a paintball event in the desert where naked women are the targets.
That is lovely. I mean, can you imagine the sickos signing up for that kind of event? I don't even want to think about it. Their later website is so grotesque that I really don't want to show it to you, but it includes pictures of naked, terrified women, extreme levels of misogyny and violence, advocating taking revenge on the women in your life that may have wronged you, and whining about feminist killjoys. But it turns out that there were never actually any real hunts, and that the entire thing was designed to sell more copies of the original video. In 2003, the promoter of the site, Michael Burdick, was faced with charges for operating a business without a license, and he allegedly told the assistant city attorney that the entire thing was a scam to make money off the video. He also ended up apologizing for embarrassing the city of Las Vegas. That's how bad it was. He had to apologize to Las Vegas, of all places. Imagine that. That's when you know you're a real sicko, when you got to apologize to Vegas. Born in Australia in 1832, Elizabeth Reed Cotton, later known as Lady Hope, was a somewhat well-known British evangelist who participated in the temperance movement. She was very much against the booze. She's most well known for making up a story about meeting Charles Darwin on his deathbed, where she claimed that he was reading a Bible and that he told her that he regretted expressing his theory of evolution. Her story was printed in the Boston Watchman Examiner, and it circulated heavily in religious circles. Here was Charles Darwin reverting to Christianity and renouncing evolution. It was pretty sensational stuff, except it never happened. Darwin's daughter, Henrietta, said that she was the one present at his deathbed and that Lady Hope was not present at all during his last illness. His family members claimed that he never recanted any of his views and that he never converted on his deathbed. He remained an agnostic. The story is still believed by a very small number of modern creationists, but the majority of them seem to accept that Lady Hope was full of shit. In August 2015, some residents of the state of Wisconsin received a bizarre letter from the Department of Natural Resources. It asked them to remove any concrete deer ornaments from their lawn by November 1st, because the DNR will be conducting a statewide deer count, and over the past 2 years, some of the concrete deers had been counted by mistake. Some people contacted the DNR to ask if it was real, which prompted them to post on Facebook that the letter was a hoax, and that they were absolutely not trying to interfere with the residents' God-given right to cover their lawns with concrete deer statues.
Calling occupants of interplanetary craft.
We've finally made it to what is quite possibly my favourite entry on this entire tier, that being the Wiesbaden Martian. Now, if you're familiar with me and the channel, then you'll be well aware of both my fondness and frustration with the world of ufology. The characters involved, the seemingly endless military psyops, so on and so forth. And you might also recognise some of the names that will appear in this story. It concerns this photograph of 2 American soldiers supposedly holding a Martian, aka an alien. The photograph appeared in April 1st, 1950 and was supposedly intended as an April Fool's Day hoax. But here's where things get a little weird. The man behind this hoax was William Sprunkle, a journalist at the local newspaper in Wiesbaden, and post-World War II, the city itself has been a constant host to the US military. It's the capital of Hesse, which became an important location of NATO installations in the 1950s, especially military bases of the US V Corps and the United States Army Europe. Sprunkle decided to contact a liaison officer at the Wiesbaden Army base, hoping to enlist them in his April Fool's Day prank. Now, you think that this kind of thing would be dismissed outright, but apparently the whole thing was approved by the US Army headquarters in Heidelberg. The liaison officer had sought out higher approval and received it. Sprunkle brought his photographer along to the base, along with his photographer's child, and this child was photographed with 2 American soldiers. Allegedly, Hans then doctored the photograph to make his own son look like an alien. He also created fake photographs of supposedly crashed flying saucers, both of which were used in the resulting piece that was published in the newspaper on April Fool's Day 1950. The story was a classic UFO crash, but in 1950, stories of crashed flying saucers were nowhere near as prominent as they are now. Apparently, Sprunkle had been inspired by the story of Ray Dimmick, who claimed to have seen a flying saucer crash in Mexico City in early March of that year. Anyway, in the Wiesbaden newspaper, they claimed the following.
A huge flying disc flew over Wiesbaden and crashed in a nearby wood. The population should remain confident about the matter, since the crew member was in a safe place at the Nuremberg hospital in the city. The alien, who would float on a rotary disc, was walked around near the hospital every day between 2 and 3 p.m. so that he gets used to our gravity, and the breathing apparatus was furnished by the military.
The whole thing should have been forgotten about, but in May 1950, an FBI agent in New Orleans named John Quinn allegedly received the photograph from an unknown informant. This unnamed person claimed that it showed a man from Mars in the United States, and he claimed to have bought the photograph for a measly $1. Now, for some reason, this photograph was held onto, and then it was subsequently released to UFO researcher Barry Greenwood after he filed a Freedom of Information Act request in 1979. Somehow, this photograph reached Bill Moore and Charles Belitz, who at the time were working on their infamous book, The Roswell Incident, which would kickstart decades of disinformation and debate around crashed flying saucer retrievals. They published a terrible photocopy of the image along with an artist's interpretation, and given the popularity of the Roswell Incident book and the credulousness of many involved in UFO research, a lot of people believed it to be real. But here's the thing that raises some red flags for me. That story I told you about John Quinn, the FBI agent, well, that comes from Moore and Belitz's book. I can't actually find another source for it. Bill Moore was famously involved in a disinformation campaign alongside AFOSI agent Rick Doty, targeting UFO researchers such as Paul Bennewitz, so he's not exactly a trustworthy source, at least not in some people's eyes, although he has attained somewhat of a legend status within ufology. Now, why would the FBI keep the photograph and pass it on to UFO researcher Barry Greenwood? It was a very clear hoax. What would be the purpose of releasing it to a UFO researcher in 1979, 1 year before the book on the Roswell incident was published, a book which catapulted the Roswell story into the mainstream? And if we go back to 1950, why would US Army officials approve a hoax like that in the first place? These are all important questions to ponder, but if you're looking for the answers, I sadly have none. We're ending this video with another April Fool's Day hoax, this one from a 1972 issue of the Veterinary Record, which seems like an unusual place for a hoax. They published an article about the diseases of Brunus edwardi, and they claimed that this was a species that was commonly kept in homes in the UK, Europe and North America. The images accompanying the article showed a teddy bear suffering from loss of limbs, emotional disturbances and a lopsided squint. It was a supposed scientific paper about diseases amongst teddy bears. Apparently some people fell for this, which is insane to think about, but I'll be real with you. That picture of that bear suffering from emotional disturbance is genuinely heartbreaking. I honestly feel upset looking at it.
Chasing us up here. On Facebook, they said there was killer clowns around here that were killing people.
And I've come up with a concept by myself. It's the crooked eagle.
And I'm thinking, he's supposed to be jumping up and down on the other end of the phone.
He's made the conscious decision not to talk. A truly bizarre story.
In the early 2000s, a company called Aerotech Industries launched a website to promote their incredibly bizarre creation. They called it the Love Lump, and they claimed that it was a collection of living tissues and organs that had been artificially engineered. To be frank with you, it's a pair of boobs and both male and female genitalia all put together in one lump. I wish I could show you a photograph, but unfortunately the powers that be at YouTube would demonetize this video in a goddamn instant, because apparently we're not all adults here. The Love Lump was a supposed self-gratification toy for sickos who wanted to get off with something that looked straight out of the shunting scene in the movie Society.
If you have any edible fantasies you'd like to indulge in, Billy, now's the time.
As you've probably worked out by now, the Love Lump never existed. It was a creation of an artist named Henry Ross, who claimed to have created the website as a reaction to developments within the biotech industry. So if you were getting excited at the prospect of being able to order one of these things, then I'm sorry to crush your sicko dreams. On the 17th of May 1991, TV audiences in Russia bore witness to a bizarre and almost unbelievable broadcast. It was a long-form interview with a man named Sergei Kuryakin, who claimed to have some shocking and profoundly earth-shattering revelations about Vladimir Lenin. The program began with a short introduction, with the host announcing a new segment that would introduce new approaches to well-known historical events in both the Soviet Union and the rest of the world. This first edition would address what the hosts called the mystery of the October Revolution, and audiences were definitely not prepared for the strange twists and turns that this story was about to take. Sergei claimed that his investigations had led him to Mexico, where he'd seen mural paintings depicting a scene similar to the October Revolution. He'd read Carlos Castaneda's work and researched the psychedelic effects of cactuses and mushrooms, specifically peyote, which he refers to by its Latin name.
Его латинское название лофофора вильямси. Он содержит в себе некоторые галлюциногенные препараты, которые вызывают сильнейшие галлюцинации, и благодаря которым человек может увидеть совершенно невероятные картины, очень рельефно и красочно. Это картины, как правило, очень массовые.
He then points us towards a strange object on Lenin's desk.
Вот фотография Ленина в его рабочем кабинете. Посмотрите сюда. Видите, никто из исследователей не обращал внимания на тот странный предмет, который находится у него рядом с чернильницей. Вот он. Видите, сверху у него такая верхушечка.
Напоминает нам маленькую летающую тарелку.
Ну, грубо говоря, в общем, да.
He claims that this strange object resembles Tibinicarpus, a cactus that he claims produces psychotropic effects. The strange broadcast continued with Sergei telling the host that he'd read through Lenin's letters and had found one that contained the sentence, "Yesterday I ate too many mushrooms, but I felt great." Of course, we're not talking about oyster mushrooms or portobellos. We're talking about the trippy kind. Sergei claims that because of these shrooms, Lenin had seen the October Revolution before it happened. Things take an even stranger turn when he tells the host that during a visit to MIT, he discovered that mushrooms possess the same acoustic properties as a radio wave.
Дает те же свойства, что дает неосязаемая радиоволна. То есть гриб, в общем-то, если говорить так грубо, если что в понятном языке, гриб — это радиоволна.
It doesn't end there, my friends. He then says that if a person takes these mushrooms for an extended period, they become his personality. He says that people slowly turn into literal mushrooms and then, ultimately, into a radio wave, which leads him to his most shocking revelation.
И сейчас я вам скажу то, что самое главное, к чему я все это веду. О том, что у меня есть совершенно неопровержимые доказательства, что вся Октябрьская революция делалась людьми, которые много лет употребляли соответствующие грибы. И грибы в процессе того, как они были употребляемы этими людьми, вытесняли в этих людях их личность, и люди становились грибами. То есть я просто-напросто хочу сказать, что Ленин был грибом. Грибом, более того, он был не только грибом, он был еще, помимо всего, радиоволной.
Now, obviously, we all know that the October Revolution was not the brainchild of a bunch of hippies strung out on psychedelics and was instead a working-class uprising against autocratic rule. And it's hard to believe that anyone watching this interview would have actually believed it. But the timing of this hoax was important. Alexei Yerchak writes in his essay, A Parasite from Out of Space, that a program of this kind could only have been successful during the limited historical window of the early 1990s. Earlier, the media was too tightly controlled by the Soviet party state. Television programs had to be pre-approved, and any irony at the expense of the political foundations would have been impossible. Later, in the post-Soviet 1990s, although irony about the Soviet system had become common, the media ultimately fell under new forms of control, the new political system, and its newly introduced market considerations. According to the same essay, the TV studio was overwhelmed with phone calls demanding an explanation. Could it be that Lenin was actually a mushroom?
You know, Lenin.
Was this just a prank?
Lenin, did anyone ever hear of Lenin?
As we've come to discover through the course of this series, the response to these kinds of hoaxes are often exaggerated, so it becomes incredibly hard to ascertain exactly what the public thought at the time. Yerchak goes on to write that the host of the show had unimaginable freedom when it came to choosing topics. He says that this free indeterminacy, which cannot even be imagined on television today, ended in the mid-1990s with the privatization of television and the emergence of strict programming formats. I'd highly recommend going to read that essay. I'll leave it linked down below because it provides a lot more historical context and also some interesting information about Sergei Kurikhin himself, most specifically his later support for Alexander Dugin. But that's a can of worms that I shan't be opening in this video, so let's move on. Do you ever read the reviews of a film critic and think to yourself, what the hell is wrong with this person? Why do they have no taste whatsoever? And how the hell did they get this job in the first place? That seemed to be the internal monologue of a journalist for Newsweek named John Horn, who, in early 2001, decided to investigate a film critic who went by the name of David Manning. Manning seemed to work for the Ridgefield Press, and he was fond of giving positive reviews to movies released by Columbia Pictures, owned by parent company Sony Pictures Entertainment. He gave a glittering review to Rob Schneider's The Animal, saying that the producing team of Big Daddy has delivered another winner, along with proclaiming that Hollow Man was one hell of a scary ride, alongside The Forsaken, which was a scary, sexy thrill ride. But what was it about David Manning that caught the attention of a Newsweek journalist? Well, it was the small problem of him not existing. Apparently, Horn's interest in David Manning and whether or not he was a real film critic had been piqued when he discovered that Manning had released his positive review of The Animal before the movie had actually been screened to critics. So he either had the gift of second sight or something dodgy was going on. Through the course of his investigation, Horn discovered that nobody called David Manning worked for the Ridgefield Press. So he decided to go directly to Sony and ask them whether or not Manning existed. I was more puzzled than anything because I couldn't yet imagine he was a fake. Then I called Sony. Before the studio returned my call, I got a call from the producer of The Animal, and he said he had nothing to do with David Manning. That made me even more curious. So I asked Sony specifically if Manning existed, and the studio said no. It turns out that Manning was the creation of Matthew Kramer, who at the time was the director of creative advertising at Sony. He'd used the name of his real-life friend David Manning, who would later say that he didn't think anything of it, and that he was somewhat excited about seeing his name in a newspaper. Ultimately, Sony ended up paying a $326,000
$1,000 fine for their use of fake reviews to promote their movies, which, let's be frank, is a mere drop in the ocean for a company like that. According to the Museum of Hoaxes, this next entry was the first internet hoax to reach a mass audience. It originated via email, and in the early 90s, chain email hoaxes were all the rage. This one claimed to be a legitimate news article from the Associated Press. Its title was Microsoft Bids to Acquire the Catholic Church. It claimed that there had been a joint press conference in St. Peter's Square, where both Microsoft and the Vatican had announced that the software giant will acquire the Catholic Church in exchange for shares in Microsoft stock. It was to be the first time a tech company had acquired a world religion, and nowadays the tech companies feel a little like religions themselves, but that's off topic. They also claimed that you can get communion, confess your sins, receive absolution, even reduce your time in purgatory, all without leaving your home via their new application, Microsoft Church. It was a very obvious hoax, but Microsoft felt the need to respond, releasing their own press release denying the story and apologising to anyone that may have been offended. According to the Museum of Hoaxes, some people did actually believe it, which shouldn't surprise me, but alas, here I am, constantly taken aback by people who will literally believe in anything. If, like me, you're a bit of a folklore connoisseur, then you may have heard the name Lucy Lightfoot before. She was a young girl who supposedly disappeared on the 13th of June 1831 during a violent thunderstorm in the village of Gatcombe on the Isle of Wight. The story goes, on the same day there was also a total eclipse of the sun. There was a lot of weather going on. I bet it was the talk of the town. To shield herself from the storm, she'd taken shelter in the local St Olave's church, which had been built for the Esther family in 1292, and Lucy was apparently very familiar with it. She had allegedly become obsessed with the wooden effigy of Sir Edward Esther, spending hours fantasizing at its side, supposedly dreaming of wild romantic adventures with him. Quite the imagination. After the weather had calmed, people began to search for Lucy, but all they found was her horse tied up to the gate of the church. She disappeared, never to be seen again. According to the story, her parents had offered a substantial reward for any information leading to her being found, but there was nothing. The only strange thing discovered in the church was the supposed shattered steel dagger that the effigy had been holding. It wasn't until 1865 that clues began to appear, thanks to the research of Reverend Samuel Trelawney, who, via his research into the Crusades, had allegedly found a manuscript that referenced a Sir Edward Esther, along with his romantic partner, a brave woman called Lucy, from the Isle of Wight. This led to some strange theories, including that of a time kink that could have been accentuated by the unique weather conditions, as well as Lucy's longing to be with the adventurous Esther. So it's a tale of freak storms, a disappearing girl, and potential time travel, and it's also completely fictional. I'm sorry to burst the romantic fantasy of it all, but this is called the Hoaxes Iceberg, for God's sake. You should have known it would be a hoax. It was the creation of a man named James Evans, who was the vicar of the church. He was described as a talented speaker and a great storyteller that extended a cheerful and genuine friendship to all in the village. It's said that he dreamed up the story of Lucy Lightfoot in the 60s to try and raise money for the church and raise its profile, but the story soon took on a life of its own amongst paranormal enthusiasts and people who just enjoyed a good yarn. And the village of Gatcombe still has visitors looking for Lucy to this day. I'm not one of these people that gets easily scared by clowns. The one exception to that is probably Tim Curry's Pennywise. And I know it's an incredibly camp performance, but there's just something about it, man. It scares the living hell out of me. However, I can say that if I was pottering around outside in 2016, minding my own business, and suddenly stumbled upon someone dressed as an evil clown, I'd probably be terrified. The initial creepy clown sightings began on August 1st and were supposedly part of a marketing stunt to promote a short horror film called Gags, starring none other than Gags the Clown. Creepy photographs of the character stalking the streets of Green Bay, Wisconsin appeared on social media, and they created such a furore that the police were called, but they couldn't really do anything about a person wandering around in a clown costume. By the end of the month, the media had another creepy clown story on their hands, this time in Greenville County, South Carolina. The New York Times reported that a group of clowns were trying to lure children into the woods, even offering them money. Then, 2 weeks later, in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, there were more bizarre stories of clowns trying to lure children into the woods.
Well, the first sighting was here in this wooded area behind me off East 29th Street. The clown reportedly offering kids treats to lure them inside.
There's woods right over here. We don't even want our kids to come outside anymore. It started in South Carolina, and now it's up here. That's nerve-wracking.
Around the same time, in nearby Greensboro, a man claimed to have seen a clown coming out of the woods and decided to chase it with a machete.
Christopher Bass says he chased the clown into these woods after spotting it from his deck.
I had my firearm, my book bag, and a machete in my hand. Instinct. I got kids.
While his wife called 911.
He was there with his machete, trying to see if he could catch him.
Bass says it was instinctive. He's heard about Sunday's incidents in Winston-Salem and recent sightings in South Carolina.
It's just scary to see him back here. Real scary, but I knew it was coming. Winston right here.
These clowns are getting around, man. They're bloody everywhere.
We do know that it's striking fear among members of our public, and so we have patrols out in each of these areas, and wherever we think we might anticipate that person, we've added patrols to see if we can intercept the person and the activity.
As well as striking fear among the general public, working clowns were bloody terrified too.
This is my life, this is my family, and I know a lot of clowns that do this for a living, and it's been hard.
Imagine you're just clocking off an arduous 8-hour shift clowning, walking home after a hard day's work, and suddenly you got someone chasing you with a fucking machete. There were all manner of strange reports, and it's difficult to ascertain what was real and what was hysteria or people just having a laugh. On September 14th, 2 people were arrested in LaGrange, Georgia for calling the police with a fake clown sighting.
In Kentucky, this young man was arrested for trying to scare people in a ditch. Police have arrested at least 12 people across the United States for participating in menacing stunts or making false reports.
And a middle school in the same city was placed on a lockdown after being threatened by clowns on social media. The next day, another school was put on lockdown, this time Flomaton High School in Alabama, after again being threatened by clowns on Facebook.
Everybody was kind of freaking out. They didn't know if it was like a joke or not, or if this was serious and someone clown was out here at the school.
No clown was ever spotted on or near campus. Students proud of the quick action by law enforcement.
It's not a joke to sit there and threat the school and threat kids, and that we take it really seriously around here.
One of the people involved was actually charged with making a terrorist threat on social media. Students at universities were involved in clown hunts, which is exactly what you think it is.
At Penn State, hundreds of students flooded the streets in search of clowns that had allegedly been seen around campus, though police reported that there were no credible sightings or threats.
No matter who you're voting for, we can all agree on one thing. Fuck that!
Things got even more ridiculous when the media picked up on the claims that there was going to be a killer clown purge on Halloween.
A threat was posted on social media claiming that clowns are going to purge cities across the country on Halloween Eve.
Posted on social media claiming clowns were going to purge cities across the country on Halloween Eve. And on that list is Greenville, South Carolina. Greenville police say it's not credible, but they say you should still be vigilant. But many parents are saying they're not even going to take their kids trick-or-treating because of the reports of clowns already trying to lure kids into the woods. Just last week, Target pulled clown masks from its stores, and McDonald's announced that Ronald McDonald will be making fewer appearances because of the quote-unquote creepy clown climate.
The 2016 clown sightings have been chalked up to mass hysteria, but it's important to remember that there were actually people dressed as clowns running around trying to scare people. If you were a parent and suddenly the news starts churning out headlines about clowns trying to lure children into the woods, along with photographs of people dressed up in slightly unnerving costumes, armed with weapons, then of course you're going to be concerned.
I have a 4-year-old granddaughter that I'm raising, and she loves candy, she loves clowns, she loves all colorful things. So if that would have been her going in there and I wouldn't have been able to find my baby, that's heartbreaking for a parent to lose their child. I've lost one. I don't plan on losing another.
So while these sightings may have been mostly hoaxes, they created a fear that was incredibly real for the people whose communities were supposedly being overrun by creepy killer clowns. On June 1st, 2007, one of the most shocking and controversial reality TV shows was broadcast in the Netherlands. Its name was The Great Donor Show, and the concept was simple. A 37-year-old terminally ill woman had decided to donate one of her kidneys, and 25 people were to compete to be the lucky recipient. 22 of the so-called participants were eliminated in the first round, leaving 3 potential candidates to battle it out, with viewers texting in from home to share their opinions on who should win the prized organ. If you thought reality TV in 2007 was already scraping the bottom of the barrel, then this show proved that beyond that barrel was another barrel to be scraped. It was produced by Endemol, the company behind such hits as Big Brother, and it was decried as exploitative and the dregs of broadcasting.
This television show is exploiting people's desperation, and it's a tragedy.
You know, Sigrid, the one thing that worries me about the message being sent here is that it does cheapen the human body and treat it as entertainment to sell a desperately needed organ to someone who might die otherwise. Is that the message you want to be sending?
Well, it might be a tactless show, but if people agree to go on it and are fully informed, then it's their decision.
But it wasn't actually real. The program had been inspired by the founder of BNN, the network who had broadcast the show. His name was Bart de Graaf, and he had been a recipient of a donated kidney in 1997. The aim of The Great Donor Show was to shed light on the shortage of potential organ donors in the Netherlands. The terminally ill woman was an actor. The participants were real kidney patients, but they were aware that the entire thing was a publicity stunt. The show went on to win the 2008 International Emmy for non-scripted entertainment.
And we want to dedicate this prize to all the people on the waiting list who are waiting for donor transplantation. And that's what it was all about. And I want to say to the Dutch government, please think again. We can change our donor system so all things will get better. So remember, dear people from the Dutch government, always look on the bright side of death. Thank you very much.
I'm going to end this one on a happy note and let you know that as of 2020, all 3 participants in the show that needed kidney transplants were still alive. The cats in the cradle and the silver spoon. Little boy blue and the man on the moon. At the beginning of 2001, a disturbing website claiming to be dedicated to preserving the long-lost art of body modification in house pets began generating headline news. The website itself, bonsaikitten.com, claimed to offer its visitors the animal complement to the bonsai tree. They wrote that it's not possible to trim a kitten, but by physically constraining the growth of a developing living thing, it can be directed to take the shape of the vessel that constrains it. Nasty stuff, right? It gets a little worse when you navigate to their method page where they claim that kittens' bones are capable of being gently warped and that they can be molded to almost any shape in their formative years, thus leaving you with a kitten in whatever shape you want. Probably the most disturbing page of all is the one with the images that I won't show here, but to be clear, there is no evidence that any animals were actually harmed. The website gained prominence via protest chain emails. They circulated the website and asked people to sign a petition to get it taken down. Eventually, the FBI got involved and it was discovered that the website belonged to MIT graduate Dr. Michael Wong Chang, who claimed to have started the site as a joke. It was also hosted on the MIT servers via his on-campus laptop before later being moved to the rotten.com servers. MIT's network manager, a man named Jeffrey Schiller, claimed that the photographs were an illusion, that the jars were actually bigger than the kittens photographed, and they could walk into the jar and out of it. Either way, the website infuriated animal activists, and I can see why. The fact that the website eventually was hosted by rotten.com speaks for itself. Wong Chang would later say that the dichotomy between exploiting distasteful subject matter in the guise of information and exploiting it as entertainment is artificial and hypocritical. And that's all well and good. But when you put photographs of animals being squished into glass jars on the internet, don't be surprised when the animal activists come for your neck. Here we have another strange and disturbing story from 2001 that gained traction via outraged chain emails. If you were unlucky enough to receive one of these and open the attached images, you'd be greeted with what appeared to be a man feasting on the roasted carcass of what appeared to be a baby. But fret not, what you're looking at is actually a conceptual art piece created by the Chinese performance artist Zhu Yu. The project was called Eating People, and it debuted at an art festival in Shanghai in 2000. The photographs were so convincing that apparently authorities in both the UK and the US investigated them, trying to figure out whether or not they were actually looking at a crime, but they soon discovered that it was merely a shocking work of art. The images went viral again at the beginning of the pandemic, fueled by racism and a wave of anti-Chinese rhetoric. While controversial and somewhat grotesque to look at, the images are completely fake and no babies were harmed in their creation. Let's move on to something a little less intense, shall we, eh? To fully understand the 1984 video game Hairraiser, we need to first understand a 1979 picture book written by Kit Williams. It was called Masquerade, and it followed Jack Hare as he's tasked to carry treasure from the moon to the sun, but along the way he loses it, thus sparking the beginning of the reader's own journey. If you'd picked up a copy, then you were encouraged to look for the treasure yourself. Kit Williams had actually created an 18-karat golden hair, and he'd buried it somewhere in England.
But we printed 60,000 copies, which for an unknown book by an unknown artist is pretty amazing. And what happened, it went mad, completely crazy. We thought we were bound to have enough till Christmas. And we reprinted a further 50,000 the day after publication, and 3 days later, yet another 50,000. I've really never seen a book like it.
This is today's mail. Just a few letters here, plus this special express delivery from a man who writes me every week in America. This package has got today's American letters in it. I mean, this has been going on like this for so long, every single day. I might say it's very boring.
As you can see, this book was insanely popular, most likely because it was so maddening. People couldn't figure out where the hell this golden hair was buried. Well, that was until Ken Thomas wrote a letter to Kit Williams in 1982.
It soon became clear that the enormously complicated puzzle set by Kit Williams had been solved by an enormously complicated man. For a start, we still don't know his real name. All he will give is a pseudonym, Ken Thomas.
He was a very secretive character, interviewed for the BBC behind a sheet of glass, and presumably his voice had been disguised, which makes you wonder why, but that will be revealed in a moment. For now, Ken Thomas discovered the location, wrote a letter to Williams, and then together they dug up the treasure. As far as anyone knows, Ken Thomas is the legitimate winner of the golden hair. But what about this video game? Lovingly dubbed the worst game of all time, it was split into two parts, Hairraiser Prelude and Hairraiser Finale, and was released in summer 1984, just 2 years after Thomas had supposedly solved Masquerade, for the price of £8.95. In comparison, this game would be around 35 to 40 quid today, so people were expecting something worth the money. The goal of the game, much like Masquerade before it, was to find the hair inside the game via a puzzle of graphics and text. If you solved it, the prize was either the golden hair itself or £30,000 in cash. This game flopped hard. They were accused of just trying to make more money by releasing it in two parts, as well as making it quite literally impossible to solve. The bad reviews and the heavy price tag saw the game sell terribly, and eventually the company that produced them, Hairsoft, went into liquidation. The entire thing appeared to be a scam. If nobody could actually solve the game, then nobody could get their grubby mitts on either the golden hair or the £30,000. But who could possibly have been behind such a crass scheme? It wasn't until 1988 that the truth was finally revealed, mostly thanks to Frank Branston at the Bedfordshire on Sunday newspaper. He discovered that the man behind Hairsoft was named Dugald Thompson, and Dugald Thompson was actually the mysterious Ken Thomas who had found the golden hair in 1982, but he hadn't found it by sheer wit. He'd been helped along, somewhat unwillingly, by a man named John Gard, who just so happened to be dating Kit Williams' ex, Veronica Robertson. They appeared to be close, with Thompson serving as the director of Gard's company Clayprint. And according to the testimony of a metal detector expert named Eric Compton, John Gard knew where the hair was buried and he'd been out to dig for it. At some point, Thompson discovered the location in which they were digging, fired off a letter to Kit Williams announcing that he'd found the general location. Kit accompanies to dig at that exact spot and awards him with the golden hair. Then, 2 years later, Thompson attempts to capitalise on owning this golden hair by creating the most convoluted, dull and unsolvable video game of all time, ensuring that nobody would ever actually win, so he'd never have to part with his beloved hair or the £30,000. But karma comes for us all in the end. Hairsoft was eventually liquidated and the golden hair itself was sold at Sotheby's by the creditors for a whopping £32,000 in 1988. In 2009, Kit Williams was finally reunited with it.
Well, that's it. What a nice thing to see again. I thought I'd never ever see that again. I just haven't seen it. I haven't touched it. It's very emotional, really. In a way, it was like an apprentice piece. I made it because I was almost no one going nowhere. And then I made this thinking, this is something really special. And it turned out that way. I'm a little bit overwhelmed by it to see it again.
Which I think is a lovely way to end this strange tale. These kind of hoaxes that declare a certain day to be gravityless seem to come around relatively often, but for the purposes of this video, we're going to focus on a BBC hoax from 1976 involving the British astronomer Sir Patrick Moore. Designed to be a send-up of the book The Jupiter Effect, which posited that a grand planetary alignment would create environmental catastrophes in the year 1982, Moore announced on the radio on April Fool's Day that Pluto was going to pass behind Jupiter and people on Earth would feel a noticeable decrease in gravity. He claimed that if you were to jump into the air at 9:47 a.m, then you'd feel yourself floating. It wouldn't be a complete lack of gravity, but you'd definitely feel a bit off. Apparently, people called into the radio station to claim that they had actually felt the effects of what Moore had called the Jovian-Plutonian gravitational effect, with one woman claiming that her and her friends had floated around the room. The name given to the hoax was a clear reference to the Jupiter effect, which would later go on to be disowned by its writers, with one of them saying that he was sorry that he ever had anything to do with it. Moore's hoax has been repurposed multiple times since 1976, with some chump popping up on social media on an almost yearly basis to declare that Zero Gravity Day is incoming. And you can guarantee that a handful of people fall for it every single time. In late 1726, a strange story appeared in Mist's Weekly Journal in England concerning a woman who had allegedly given birth to something incredibly bizarre. The woman in question was Mary Toft. She was an English peasant and had been forced to continue manual work during a pregnancy, ultimately leading to a miscarriage. The next month she went into labour again, but this time she was giving birth to what appeared to be parts of animals. This was supposedly witnessed by some of her neighbours, neighbours, and none of them knew what to think. Here was this seemingly normal woman, suddenly churning out all sorts of oddities. There were 3 legs of a cat of a tabby colour, 1 leg of a rabbit, the guts of a cat, and 3 pieces of the backbone of an eel. It's the kind of story that sounds like it should be directed by Larry Cohen.
There's only one thing wrong with the Davis baby. It's alive.
I can see it now. It's alive 4. The only thing wrong with the Toft baby is it is made of animal parts. In 1700s England, people believed that something supernatural was happening. I mean, it's not every day that you watch a woman give birth to all that. The story began to spread and it reached the most wretched people on this godforsaken island, the British royal family. And King George I became weirdly obsessed with the case. They ended up sending the secretary to the Prince of Wales to observe Mary Toft himself, and he, conveniently, saw her give birth to a dead rabbit. But why on earth was any of this happening? The explanation given at the time was something called maternal impression. It was the belief that the inner workings of the mind, as well as life events, could have a profound impact on an unborn fetus. Some examples of this are birthmarks on a child being shaped like the food the mother was craving at the time. It's a long discredited theory, but back then it was all the rage. And Mary Toft claimed that she had been frightened by a rabbit while working, which had somehow led to her giving birth to a bunch of rabbits and other assorted animal bits. Or did she? Of course she didn't. This is the Hoaxes Iceberg, for God's sake. How many times do I have to keep telling you? The real story emerged in December 1726 when it was discovered that Mary's husband had been buying up rabbits and that Mary's sister-in-law Margaret had approached a porter and asked him to find her a rabbit and sneak it into Mary's bedroom. The porter ended up spilling the beans and midwife James Douglas began to grill Mary on what the hell was going on. After being threatened with an intrusive surgery, she finally confessed, 3 times no less, over the course of several days. She blamed multiple people for the hoax, most notably her husband's family, and this is where it gets really quite disturbing. She said that the animal parts were actually put inside her post-miscarriage, and she had essentially simulated giving birth to them. It's also noted that she gave birth to these animals while some of them had claws intact. Mary was accused of being an abominable cheat and imposter, pretending to deliver several monstrous births, and she got banged up at Bridewell Prison for 4 months before being released. She went on to have a human daughter and pretty much disappeared from the public eye. But in more recent years, the story has been re-examined. Just how much agency did Mary have in this whole charade? In her article on Mary Toft, writer and journalist Sabrina Imbler interviewed both Karen Harvey, a historian at the University of Birmingham, and Nikki Russell from the University of Glasgow. Harvey said that Toft was a young, extremely poor woman from a small town who was taken to London, all the time escorted and watched by titled, landed, aristocratic men. I think she was just playing the lead role in a performance orchestrated by other people. And Russell noted that it could have been seen as a way out of grinding poverty or a desire just to be noticed or important for a short while. But she seemed completely overwhelmed and scared, fearful of what would happen to her for making fools out of so many prominent people in society. The 2002 Atlantic hurricane season took 50 lives and caused $2.4 billion worth of damage, and it also gave us our next hoax on the list.
We're very concerned about tornadoes, tornado watches.
Hurricane Lily was the strongest hurricane of the season when it came to wind speed. It had weakened significantly before making landfall in Louisiana, and at this point you might be wondering why it's included in this video at all. Well, let me explain. Shortly after the hurricane, this photograph, which claimed to show 3 tornadic water spouts in the Gulf of Mexico, began to be circulated via email. It looked like a scene straight out of the movie Twister. I'm surprised there weren't a floating cow in it as well.
Cow. I gotta go, Julia. We got cows.
As you've probably guessed, the photograph was fake. It was actually an edited version of this original photograph, which appeared in a newsletter called Anchor Lines about a year earlier. However, it appears that triple tornadic waterspouts do actually exist. Take this video, for example, which clearly shows them off the coast of Finland. But again, a distinct lack of floating cows.
Another cow.
I can see clearly now, the rain is gone.
This next entry is another fake website that appeared in February 2006 and was promoted via email. I cannot stress enough how big email was for these kind of hoaxes, and doing the research for these videos has made me like weirdly nostalgic for the days of chain emails. Make chain emails a thing again. Anyway, the website was called LASIK at Home and it promoted at-home laser eye surgery. They claimed that it was the same surgical procedure that was performed at eye clinics around the world, but without the unnecessary equipment and staff. I don't know about you, but I feel like staff are quite necessary when it comes to pointing a laser at your eye, but that's just me. The website claimed that the company had been founded 2 years prior by Dr. Amir Kadim, a supposed pioneer in the field of laser eye surgery, who had performed over 2,000 procedures. The website even had testimonials from people who had supposedly performed their own laser eye surgery in just 4 easy steps. One of them being perform the painless procedure. They all claimed to be enjoying their new clear-sighted life, but it was clearly all bollocks. Whoever made the website has remained anonymous for all of these years, and I'm not sure if it was another art project or just someone having a laugh. And if you want a baseball cap or a tote bag promoting a relatively underwhelming mid-2000s internet hoax, then today is your lucky day, because apparently they still sell merch. It's April Fool's Day 2009 and the wireless telecommunication company Qualcomm are about to unveil their extremely strange creations, or should I say abominations. The company wanted to expand their wireless coverage and had decided to do that by implanting what they called base stations inside pigeons. They wanted them to fly around and create a dynamic network, as you do.
We then realized we needed to protect this better by splicing it with a wolf. And that created the wolf pigeon. Wolves are self-defendable and form packs when needed, yet they go out as lone wolves to areas where normally you wouldn't have coverage.
There you have it, Qualcomm's wolf pigeon. But the fun didn't stop there, because apparently there were some problems with the wolf pigeon.
They can overpopulate and they can run amok and cause havoc amongst the human population itself. This is where the shark falcon comes into the picture. Basic objective of the shark falcon is that it keeps the wolf pigeon population under check.
Alright, so we've got a shark falcon too. Surely there can't be any more.
Yeah, my name's Roland and I'm a junior engineer, and I've come up with the concept by myself. It's the crockett eagle.
Wolf pigeons, shark falcons and crockett eagles. That, to me, is the Holy Trinity. Now, it's a very obvious hoax and nobody fell for it. It was just a joke. But the beginning part, where they talk about implanting base stations and wireless devices inside of animals, did get me thinking about some of the CIA's most bizarre projects involving animals. There was Operation Acoustic Kitty, which was a plan to put a microphone in a cat's ear canal, along with a radio transmitter in its skull so it could spy on communists. The common story is that it never really worked and that the whole plan was abandoned. But that's disputed by some people that actually worked on the project. Although good luck getting any information about it, because what wasn't destroyed in a fire is all completely classified. Believe it or not, this one occurred on April Fool's Day. I know. Shocking. Back on April 1st, 2000, UK newspaper The Independent ran the following headline: "Scientists develop wonder pill to boost libido of sexually inadequate pets." It was written by a journalist named John Walsh, and he claimed that a bunch of animal behaviour researchers in Florida had discovered that domestic pets suffer from sexual anxiety, just like humans do. The article claimed that the findings had been circulated by the Zevon research faculty, and as well as uncovering discovering that pets like hamsters and guinea pigs were riddled with performance anxiety, they'd supposedly come up with a cure. They claimed to have created a pill called pheromone, Viagra for animals if you will, which you would grind up and mix in with your pet's food. And then boom, no more performance issues. Honestly, the things I have to look up for these videos, I hope nobody goes through my search history because I don't want to explain why I've been searching for Viagra for hamsters. Let's move on. This one is more of a legend or fable than a straight-up hoax. It concerns a young woman who was allegedly elected to be Pope in the year 855. She supposedly held this position for 2 years, concealing herself as a man until, in 858, she gave birth during a procession. The story of Pope Joan first appeared in the early 13th century in a chronicle of Metz, a city in northern France, written by Jean de Mailly. He writes about a female pope who disguised herself as a man, gave birth and was then stoned to death. That's nice to think about. She was given the name Joan at some point in the 14th century, and her story was widely believed to be true, and busts of her likeness were commissioned. The history of the Pope Joan legend is incredibly convoluted. There have been so many investigations into whether or not she existed. There are over 500 chronicles of her existence, and multiple scholarly books have been written on the subject. Despite there being no undeniable proof of Joan's existence, the story gained significant traction throughout the centuries. It was told as fact by some and debunked as a work of fiction by others. The debate continues to this day. Some people still claim that Joan existed and was a female pope, and others are like, absolutely not, total work of fiction. Ultimately, I guess it's up to you what you believe in. I'm going to be real with you here. One of my favourite guilty pleasure channels on YouTube is Catfished, if you've ever seen it. Pretty much every week they follow a person who's been duped into sending hundreds of thousands of dollars to the person they've fallen in love with online, only for it to be revealed that the entire thing was a scam. Some of their most popular videos involve people that believe they're in relationships with celebrities. But what happens when the tables turn and the celebrity is the one being catfished? Well, that's exactly what happened to football linebacker Manti Te'o in the early 2010s. And it's a story that's told in a 2-part Netflix documentary called The Girlfriend Who Didn't Exist. So if you want a more detailed look, then I'd recommend giving that a watch. In late 2012, Manti Te'o revealed that both his girlfriend, Lene Kakawa, and his grandmother had died on the same day. His girlfriend had been suffering from leukemia, and he'd promised her that if she died, he wouldn't miss a single game, that he would go on playing in her honour.
I cried, I yelled. I've never felt that way before. This is 6 hours ago. I just found out Grandma passed away, and you take, the love of my life. Last thing she said to me was, "I love you." That was it.
A horrific ordeal, and I must stress here that Te'o did lose his grandmother and the person that he believed to be his girlfriend. His mourning was completely real. Their relationship had been online and via telephone calls. And for Te'o, this was a real relationship, and Lene was his girlfriend. But it was soon revealed that Lene didn't actually exist. She was the creation of a person who has since transitioned and now goes by the name Naya. She had used the images of a woman named Diane O'Meara to build this fake profile. The response to this all being revealed in the media was nothing short of disgusting. Here's a man who lost 2 people, went through a grieving process, only to have it revealed that one of the people he mourned never existed. People couldn't understand why he'd fallen for it, but he explained that they'd had a connection from the very beginning, based on what he believed were mutual interests and similarities.
This Lene person, there are so many similarities. She was Polynesian, supposedly. She was Samoan. I'm Samoan. She loved her faith, and she knew a lot about, I'm Mormon, and she knew a lot about that. I found a lot of, peace and a lot of comfort in being able to talk to somebody, and they knew my standards, they knew my culture, they knew what is expected of me, and I knew what's expected of her.
Obviously, these similarities were carefully engineered by Naya, who had crafted the entire thing as a way to get close to Teo. The humiliation and public ridicule that he suffered as a result of her hoax is so gross, and it shows a very limited understanding of the complexities of falling in love online, and maybe being a little naive about it. This kind of story happens every single day. It's why that YouTube channel that I recommended at the start has over 1,000 videos, although most of those are usually financial scams, and Naya's hoax never appeared to be about money. Instead, she focused on creating an alternate personality for herself, one that she could use to connect with a celebrity, and she seemingly had no regard for how all of this would affect him. And I really do have to hand it to him, like nearly 10 years later, he has a remarkably positive attitude on the entire ordeal.
If people didn't find out, if I didn't find out, I wouldn't be who I am today. I wouldn't be immovable.
Mark Jacob was a pretty unsuccessful day trader. He'd previously lost almost $40,000 in 1998. However, he'd managed to save up again and had borrowed shares in a company called Emulex. In August 2000, he made an incredibly risky decision, selling his 3,000 shares in a short sale. According to an ABC News article, a short sale involves selling borrowed shares of a stock in hopes that the price will decline, enabling an investor to repay the loan at a lower price and keep the difference. Lady Luck was nowhere to be found for Jacob, because instead of the stocks falling, they actually rose. And according to news reports, he was now faced with a loss of almost $100,000. I would have packed it up after I'd lost almost $40,000, but that's just me. Jacob had to make a decision, either take the loss or try and do something about it. Alongside his day trading, he had previously worked at a press release distribution company called Internet Wire, and he soon began to craft his master plan. He devised a fake press release. It claimed that Emulex was being investigated by the SEC, that the company's CEO had resigned, and that the earnings for the preceding quarter would be lower than expected. He fired it off to Internet Wire using a fake name on August 24th, and it was run by several news organisations the next day. And suddenly, Emulex stock didn't look so hot. According to the subsequent litigation release, in the 16-minute period following the republication of the fake press release, 2.3 million shares of Emulex stock were traded, and the price plummeted almost $61 from $103.94 to $43. Resulting in Emulex losing $2.2 billion in market capitalization. For Jacob, the plan was working perfectly. CNET.com reported that he yielded profits of about $50,000 and that he allegedly bought another 3,500 shares at $52 apiece, which he sold 3 days later for a whopping $186,000. Jacob was caught fairly quickly. He was arrested and sentenced to 44 months in prison. He had about a week to spend the cash, so he never really got to enjoy the fruits of his labour. Instead, he was landed with a civil penalty of over $100,000 to pay. In December 1930, newspapers ran an odd story about supposed dissolving bathing suits that had been created in France. Apparently, these were the newest and naughtiest fad of the ultra-smart young set on the Riviera. As soon as they come into contact with water, the bathing suits mysteriously disappear. The article claimed that they were only used for night swimming and that they were made of a tissue that melted with water. The story was revealed to be a hoax by an American journalist named Webb Miller, who wrote in his 1936 memoir that the story had been obtained by a friend of his. Said friend was approached by his editor, who wanted him to send these supposed dissolving bathing suits. Apparently, a manufacturer of bathing suits that advertised in the newspaper wanted to see them. This led his friend to check up on the details of the story, and soon he discovered that there were no dissolvable bathing suits. Instead of admitting that he fell for a hoax, He went back to his editor and said that he couldn't possibly send them because they would dissolve in the sea air. But the editor had a comeback. He asked him to put them in a tin box and have it hermetically sealed. Now, obviously, there's no bathing suits to put in this box in the first place, so his friend puts a couple of handfuls of finely pulverized breakfast food into the box and sends it over to his editor. When his editor opens it up, it looks like the bathing suits have dissolved, therefore proving that these highly delicate swimsuits do exist, they just can't be shipped from France to the USA. And also, he never had to admit to the fact that he fell for a hoax in the first place.
What about those tubes on her face?
They had to do with controlling the spaceship.
You stupid.
They're not.
What's 9 plus 10?
21.
And I have developed a formula, which is a roach extract, which I have been taking along with my subjects for the past year.
And they're missing. Planted deliberately by the CIA in order to convince the public that any leaks about Apollo 20 would be dismissed as hoaxes.
In May 1981, in the Soho Weekly News, an alternative newspaper based in New York, a strange announcement appeared nestled within the classified ads. It told readers to be prepared and that mankind is destroying the earth. But fret not, whoever took out this strange ad declared that something called metamorphosis was the answer, that roaches were the race from above, and if you're interested being piqued and you wanted more information, then there was a telephone number to call. This confounding classified was soon followed up by a press release that declared metamorphosis to save mankind with roaches. The one-page diatribe spoke of an evolutionary program that was founded by a man who called himself Dr. Joseph Greger, but he was no ordinary doctor. He claimed to have been busy breeding a strain of super roaches that were immune to just about anything you could think of: infectious diseases, environmental changes, radiation, and even the simulated destruction of the ozone layer. Greger announced that in February 1980, he'd made a major breakthrough, one that could change the trajectory of life on Earth as we know it. Not only had he bred these super roaches, he'd also managed to synthesize a super roach extract that he had converted into a capsule form. Cockroach pills, if you will. He said that he'd been administering these pills to a band of loyal and willing patients who'd been guzzling them down with glee, reporting that they had a resurgence of energy not felt since childhood. Another baffling announcement followed, this time a press conference that was held in his laboratory. It was supposedly filled with cockroach art and memorabilia, and there's a photograph of Dr. Greger proudly wearing a t-shirt with a roach on it as he presumably advocates his miracle cure to the waiting press. These combined stunts gained him media attention, with write-ups in the Philadelphia Daily News, the New York Post, and the story was picked up by United Press International. Soon enough, it was a nationwide story, with an article written by Ed Lyon published in almost every newspaper across the United States. It claimed that Dr. Greger had around 70 followers and that they had a manifesto that reads like the group's version of the Bible. Greger was quoted as saying,
"As man has caused poisons to rain down about the bald-headed cockroach and its fellows, so have the multinationals rained toxins and unbelievable horrors upon our heads. But we shall follow the path, the true paths led by our brethren."
Now, I'm not gonna lie, kind of had me in the first half. He was cooking something, but then it all got a little bit cult sounding. It's kind of how these things tend to go. But Greger was insistent that this was not a religious cult. They weren't worshipping the cockroach. He wasn't proclaiming himself God, and he had no apparent interest in money. These pills really were a miracle cure, and it wasn't just him saying it. His followers were insistent that taking the pills had helped to alleviate many different ailments, and had even allowed them to eat less food to survive. Now that bit definitely sounds culty. In mid-June, Greger fired off 2 letters, one to the FDA, apparently for the 4th time, asking them to waive the 6 years that were required to approve a new drug application. This was, according to Greger,
about saving the human race. There was no time for bureaucracy or rigorous evaluation. People needed these cockroach pills and they needed them now. He reiterated that there was no financial motive, that him creating these pills was pure altruism and nothing more. He also wrote a letter to Dr. James Salmons at the American Medical Association, imploring him to consider using his influence to convince the FDA to bypass the normal procedure and bring the cockroach pills to the market immediately. The attention that Dr. Greger was receiving hit an all-time high when he made an appearance on WNBC's Live at 5.
He is the head of a group called Metamorphosis, and he thinks that cockroaches are very important to all of us. Sue and I are delighted to welcome Dr. Joseph Gregor to Live at 5. Doctor, it's nice to have you with us.
Actually, I brought a strand of super roach, which I have developed, which is actually impervious to all toxins known to man.
Well, those are big fellows in there.
Yes, they are.
Huh?
And they're alive, Jack.
They are alive. These are a hissing variety. I've been doing research with the roach, and I have developed a formula, which is a roach extract, which I have been taking along with my subjects for the past year. And colds, flus, virus have all but disappeared.
Greger's claims didn't just sound bizarre, they seemed downright unbelievable. Suspicions had been brewing ever since he made his first outlandish announcement, with writer Lou Antosh from the Philadelphia Bulletin making the connection between the company name Metamorphosis and the short story by Franz Kafka. The protagonist was even named Gregor Samsa. He decided to do some digging and contacted the editor at United Press International. The editor at UPI in New York was taken aback because this was the second such call he'd gotten. He called up the overnight man who'd written the piece and got back on the line. This guy Greger is legit. Just a little strange, he contended. Antosh managed to get hold of Greger's telephone number and naturally rang him up to demand some answers. Greger admitted that he'd taken inspiration from Kafka's Metamorphosis, but insisted that the entire super cockroach pill creating operation was entirely legit and completely above board. He then claimed that taking the pills had led to a light sensitivity that he was hesitant to talk about publicly, not wanting to scare people off his miracle cure. And that's why he always wore sunglasses. Antosh wasn't convinced, but he didn't have any solid evidence that anything was awry. That was until the real man behind Dr. Joseph Greger revealed himself. It was early July when writer and film critic Amy Taubin received a telephone call from a man who identified himself as Joey Skaggs, a self-described artist, activist, educator, and notorious media prankster. He claimed to be a fan of her writing and wanted to talk to her about his work. She met him in his apartment where he was dressed alarmingly similar to Dr. Joseph Greger, and he proceeded to reveal the truth behind this incredibly strange story. The Roach event is a satire involving a cult leader, his followers, and the promise of a panacea, staged for and by the media. I did it to communicate my personal feelings as an artist and a human being. As Joey Skaggs, I couldn't say what Dr. Greger was able to say and expect the press to report on it. Joey would go on to say that he uses the media as a medium, as a painter would use a canvas, and that his purpose was to make reporters more responsible. Some very basic fact-checking would have shown Metamorphosis and the cockroach pills to be nothing more than an elaborate hoax. But for those in the media, that fact-checking was clearly too much to ask for. It wasn't his first rodeo either. Before convincing the US press that he was a roach-loving cult leader, he'd managed to get them to believe that he was the creator of a brothel for pets, a sperm bank for celebrities, and that he was a shoe shiner on Wall Street who had hit the big time by taking investment advice from his clients. Joey went on to have a long and illustrious career, continually pranking the media, and there's even a documentary about him called The Art of the Prank. Now, I'm fond of a good potato, and I also love when something proclaims to be the world's largest thing. Be it ball of twine, thermometer, or a teapot, I'll be there with my camera in hand having the time of my life. Don't judge me. I'm a sucker for a good roadside attraction. With all that being said, if I was around in 1894 in Loveland, Colorado, I might have been taken in by this next hoax. Farmer Joseph B. Swan was famed for his many varieties of spuds, and according to some reports,
His crops had been so fruitful that he'd even been written about in the local newspapers. According to the Museum of Hoaxes, he once grew 26,000 pounds of potatoes in 1 year on a single acre of land, as well as an absolutely whopping one that clocked in at 13 pounds and 8 ounces. This man was truly king of the taters. The Loveland Street Fair was the talk of the town in the autumn of 1894. The dates had been set, and according to the Fort Collins Courier, $500 had been subscribed for expenses and premiums. Nobody was more hyped about this than the editor of the Loveland Reporter, a man named W.L. Thorndike, who decided to team up with Swan to help promote his potatoes and put the Loveland Street Fair on the map in a huge way. The plan was simple. They were going to take a photograph of a regular sized potato, blow it up to be an absolutely massive size, mount that photograph onto a wooden board, and then take a photograph of Swan carrying this supposed 10-ton tuber on his shoulder. The end result was this photograph. People loved it, and why wouldn't they? Let's be real, it's not every day you get to see a spud of that size. They named the whopping tatty Maggie Murphy and claimed that it weighed 86 pounds and 10 ounces, and that it was too large to eat, only fit for seed. It was a harmless hoax, and although Thorndike and Swan had dreamed it up as a publicity stunt, I'm not sure if they expected the photograph to go quite as far as it did. It ended up in the hands of the Scientific American, who fell for it immediately, publishing the photograph in their September 1895 issue, and their readers bloody loved it. Some of them wanted their own absolutely massive potato and wrote in asking where they could get hold of some seeds. I imagine it was kind of like that bit in Little Shop of Horrors where Seymour puts Audrey 2 in the window at Mushnick's.
Excuse me, I couldn't help noticing that strange and interesting plant. What is it?
Thankfully, in this case, the giant potato hadn't developed an insatiable thirst for human blood. It never existed. And the Scientific American had to admit to their readers that they'd been taken in by a hoax. They weren't happy about it, releasing an incredibly grumpy statement. The photo of the mammoth potato we published on page 199 proves to be a gross fraud, being a contrivance of the photographer who imposed upon us, as well as others. An artist who lends himself to such methods of deception may be ranked as a thoroughbred knave to be shunned by everybody. That's a bit bloody much, isn't it? Like, I understand being a little irked that you'd been taken for a ride, but the whole thing was in good fun. It wasn't really hurting anyone, except for, clearly, the egos at the Scientific American. The photograph would go on to be printed in the Strand magazine just a few years later, the same magazine that would eventually print the photographs of the Cottingley fairies. Now, as for the world's actual biggest potato, that title is held by Peter Glazebrook from Nottinghamshire, who also grows massive onions and marrows, because why the hell not? When I was a kid, making fake magazine covers was one of my favourite pastimes. I know, absolute nerd. Me and my cousins would draw pictures of our gran as the front cover, and I'm sure that she loved it. That was sarcasm, if you couldn't tell. Those drawings were downright hideous. We even used to call her Granny Pig as well, and we'd draw her as a pig. She must have fucking hated us. Now, I'm telling you all this because I want to say up front, I understand the appeal of creating your own newspaper. And that seems to be exactly what 3 incredibly affluent and well-connected men did in 1744. The English Mercury was created by the 2nd Earl of Hardwicke, Philip York, along with his friend Thomas Birch, who was a writer and a historian, and York's brother Charles. The newspaper itself claimed to be from 1588, and the creators went to great lengths to ensure that it looked authentic, with details like the typeface being paid extra care and attention. Of course, if the English Mercury was real, then that would make it the first newspaper. Inside its pages, it gave an account of the Spanish Armada arriving in the English Channel, along with the subsequent response. Now, upon his death in 1766, Thomas Birch left his personal writings and papers to the British Museum. And in 1794, Scottish antiquarian George Chalmers stumbled across the English Mercury while digging through these papers, and he held it up as the world's first newspaper. He was quoted as saying, "It may gratify our national pride to be told that mankind are indebted to the wisdom of Elizabeth and the prudence of Burleigh for the first newspaper." The hoax was revealed in 1839 by Thomas Watts, by which time Chalmers was long dead, so he didn't have to deal with the embarrassment or the fallout. Watts went to the British Museum and looked through the same files and papers that Chalmers did, and immediately he was like, nope, something is very wrong here. He spotted Philip York and Birch's own handwriting on the manuscripts, and from that deduced that the entire thing was a ruse. That wasn't his only piece of evidence. I am abbreviating here. And he actually wrote a very long letter to Antonio Panizzi, who was the keeper of the printed books in the British Museum, in which he thoroughly debunked the entire affair. Why they decided to do it in the first place is anyone's guess, but it does seem like rich men in the 1700s got just as bored as I did in the early 2000s, although there is a distinct lack of terrible grandma drawings in the English Mercury, which, when you think about it, is a damn shame. In the 1970s, Harold Hill was the president of the Curtiss Engine Company, responsible for creating aerospace engines and equipment, as well as supposedly being a consultant on the space program. He hit the pages of the press when he made a series of bold claims about research that was being conducted at the Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland, research that just so happened to confirm his own Christian beliefs. He claimed that while checking the position of the sun, moon, and planets out in space, hundreds of years from now, the computer that the scientists were using suddenly came to a stop. According to him, this computer put up a red signal, which meant that something was wrong with their data. Upon checking, the scientists were startled to discover that they had found 23 hours and 20 minutes missing in space in elapsed time. But luckily for them, one of the scientists on the team had a strong knowledge of biblical history from their time in Sunday school, and they were like, hang on a bloody minute, I know what's going on here. He supposedly remembered this passage from the book of Joshua. Hill claimed that the scientists got further validation when this former Bible school student remembered another passage, this time from 2 Kings, where Hezekiah requests that God moves the sun 10 degrees backwards to confirm that the Lord would heal him. 10 degrees is exactly 40 minutes. 23 hours and 20 minutes in Joshua plus 40 minutes in 2 Kings makes the missing day in the universe. Isn't that amazing? Our God is rubbing their noses in his truth. Could it be that an unlikely group of NASA scientists had been the ones to stumble upon the secret of what was long believed to be simply a biblical myth? Well, the press in the 1970s sure seemed to think so, but sadly, they'd been taken in by a man that was full up to the brim with religious zeal. His story had first made the rounds via church bulletins in the 1960s, and they were more than happy to hear it. For all intents and purposes, Harold seemed to be an accomplished man. I mean, he was a consultant to the space program, for God's sake. Only he wasn't. NASA would later say that he worked very briefly at the Goddard Space Flight Center as a plant engineer, and that in that role he would have zero access to any teams involved in computer simulations or experiments. His story had fallen into the hands of a journalist named Mary Catherine Bryan. Someone had seemingly gone to great efforts to type up this account and mail it off to her, and she became the first person to print it in the news. After that, the story went nationwide, perhaps even global, despite it being completely false and despite Hill never having had the access that he claimed at NASA. But none of that really mattered to the people that read this account and took it verbatim. Hill claimed that he received thousands of letters and that he even had to type up a standard reply for the baying crowd. According to an article by James Keither, Hill later admitted that he got the story from a reliable source and is sure that it is true, but has mislaid his notes and cannot remember exactly where he read or heard it. That's very convenient. But luckily for us, I managed to find where he heard it. His so-called reliable source was most likely a book written in 1890 by Charles Totten, a professor of military tactics
physics at Yale. It was called Joshua's Long Day, and in it, Charles claims to have demonstrated by astronomical calculations that the historical account of Joshua's long day is true. That all sounds very scientific and above board, right? Well, according to an article in issue 141 of Investigator magazine, Totten's actual argument is that the world was created on Sunday, September 22nd, 4000 BC, which the calendar dates as Monday. Therefore, one day was extra long. Totten got September 22nd, 4000 BC from the British Chronological Association, a Christian group led by Jabez B. Dimbleby. Dimbleby published an almanac titled All Past Time, which calculated the date of creation by adding up Old Testament numbers. Dimbleby was also a pyramidologist. He believed that the lengths of passages of the Great Pyramid reflect Bible chronology and that the world's end was imminent. He also vehemently criticized astronomers because they treated his writings as nonsense. The article also goes on to highlight how Totten resigned from his post at Yale because he believed that the Antichrist was coming and that he was an Adventist who believed in British Israelism. The story of verifying the so-called missing day, or long day, was later picked up by Harry Rimmer in his 1936 book, The Harmony of Science and Scripture. And he adds a little dramatic flair. He says that a colleague of Totten's found the missing 24 hours and that Totten challenged him to prove whether or not the Bible is inspired and see if the Bible can account for your missing time. According to this account, Totten's colleague comes back all cocky because he's discovered that it's not actually a missing 24 hours, it's 23 hours and 20 minutes. To which Totten retorts that the Bible does not say that the whole day was lost and that it was only about one day. This all sounds a little bit familiar, doesn't it? The story in Rimmer's book is almost identical to Hill's story of NASA scientists discovering the missing day. And Rimmer either made up that story himself or, as the writer of the Investigator magazine article notes, it may have appeared in another text that Totten wrote. Either way, it's not true, and Totten's original writing was clearly influenced by his own belief system instead of so-called scientific research. But you won't be surprised when I tell you that some people still believe this story to be true, thanks to the popularity of Harold Hill's hoax account in the 1970s. He had to know that what he was saying wasn't true because he'd lifted his NASA story from multiple different accounts, stretching back to the 1890s. But as we've learned throughout this whole series, the truth never stands in the way of a good story.
I wanted to be a spaceman. That's what I wanted to be.
In February 2000, French astronomer Pierre Collier had just released his new book on the Mir space station. It was called The Final Mission, and the book was getting attention from newspapers the world over. But they all appeared to be focused on a very small portion of the book's contents, namely his sensational claim that NASA astronauts had been practicing sex positions in a bid to discover which ones are feasible under zero gravity conditions.
Of the 10 positions tested, 6 required mechanical help, with the use of an elastic belt and an inflatable tunnel to keep the partners pressed together at the torso, the pelvis, or the legs. The other 4 turned to a more natural approach, in which the couple depended only on muscle power.
That sounds like hard work. His source for these salacious claims was an apparent document titled NASA number 12571-3570, which is a very catchy title indeed. Within days, the news report had caught the attention of NASA, who felt it important to let everyone know that they had absolutely zero interest in conducting any sex experiments, and that Pierre had either made the whole thing up or he'd been duped. So, was this NASA document real and they'd just kind of gotten a little bit embarrassed about it and tried to cover it up? Or was the entire thing a hoax? I love doing this kind of setup when the video is literally called The Hoaxes Iceberg. Why do I keep doing it? We already know it's going to be a hoax. Imagine if I was like, no, actually it's real. Ridiculous. The supposed NASA document actually originated in 1989 and was posted on the news groups Sci Space Shuttle and Alt Sex.
sex, although it's unclear who actually wrote the damn thing in the first place. The sex experiments were allegedly taking place due to the growing number of married couples that were involved in space station work. Of course, intimacy is important, and NASA didn't want to be the reason that any of these couples ended up getting divorced. So apparently they were trying to find the best way for people to bang in space. The summary of results gave some graphic descriptions of the experiments, some of which would eventually make their way into Pierre's book. So he'd been taken in by this decades-old hoax, which, upon reading it myself, is so clearly fake that it's kind of embarrassing that he cited it as a real thing in his book. But I'm not going to razz the guy too hard. This was the birth of the internet, and people were incredibly trusting of what they were seeing online. And obviously, as the years have progressed, we've all become extremely media literate, and we're all able to spot fake news and hoaxes from a mile away. Right?
Hey, what do you say? Had me a woman, she ran away. Want me one time, want me twice.
When it comes to rest and relaxation, some people like to watch reality TV or the latest Netflix miniseries. They might read a book or go for a nice long walk. But for me, I like nothing more than unwinding with YouTube live shows that focus on complete nonsense. Whether it's UFO nerds LARPing as late night talk show hosts, or British paranormal investigators holding round tables about dogmen, I lap it all up like a thirsty mule. I don't know what you want from me, I just enjoy giving myself irreparable brain damage, alright? Now, when it comes to these shows filled up to the brim with disinformation, hoaxes and claptrap, you can't get much better than Linda Moulton Howe's Earth Files. With the help of her two cats, Fluffy and Chocolate, Linda dishes out top secret information that you won't find anywhere else. Maybe sometimes for good reason. At some point in 2018, Linda had been given explosive whistleblower testimony from a man named John Harold Levine, who claimed to work for the CIA and the NSA in the 1970s, as well as working behind the scenes as part of NASA missions 18, 19 and 20, missions that don't exist on paper, but supposedly took place only to later be covered up. Classic Linda rushed to spill the beans to her audience on the Earth Files, as well as on a special 3-part episode of Coast to Coast AM. According to John Levine, the Apollo 20 astronauts investigated an ancient 3-mile-long UFO on the moon, and they found something extremely disturbing inside.
So what is the discussion in detail back in 1976 between you and Commander Rutledge about this extraordinarily beautiful Polynesian-looking preserved female in one of the cockpit chairs?
Neither of us could understand how could she possibly be that well preserved.
And what is it that you're looking at first?
Her skin was all intact, and she was wearing clothing, a dress of some sort, possibly a jumpsuit type of thing. And it seemed to be very much intact, no deterioration at all to speak of.
A wild revelation indeed. Who was this strange woman inside a craft that John Levine claimed was anywhere up to 1 billion years old? Well, back in April 2007, an account called Retired AFB began uploading bizarre videos on YouTube. They came out in different parts, but combined the video was around 20 minutes long. It included close-up footage of the moon, of this supposedly huge ancient UFO, and the body of a female alien, lovingly dubbed the Mona Lisa. The story was picked up by numerous conspiracy theory websites that claimed new secret NASA tapes had been found. And by the end of May, the story got a whole lot more elaborate. Luca Scantamburio, an Italian UFO researcher, claimed on May 25th to have an exclusive interview with the man behind the Retired AFB YouTube account. His name, supposedly, was William Rutledge, aka Commander Rutledge, the person mentioned in Linda Howe's interview with her whistleblower John Levine. Rutledge claimed to be 76 years old and living in Rwanda, and presumably the weight of this secret had become too much for him to bear. He'd been holding on to these Apollo 20 videos all these years, and he'd just had enough of it all. Luca wrote on his website that the public will be the first judge of this story, which could become in the near future the definitive proof that we are not alone in the universe. The interview was conducted over messages, so Luca never got a chance to actually hear William Rutledge's voice, but he gave some very interesting information about the spaceship and the Mona Lisa.
We went inside the big spaceship, also into a triangular one. It was a mothership, very old, who crossed the universe at least a milliard of years ago, 1.5 estimated. There were many signs of biology inside, old remains of vegetation in a motor section, special triangular rocks who emitted tears of a yellow liquid, which has some special medical properties, and of course signs of extrasolar creatures. We found remains of little bodies, 10 centimeters, living in a network of glass tubes all along the ship, but the major discovery was 2 bodies, one intact. Mona Lisa, I don't remember who named the girl, Leonov or me, was the intact EBE. Humanoid, female, 1.65 meter, genitalized, haired, 6 fingers. We guess that mathematics are based on 12. Function, piloting device fixed to fingers and eyes. No clothes. We had to cut 2 cables connected to the nose. No nostril. Leonov unfixed the eyes device. You'll see that in the video. Concretions of blood or bioliquid erupted and froze from the mouth, nose, eyes, and some parts of the body. Some parts of the body were in unusually good condition, and the skin was protected by a thin, transparent protection layer. As we told the mission control, condition seemed not dead, not alive.
In August, a series of equally strange comments on an article published about Apollo 20 on a website called Need to Know began to appear. The first was from a user named W. Rutledge, who said that the website was a joke. The second came 23 minutes later from retired AFB, who said, indeed. The third message, 1 minute later, from someone calling themselves Thierry Speth, said, read my speech. And finally, 10 hours later, God decided to check in and comment, I like everybody. That's nice to know. A day later, a very savvy reader of the website traced all 4 usernames to the same IP address. Who was this person and what the hell did they want? It wasn't until a month later that whoever was behind the original posts showed up again, claiming that they'll be bringing the truth out soon. All I can say is, don't rise your hopes. 6 days after that message, they finally confessed that all of the videos were a hoax. Clicking on their colourful username led directly to the website of Thierry Speth, a French writer, photographer and 3D artist. This video was all part of a fictional story that he'd been working on. In short, he'd made the entire thing up. But here's the issue. He'd admitted to it on a fairly niche website. There were only a few other comments besides his, and by that time the entire story had taken on a life of its own. There were new videos being posted under the username Moonwalker 1966 Delta, claiming to be from this Apollo 20 mission. But they weren't, and they were obviously fake. It wasn't until 2017 that Chad Baxter actually managed to track Thierry down and got an hour-long interview with him, where he showed the Mona Lisa and spoke extensively about creating the story and about his experiences since. He'd actually published a book titled Apollo 20 The Unknown Mission, which included more details about the trip to the moon and the astronauts involved, including William Rutledge, who was a fictional creation. He spoke about how the footage of Mona Lisa was actually shot in his kitchen, that the model he created was sprawled out across his table, and his inspiration behind placing the bones on her face.
If you have to control a spacecraft, maybe you can use some reflex, some speed, muscles to control. When I'm using the PS4 with the controller, it's not so well, so I wanted something controlled by the eyes, muscles, reflex, little things. It could be a good system to control the spacecraft functions.
Of course, Thierry had been the person behind the persona of William Rutledge and had told this story previously to the Italian UFO researcher Luca Scantamburio via a series of messages back in 2007. The only problem was, when he told that story, he was pretending that it was all real. And now here he was in 2017 admitting that he'd made the Mona Lisa himself and placed the bones there as part of this elaborate story that he'd concocted. It was science fiction and nothing more. An interesting story that Linda Moulton Howe's supposed top-secret whistleblower John Levine repeated almost verbatim.
What about those tubes on her face?
William Rutledge believed that they had to do with controlling the spaceship.
that those tubes on her face were controlling from her mind this huge 3-mile-long craft, and she was the pilot, and the gray was like a co-pilot?
Well, they had a control panel that looks like you put your hands on it, and apparently the controls, the ship's computer, interface directly with the pilots.
Unluckily for Linda, the real story behind Apollo 20 was no longer confined to a niche conspiracy website. There was an interview. We could see the Mona Lisa for ourselves and the man that created it. And some of Linda's viewers wrote in to tell her that she'd been taken in by a decades-long hoax. But in classic Linda Moulton Howe fashion, instead of admitting that she'd either been taken in by a hoax story or that she'd knowingly spread a hoax video claiming it was true for views and money, she doubled down and blamed the CIA.
Other people are critical. They insist that Apollo 18, 19, and 20 never happened. They are just hoaxes by Hollywood and video game producers. But Hollywood and video game similarities did not exist in the mid-1970s. The much later similarities were no doubt planted deliberately by the CIA in order to convince the public that any leaks about Apollo missions 18, 19, and 20 would be dismissed as hoaxes.
15 days after that video, Linda posted the following statement on her Earth Files website. I am preparing a fact-check update for Earth Files and my December 27, 28, 2018 Coast to Coast AM radio broadcast with the finding that the original November 29, 2018 three-part tale by 71-year-old John Levine that begins below appears to be mostly dishonest for reasons unknown. In the face of contradictory facts, Levine keeps insisting his secret astronaut story is real, even though many of his assertions don't hold up credibly under research scrutiny that will be laid out in my upcoming fact-check updates. John Levine had also provided her with a photograph of a grey alien on the moon that was actually from the video game Area 51.
So this one comes from Steve Cambian from Truth Seekers. On your website, there's a picture of a genuine alien taken to the moon, and the image that you used was from a 2005 video game called Area 51. Cambian, so Steve Cambian is referring to himself in the third person. Cambian from Truth Seekers emailed you as the proof that what you're selling was from a video game, and then you refused to change. So, okay, so whatever. There's some accusations there. Do you mind explaining to the audience what that picture is about, its provenance, and perhaps why you would not take it down if someone showed you it was video game art?
What are you talking about?
So you don't know what is being referred to here with the video game cover art of Area 51 and that being used as a genuine image on your website, apparently.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Why you would end up with some kind of a stupid question like this is beyond me. It's hostile, Kurt. Why would you do this? It's meaningless. What have you done that you've corrected? I mean, why are you playing? Now we're going to trap Linda in some. This is ridiculous.
Now, I don't have access to her subsequent full reports on John Levine that she posted at the very beginning of 2019 because I'm not about to pay $8 a month for the pleasure. But in the snippet I can see, Linda hypothesizes that John Levine may have been a victim of MKUltra and could have been implanted with fake memories of his time as part of Apollo 18, 19 and 20. I mean, I can't even, it's just so ridiculous. She's created her own hoax or fake story on top of someone else's hoaxed version of another hoax. Thierry Speff creates what's essentially an art project and a subsequent fictional book. People go absolutely wild for it online and believe that it's real. And then some guy, because let's be honest, his name definitely isn't John Levine, decides to masquerade as a whistleblower and incorporates the Apollo 20 story in with a bunch of other stuff, goes to Linda Moulton Howe with the story and she's like, yep, I see no problem here. Everything's great. And then when she's busted, she just makes up another nonsense story on top of it about men in black or mind control.
You're accusing me of being some gullible 2-year-old and I have just celebrated my 80th revolution around the sun.
It's a classic Linda Moulton Howe move, and I genuinely worry for my sanity because somehow I keep watching this absolute garbage. Remember the good old days of Vine? During the early to mid 2010s, it was arguably the most influential app when it came to creating viral moments that some of us, depending on how old you are, still quote to this day.
I said, whoever threw that paper, your mom's a hoe.
It also launched the careers of Jake and Logan Paul, Gabby Hanna and David Dobrik, so it can't all be positive. Much like TikTok today, it was relatively easy to have your video seen by millions, thrusting unsuspecting people into the spotlight. And that's exactly what happened to a user named Dre Hype MSU when he posted this video of his little brother on June 22nd, 2013.
You stupid.
They're not.
What's 9 plus 10?
21.
You stupid.
I swear, siblings are so mean to each other. I'm kind of glad I'm an only child. The video eventually was played over 30 million times on Vine alone. It got around 700,000 likes and 605,000 reposts. That's not even counting the amount of times that the video has been re-uploaded onto YouTube or used as part of a Vine compilation. All that to say that the video was insanely viral, to the point where people got incredibly weird about it. Like grown adults theorising about who this boy was and making up hoaxes about him. On October 13th, 2013, an article appeared online titled 21 Kid Has Reportedly Run Away from Home and Currently Being Searched For. Read goodbye note here. The story goes that he was so tired of being bullied online that he decided to run away forever, and the only clue he was going to leave as to his whereabouts was the number 21. It was very clearly a fake news article, but some people, mostly children, believed that the young boy in the video had really run away from home. Some of these kids even made videos sharing their opinions on the missing child being bullied out of his own house. However, it was soon to be revealed that the 21 kid was alive and well and still at home, and that the entire article had been one big hoax.
They said you was missing.
I'm not missing.
Yeah, tell them, man.
This poor kid still can't get a moment's peace because an account appeared on Twitter in January 2021 calling itself 21 account. They claim to be counting down to the 10th of September 2021 when 9 plus 10 really would equal 21. And people on Twitter went absolutely crazy for it. Like, this account just got an insane amount of followers. Anyway, I hope the 21 kid is doing well wherever he ended up.
We all love peanut butter. We all love.
How do you feel about peanut butter? Pretty good, right? You know, spread a bit on toast, add some bananas on top, a little bit of honey. Perfect. Now, what about mayonnaise? Some would say it's the key to a great sandwich, although somewhat dull on its own. Now, imagine combining the two, but instead of eating it, you're going to shove it all into a syringe and shoot it up your vein. But you weren't expecting that little twist, were you? This next entry is more of a moral panic than a straightforward hoax. And, as with all of these entries, when it comes to believability, the timing is super important. The peanut butter and mayonnaise panic of 1969 stems from a series of news articles, and I use that term loosely, that claimed teenagers were shooting up all manner of sticky substances, including peanut butter and mayonnaise, to get high. The Museum of Hoaxes points to a talk at the University of Wisconsin in March as being one of the first public records of this bizarre rumour. They write that narcotics agent Laverne Storduk gave a talk at the University of Wisconsin, during which he mentioned that while speaking at high schools, he had twice been asked by students whether it was possible to get high by injecting peanut butter. He confessed that he didn't know. He'd never heard of such a thing. On the 20th of April, another story appeared out of Tucson, Arizona. It reported on the rehabilitation of young boys at the Arizona Ranch School. And the director, Marshall Chazen, is quoted as saying, "They sniff glue and they sniff gasoline and they take cough syrup. Some of them even inject peanut butter. The fat globules can make them high. They'll do anything." Sounds unbelievable, right? Getting high off fat globules? But the story ran nationwide. It appeared in multiple newspapers and was rerun throughout the summer. In July, the Arizona Daily Star was announcing that the judge of the juvenile court, Lawrence Howard, was supporting a new program of drug education. The article says that Howard was beginning to believe there was a new kind of addiction among Tucson youth, a needle addiction, and he said that the youngsters involved called themselves needle freaks. The paper goes on to say that these so-called needle freaks are known to inject such substances as beer, orange juice, and peanut butter into their veins, any of which could cause death. That same month, other newspapers were quoting Dr. Donald Luria, the president of the New York State Council on Drug Addiction, as saying, "Kids have injected peanut butter and mayonnaise into their veins. This can kill them." In our society, we're so oriented towards kicks that it doesn't take a hell of a lot for these kids to get involved. Now here's where things get a little interesting, because I found a song by a band called the One Way Streets, and it's called "We All Love Peanut Butter," which contains multiple references to getting high, tripping out, all of that kind of stuff. It's a real banger of a song as well. I'm kind of glad I found it because I've been listening to it non-stop. Anyway, that song was released in 1967, which makes me think that this whole idea of getting high off of peanut butter has actually been around way before 1969. I did a little bit of research, and apparently peanut butter is a slang term for a certain drug. So this story could all just be a case of overhearing teenagers talking in code words about their extracurricular activities and taking it literally. Either way, probably best to stick to eating peanut butter and mayonnaise, preferably not at the same time, instead of shooting it up.
Strange, life is strange.
Growing up, I was never a big dinosaur kid. Don't get me wrong, I love Jurassic Park as much as the next gal, but I was more into T-Rex the band than T-Rex the theropod. However, if I was growing up in the city of Vernal, Utah, then I might have been more of a dinosaur nut, considering the fact that they've been given the nickname Dinosaur Land. Back in the early 1900s, paleontologist Earl Douglas had discovered dinosaur bones and fossils there, and in 1915, Woodrow Wilson made the area where they had been found a national monument, naturally called Dinosaur National Monument. Very inventive, but if it ain't broke, why fix it? The city of Vernal capitalised on its dinosaur hotspot status in 1951 by printing hunting licenses. These licenses were less of a hoax and more of a novelty marketing tactic. The Chamber of Commerce in 1958 claimed to be issuing around 60,000 a year, and that they were the best advertising they had. They're kitschy and fun and became somewhat of a collector's item, a strange piece of Americana memorabilia, and you can still get your hands on one today if you visit the Dinosaur Land Museum in Vernal. If you ask me, well worth a visit. Can you believe we have made it to the last entry on the Hoaxes Iceberg? Well, that's a lie, but the final three were pretty grim. We're talking like snuff movies, nasty things to do with kids, and I just thought there's no way that I wanted to end this iceberg series on something so morbid and unpleasant. And in the other video where I said that I didn't want to talk about this horrible, dark thing to protect my mental health, someone in the comments called me a snowflake. So I'm going to wear that title proudly. I am a snowflake. So instead of ending on all that nasty business, we're ending on a positive note, or in this case, a brown note, because our final stop on this strange journey through the world of infamous hoaxes is people shitting themselves over a SpongeBob broadcast. I know I've said it before, but my God, my search history will never be the same. To understand this hoax or rumour / internet urban legend, whatever you want to call it, I first need to tell you what a brown note is. Now, according to some, the frequencies between 5 and 9 hertz have the ability to literally make you crap your pants. But it's been tested multiple times and no one has actually managed to make someone experience fecal incontinence via sound
sound frequencies. It was even featured in an episode of Mythbusters, and thankfully, nobody shot themselves on camera. However, some people do insist that the brown note is not only real, but that in 2016, a pirated broadcast of SpongeBob in Brazil that included these brown note frequencies actually led to people defecating all over the place. It supposedly happened during the 2016 Summer Olympics in Brazil, and the story goes that a transmission error occurred, either through hacking or some kind of bizarre stunt, that led to a strange episode of SpongeBob being shown on TVs around Brazil. Apparently, Brazilians who had fallen victim to the brown note had posted all over social media about their horrific experiences, only to be subsequently threatened by the government, who forced a cover-up of the entire ordeal because they believed it would impact tourism. Now if you're thinking, this story sounds like a load of old shit, then you're probably right. It most likely originated on 4chan, on a thread discussing lost media. These kinds of threads are rife with people that like to create their own fake lost media, because if it's supposedly lost, then nobody can really bust you for being a liar. And I know that governments are good at keeping secrets, but if thousands of people had simultaneously shit themselves, then I feel like that would have made the news in some way, cover up or not. So that's it. The Hoaxes Iceberg officially completed after just over 2 years. I kind of want to start another one now. So if you see an interesting one or you've got any requests for future video topics, then leave me a comment, drop me an email, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!